Child-free-by-choice Yu Xingchen was determined to become a single mother. She set her sights on the high-quality man Chu Shanhai to be the father of her child. After luring him to a hotel and successfully getting pregnant, she vanished from his sight without a trace. 3 years later, Chu Shanhai pinched Yu Xingchen's chin, his voice icy. "You like having kids so much? Fine, let me give you a few more." Chapter 1. The High-Quality Male. The faint sound of running water drifted from the bathroom. Ignoring the indescribable soreness in her body, Yu Xingchen got up, swiftly stripped the messy bedsheet, marked with a trace of red, and shoved it under the bed. She then pulled a clean, identical sheet from her bag and spread it out. When Chu Shanhai emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, Yu Xingchen was lying on the bed with her back to him. She was already dressed in a hotel bathrobe, completely covering the amorous traces on her body. Chu Shanhai glanced at her motionless figure and asked in a cool voice, "Are you okay?" Yu Xingchen buried her face in the quilt and muffled a reply. I'm fine." Chu Shanhai got dressed, no longer looking like the beast he was just moments ago in bed. "Let me take you back to campus." Yu Xingchen waved her hand dismissively. "No need, I'll head back myself later." "You go ahead." Chu Shanhai didn't insist. After one last look at her back, he grabbed his backpack by the door and left. A few minutes after his departure, Zhou slipped into the room and rushed to the bedside. "Xingchen, how did it go?" Yu Xingchen sat up cursing. "Fuck, that guy is a damn animal. Almost an hour. I feel like I'm completely broken." Seeing the painful expression on her face and the faint marks still visible on her chest, Zhou sighed. "Well, you brought this on yourself." She handed Yu Xingchen her clothes. "Go change. I'll tidy up the room." With a miserable look on her face, Yu Xingchen headed into the bathroom. Zhou pulled the stained bedsheet from under the bed and stuffed it into her bag. Then, she packed up all of Yu Xingchen's belongings, leaving not a single trace of her behind. After Yu Xingchen came out of the bathroom, Zhou took her straight to the airport. Back to campus? Not a chance. She was flying back to S-City, 1,000 kilometers away. Yu Xingchen waited anxiously for 10 days, but the two lines still didn't appear. Holding the pregnancy test, she looked at Zhou, her face ashen. "Don't tell me it didn't work?" Zhou said seriously. "We've been tracking your cycle for 6 months. We even pinpointed your ovulation window. There's no way it failed. Just wait a few more days." After a few more agonizing days of waiting, Yu Xingchen got her period. That day, her temper was absolutely volcanic. Out of the 200-plus employees in the company, not a single person dared to speak above a whisper. During the morning sales meeting, the sales manager got his head bitten off by Yu Xingchen just because the performance had only increased by 10% compared to the previous month. In the afternoon, the junior assistant forgot to include a fork with Yu Xingchen's afternoon tea order due to the vendor's negligence. The assistant was scolded so badly, she almost wrote her letter of resignation on the spot. All in all, Yu Xingchen was in a mood where everyone rubbed her the wrong way. Zhou rushed back to the company from out of town and headed straight for Yu Xingchen's office. At the door, she was stopped by the assistant, whose eyes were red from crying. "Sister Zhou, thank God you're back. Help." Zhou comforted the sobbing assistant. "Xiaoya, what on earth happened?" The assistant whispered her grievances. "I think our director she's lost it. She's snapping at everyone. You might want to take some throat lozenges in there with you. Her voice must be hoarse by now." Inside the office, Yu Xingchen was slumped over her keyboard wearing a casual women's blazer and a pair of earrings she had auctioned for 600,000 yuan the previous week. She looked utterly hopeless. Seeing Zhou come in, she sat up, threw her arms open, and put on a crying face. "Sister Su, I got my period." Wah. Her crying was exaggerated and ugly. Zhou frowned. "So it didn't take." She walked over to Yu Xingchen and let her hug her waist. Yu Xingchen began to wail. "Do you know how hard I worked for the past 6 months trying to conceive? Not a single drop of alcohol, strict diet and sleep schedule, working out, taking prenatal vitamins, pretending to be a college student to flirt with him online. I finally managed to get him to the hotel, and nothing. It didn't work." She looked like she was on the verge of a breakdown. Zhou patted her shoulder. "We'll try again. No rush." Yu Xingchen pounded her back to vent her frustration. "That bastard is completely useless. All that muscle and absolutely no firepower." Zhou comforted her. "Getting pregnant isn't easy. Let's set up another meeting with him. It'll definitely happen. This is literal torture. Those women in the movies are all faking it." Having no experience in this area herself, Zhou could only offer blind encouragement. "Maybe you just didn't relax enough this time. Next time, loosen up a bit." You'll hit the bullseye for sure. The two women sat in the office, sighing and holding each other. Ever since she was little, Yu Xingchen had a deep fear of marriage. Her parents had completely incompatible worldviews and would fight 7 days a week. When she was in 6th grade, they finally got divorced. They found their relief, and Yu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief too. She swore from a young age that she would never get married in this lifetime. But kids are so adorable. She absolutely loved them. Little Xingchen believed that a family didn't necessarily need both a dad and a mom. If it could just be a mom and a baby forever, that would be perfect. She was sure she would be an amazing mother, gentle, kind, understanding, and a best friend to her child. Her child would grow up in a loving environment and become the brightest star in the sky. To achieve this, Yu Xingchen had been planning since college to find a man to help her get pregnant, and then kick him to the curb once she succeeded. She had investigated Chu Shanhai for a year. Chu Shanhai, a second-year graduate student at Chung University, 1 year younger than her. Excellent grades since childhood. His parents were mid-level managers at a big corporation. He was handsome, had a great physique, and despite his good looks, his private life was squeaky clean. The only women around him were his teachers and classmates. Yu Xingchen chose him out of 20 candidates to provide her with a high-quality seat. Online, she disguised herself as Li Wan, a junior from a neighboring university, and spent half a year building a rapport with Chu Shanhai as an online friend. 2 weeks ago, she finally got her wish, accidentally getting invited to a hotel by him. At this point, she was even starting to doubt if the man she had so carefully selected was all looks and no substance. After venting her frustration by hugging Zhou Su in the office, Yu Xingchen started planning their second meeting. That evening at 9 p.m., Chu Shanhai walked out of the library and noticed that Wanzi had sent him a WeChat message an hour ago. Wanzi, how have you been lately? He froze in his tracks. Frowning cautiously, he opened the message, then immediately replied, I didn't see it earlier because I was at the library. I'm doing okay. How about you? He started walking slowly again, a hint of an unfamiliar smile in his usually cold eyes. Wanzi, not so great. Chu Shanhai stopped walking. What's wrong? Wanzi, I miss you. Chu Shanhai felt his breath catch in his throat, as if his heart had been squeezed tightly. Hashtag Chapter 2, the birth of the baby. He felt an unfamiliar emotion rising within him. It seemed to be a sense of grievance. His slender fingers flew across the phone screen. Chu Shanhai *, weren't you the one who said we should never contact each other again? On the other end, Yu Xingchen patiently continued to coax him. Maruko *, I did say that, but I really missed you. She added a pitiful crying emoji. Chu Shanhai stared at those words. His nose felt slightly sore, and under the dim streetlights, a faint smile appeared on his face. Chu Shanhai *, I'll come see you. How could Chu Shanhai not feel wronged? When she had asked him to agree that they would never contact each other again after that night, he had readily agreed, believing that he could keep his feelings under control. But he had never realized just how deeply he would be affected by his first experience with a woman. She was his first woman. After leaving the hotel that day, he had thought about her for half a month. Her voice, her skin, the lingering look in her eyes. He simply could not forget any of it. The longing was almost consuming him from the inside out. Yet he had still respected their agreement. No contact. And now she had casually sent him a message saying, I miss you. Because she missed him, she could break the rules. And he simply couldn't bring himself to refuse her. Maruko *, okay. How about in a few days? I'm a little busy these days, *. Chu Shanhai *, okay. I'm free all week, *. Yu Xingchen flew another 1,000 kilometers to the area near Chung University. She wore a white dress, with a cute hair clip in her long black hair. She looked no different from a college student. When Chu Shanhai saw her, he could barely conceal his excitement. Tentatively, he took her hand, looking every bit like a boyfriend in a long-distance relationship. Yu Xingchen threw caution to the wind and let him hold her hand as they walked. She had to admit, a man's hand really was quite large. To avoid unnecessary activities like dinner and a movie, Yu Xingchen deliberately arranged their meeting late at night. As soon as they met, the two went straight to a hotel. The moment they entered the room, they began kissing passionately. At first, Yu Xingchen could still spare some attention to maintaining her act, but before long, she completely lost control of the situation and simply let herself be led. Chu Shanhai remained silent, as though he knew this might be their last time together. His gaze and movements carried an intensity that betrayed his feelings. Whenever he wanted her, she gave herself to him without hesitation. In the end, They were both exhausted and fell asleep in each other's arms. In the middle of the night, Yu Xingchen woke up. She slipped out of Chu Shanhai's embrace and, without even taking a shower, began picking up her clothes from the floor and getting dressed. Hearing the movement, Chu Shanhai sat up and frowned at her. "You're leaving?" Yu Xingchen hesitated. "I have class tomorrow morning. I'll take you tomorrow morning." Yu Xingchen fastened the last button on her clothes. "No need. My classmate rented a place nearby. I'll just take a taxi there. Go back to sleep. You look pretty exhausted." A look of loneliness and reluctance appeared in Chu Shanhai's eyes. "What are we?" It was rare for him to stumble over his words like this. Yu Xingchen answered casually. "Didn't we agree that we're friends?" She put on her socks, then sat on the edge of the bed and slipped on her shoes. Chu Shanhai clenched his jaw. "Are there friends like us who don't contact each other normally, but only book a hotel whenever we meet?" Yu Xingchen froze. She hadn't expected this man to be so difficult to handle. The tone of his voice was clearly full of complaint. She finished putting on her shoes, then came over and knelt beside the bed. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she kissed him for a moment before asking gently, "If this is all we are, can I still come to you in the future?" Chu Shanhai turned his head away, clearly angry. Having learned from their previous failure, Yu Xingchen didn't dare guarantee that there would be another opportunity. For now, she didn't dare make things too final. She cupped his face in both hands and planted a kiss on his cheek. "I have to go back. You'll miss me, right?" She waited for half a minute before Chu Shanhai finally murmured, She smiled happily. "I'll miss you too. If I miss you, can I call you?" Chu Shanhai had never imagined that one day he would fall in love with a woman so easily. He had never imagined that he could become so humble in love. Looking into her bright, expectant eyes, he answered in a muffled voice, "Sure." After leaving the hotel, Yu Xingchen let out a long breath. Half a month later, she stared at a pregnancy test in despair. She hugged Zhou Su and cried her heart out before finally calming down and analyzing the situation. In the end, they came up with a plan. The chances of getting pregnant from a single encounter were too low. Since Chu Shanhai was about to go on vacation, they would take a week-long trip together. 7 days. Surely one of those days would do the trick. Chu Shanhai was left hanging for another half-month before he finally received a message from Maruko. "Maruko *** vacation is coming soon. Do you have any plans? ***. The corners of Chu Shanhai's mouth unconsciously lifted. Chu Shanhai ***, no. What about you? Maruko ***, let's go to Beixian. I did some research. The ancient town there has a really nice atmosphere. Without a second thought, Chu Shanhai replied. Chu Shanhai ***, okay. They said they were going to experience the local scenery and culture, but for the entire 7 days, Yu Xingchen and Chu Shanhai stayed in the hotel. They barely even left the room to eat. Chu Shanhai treated every encounter as though it might be their last, pouring all his feelings into their time together. Yu Xingchen had her own motives, so neither of them held anything back. That day, Yu Xingchen lay exhausted on the bed with her eyes closed while Chu Shanhai gently tapped her shoulder with his fingers. "I don't even know your name. Can I ask what your name is?" Yu Xingchen lazily rolled over and looked at him. "Li Wan." Wan as in Wanyue, gentle and graceful. He stared directly at her. "Li Wan, I want to date you." Yu Xingchen laughed inwardly at his innocence, but on the surface, she smiled faintly. "Isn't what we have now fine? I'm about to start an internship, so I won't have the energy for a relationship. Besides, a long-distance relationship isn't exactly secure. I'll work around your schedule, and you can trust that I'm loyal when it comes to relationships." Yu Xingchen lowered her eyes with a troubled expression. I do have feelings for you. But honestly, my parents want me to return to my hometown and become a teacher. I think I'll probably stay there in the future. I can go with you. We can take the exams together." Yu Xingchen shook her head. "You don't have to do that for me. You're an exceptional person. You deserve a better girl." Seeing how troubled she looked, Chu Shanhai became anxious. "I only want you." Yu Xingchen's eyes flickered. She reached up and hooked her arms around his neck. "Okay, I'll agree to this. I'm not going to date anyone else for now. 1 year from now, if we're both still single and you still like me, then we'll seriously give this a try." She spoke with such sincerity that Chu Shanhai felt conflicted, but in the end, he had no choice but to agree. The remaining 2 days were just as intense. On the night before they parted, Chu Shanhai held Yu Xingchen tightly and refused to let go. His voice was low and hoarse. "Baby, I don't want to wait a year. Can you agree to be with me now?" Yu Xingchen snuggled closer into his arms. "I promise. Just 1 year. Wait for me, okay?" For a moment, Yu Xingchen felt that this young man was rather pitiful. And as for herself, she knew she was being absolutely heartless. She was convinced that this time, success was guaranteed, and her excitement drowned out her guilt. The first thing she did after receiving the ultrasound report from the hospital was block Chu Shanhai on every platform. The happiness of being pregnant quickly made her forget all about him. Several months later, Yu Yinin was born, a sweet and adorable chubby little girl. At long last, Yu Xingchen had gotten exactly what she wanted. Hashtag Chapter 3. What a dutiful daughter. Yu Xingchen gave Yu Yinin all the patience in the world, treating her like a princess and cherishing her dearly. Every day, she personally prepared her formula, changed her diapers, and made her complimentary food on schedule. She played with the little girl and somehow still found time to deal with company affairs. Sometimes, when she was simply too busy, she would take Yinin to the office with her. Holding Yinin in one arm while typing away on her keyboard and handling business with the other had become completely normal for her. She never hid the fact that she was a single mother. Whenever anyone asked about her husband, she simply said he had died. Perhaps her parents really had passed on good genes. Yu Yinin was precocious from an early age. She learned to crawl early, walk early, and talk early. She also learned to cause trouble early. Yu Xingchen had originally thought that once her daughter could walk, her hands would finally be free. Little did she know that this was only the beginning of her nightmare. She had left her laptop on the coffee table in the living room. While she was in the bathroom, Yinin got her hands on it. When Yu Xingchen came back, she found the PowerPoint presentation she had been working on filled with nothing but gibberish. The little girl was happily pounding away at the keyboard while grinning at her. The nanny had just folded a pile of clothes and hadn't even had time to put them into the wardrobe. In the blink of an eye, the little girl had dumped them all into a basin of water. One time, after seeing Yu Xingchen putting on makeup at her vanity, Yinin waited until her mother wasn't paying attention, placed a pillow on the floor, climbed onto the chair, grabbed an eyebrow pencil and lipstick, and started smearing them all over her own face. Another time, Yu Xingchen spotted the little girl crouching beside the cat's litter box with the family cat. Their two furry heads were pressed together, and she had no idea what they were doing. Based on her experience, whenever her daughter became suspiciously quiet, she was definitely up to something. She walked over for a closer look and nearly passed out. Yinin had dug out a ball of poop that the cat had just buried. The cat buried it again. Yinin dug it out again. And so the person and cat quietly continued their little game, one burying it and the other digging it up, having the time of their lives. Yu Xingchen felt that her patience had finally run out. Yu Yinin. Hearing her mother's voice, Yinin stood up unsteadily, a ball of poop clutched in her hand. She held it out toward Yu Xingchen. Mommy, eat. What a truly dutiful daughter. By the time she was 2 years old, Yinin accompanied Yu Xingchen to the company whenever she wasn't attending her early learning classes or Yu Xingchen was away on a business trip. Yu Xingchen had even prepared a special children's playground for her inside her office. At this age, Yu Yinin had become much more mature. She no longer did things like play with poop, but somehow, she had become even more capable of driving Yu Xingchen crazy. The older the girl got, the more creative her mischief became. Once, while Yu Xingchen was reading emails, Yinin kept humming nursery rhymes and disturbed her. Yu Xingchen snapped at her a couple of times. When she turned around again, the little girl had puffed out her cheeks and, apparently in retaliation, thrown a contract Yu Xingchen had just signed into the paper shredder. Another time, Yinin kept pestering her to play. Yu Xingchen was busy taking a phone call and casually brushed her off. The next morning, just as Yu Xingchen entered the company elevator and reached into her bag for her phone, she pulled out an air conditioner remote control in front of everyone. Her phone was nowhere to be found. And then there was the time Yu Xingchen received a dress she had ordered from overseas for more than 300,000 yuan. She hadn't even had a chance to try it on. When she turned around, she discovered Yinin holding a pair of scissors and carefully cutting out the cartoon figures printed on the dress. She had neatly pasted them onto a drawing board. When she saw Yu Xingchen storming toward her, the little girl proudly showed off her masterpiece. Mommy, handmade art. Is it pretty? Yu Xingchen gritted her teeth as she stared at the crumpled painting that had cost her more than 300,000 yuan. It's very pretty. Don't do it again. 2-year-old Yinin could already read her mother's emotions. Seeing that mommy was unhappy, she ran away. Just as Yu Xingchen was rubbing her forehead and sighing, Yinin came back with another dress. She pointed at the flowers on it. Mommy, do you like this one? Seeing that the little girl was about to grab the scissors again, Yu Xingchen quickly snatched the dress away and shielded it behind her. Sweetie, Mommy has to wear this one on Friday. Please spare me, okay? Ineen cupped her mother's face with both hands, looking completely innocent. Mommy, why are you unhappy? Don't you love Ineen anymore? Yu Xingchen nearly cried. You're the daughter Mommy went through so much hardship to give birth to. How could I possibly not love you? Listen to Mommy, okay? Don't touch Mommy's wardrobe or vanity anymore. Ineen's eyes suddenly lit up as she remembered something. Mommy, your lipsticks were all messy, so I organized them for you. Yu Xingchen's heart sank. She had a very bad feeling about this. The little girl had already run into the bedroom. When she came back, she was carrying Yu Xingchen's lipstick box. All 28 lipsticks, whether they had been used or not, had been shaved completely flat. Every single one of them was perfectly uniform. This little Virgo was seriously going to be the death of her. Yu Xingchen was just grateful she didn't have high blood pressure or heart disease. Otherwise, she was sure she would have died several times over by now. Mommy, look, I fixed them all for you, the little girl proudly announced. Yu Xingchen could only sigh. She really wondered who Ineen had taken after. Yu Xingchen certainly hadn't been like this as a child. Could she have inherited it from her father? At the thought of Chu Shanhai, Yu Xingchen realized that she could barely remember what he looked like anymore. Then again, they had only met 3 times, and 3 years had already passed. He should have started working by now. 3 years had passed. He probably had a girlfriend already. She wondered whether the child he had with his current girlfriend would be as mischievous as Yu Ineen. Yu Xingchen sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression, resting her forehead on one hand as she pondered. Ineen was nestled in her arms, watching a cartoon on the tablet. Just as Yu Xingchen was lost in thought, the little girl looked up at her. Mommy, where's my daddy? Huh? What daddy? Yu Xingchen snapped back to reality. Ineen pointed at Daddy Pig on the tablet. Peppa has a mommy and a daddy. Why don't I have a daddy? Yu Xingchen replied. She also has a little brother. Why don't you ask where your little brother is? Ineen blinked and seriously asked. Mommy, where are daddy and my little brother? Yu Xingchen took a deep breath. Your little brother was never born. Your daddy died. Tears immediately welled up in Ineen's eyes. How could daddy just die like that? Wah, daddy, Ineen misses you so much. Yu Xingchen. She hugged the little girl and comforted her. Don't cry, don't cry. Even though daddy is gone, you still have mommy. Mommy will always love you. Ineen sobbed. Wah, mommy, where did you bury daddy? Yu Xingchen frowned and casually pointed outside. The garden. That little mound over there. Ineen slipped out of her mother's arms and ran outside barefoot. Yu Xingchen felt a massive headache coming on and hurried after her. From a distance, she saw the little girl kneeling solemnly in front of the small mound. Daddy, Ineen misses you so much. Her crying sounded so mournful that it really was as if her father had actually died. What a truly devoted daughter. Hashtag Chapter 4, the biological father who looks like a kidnapper. At S City Airport, Yu Xingchen was pulling a suitcase with one hand and holding her phone in the other. Check with several suppliers for the raw materials. Health and environmental safety come first, then the price. We must strictly control the quality. Ineen, wait for mommy. She was giving instructions about work while walking behind her daughter. Yu Ineen, clutching a rabbit plushie, was already about to disappear into the crowd. Yu Xingchen caught sight of the little girl's floral dress and hurriedly gave a few more instructions over the phone before calling out. Did you hear me? Wait for mommy. The older Ineen got, the louder Yu Xingchen had to shout, yet she still rarely got a response from her daughter. That little girl simply didn't have ears whenever she was playing. Yu Xingchen quickened her pace to catch up. Ow, tisk. Someone bumped into her from the side with enough force to nearly knock her over. Ignoring the pain, she immediately looked up to check on Ineen. But those few seconds had been enough. The little girl ahead had vanished. Yu Xingchen's heart instantly plunged into a dark abyss. Ineen, Ineen, she nearly screamed herself hoarse. Pushing through the crowd, she hurried forward. Just moments ago, the girl had been only 4 or 5 meters ahead of her, yet now there was no sign of her anywhere. Yu Xingchen had been doing business part-time since she was 17. Although her company wasn't particularly large, she managed it with remarkable efficiency and was known in the business world for being decisive and ruthless when necessary. Yet now, she was so frantic that tears were streaming down her face. Ineen might be a mischievous little troublemaker who gave her a headache every single day, but she was her precious baby. If anything happened to her, Yu Xingchen didn't dare imagine the consequences. She spun around and ran in every direction, but there were people everywhere and still no sign of her daughter. In her panic, she suddenly remembered that Ineen was wearing a smartwatch with a phone. She immediately called it, but no one answered. Yu Xingchen felt all the strength drain from her body. She nearly collapsed to the floor and, completely panicked, instinctively called Zhou Su. Yinyin is missing. Sister Su. Yinyin is missing. Clutching her phone, she screamed like a madwoman, drawing curious glances from everyone around her. Zhou Su was much calmer. Where are you? Yu Xingchen sobbed uncontrollably. The airport. We just got off the plane. Woo. I was answering a call, and she ran off. I can't get through to her. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? 1 year, a fire had broken out at one of her factories. She had suffered losses of several million yuan, yet she hadn't even blinked. She immediately coordinated the construction of a new factory, continued paying all her workers during the transition, and took excellent care of those who had been injured. But now, Yinyin had been missing for only 2 minutes, and Yu Xingchen felt as if the sky itself had collapsed. Don't be afraid. There are surveillance cameras all over the airport. Contact the service desk and call the police immediately. Keep your phone on. I'm coming right now. Yu Xingchen could only nod while sobbing. Zhou Su comforted her. Don't panic. Yinyin's watch has a location tracker. Yu Xingchen ran toward the service desk. What if someone carried her away? You know what those kidnappers do to children, don't you? They cripple them and force them to beg. Woo, Sister Su, I'm so scared. Zhou Su held the steering wheel with one hand. Don't scare yourself. Hang up. I'm coming right now. Yu Xingchen hurriedly explained the situation to the airport staff. The staff immediately contacted the surveillance room and reassured her. Ma'am, first check your daughter's location. I'll notify the staff at all the exits to keep an eye out for her. Yu Xingchen sent them a photo of Yinyin and opened the location tracker. The restroom. She stared at the tiny red dot on her phone in horror. Her mind uncontrollably filled with horrifying news stories she had seen before. Kidnappers carrying children into restrooms, shaving their heads, changing their clothes, putting hats and masks on them. After that, no one would recognize them. Her legs nearly gave out. The staff member quickly caught her and glanced at the location on her phone. It's this way. I'll take you there. Another staff member had already run ahead, and Yu Xingchen followed at full speed. At the entrance to the restroom stood a tall, handsome man in a dark gray suit that seemed far too formal for his age. His expression was cold and stern, and he was holding a rabbit plushie in his hand. Yu Xingchen's face changed instantly. She rushed over and snatched the plushie away. This is my daughter's. Where did you take my daughter? As she spoke, she grabbed the man's lapels and frantically shook him. The man's cold eyes shot toward Yu Xingchen. He was about to lose his temper, but the moment he saw her face, his expression changed completely. Wanzi, he murmured in a low voice. Yu Xingchen didn't hear him at all. She kept shaking him. Where's my daughter? Where's Yinyin? Where did you hide her? The man's pupils contracted, and his voice trembled slightly. You have a daughter? His hand closed around her wrist, gripping so tightly that she winced in pain. The airport staff had already rushed into the restroom and were knocking on the doors one by one. When Yu Yinyin calmly emerged, drying her hands, she saw her mother completely disheveled. Frowning, she walked over, tugged at her mother's clothes, looked up, and asked seriously, Mommy, are you crazy? Hearing that familiar childish voice, Yu Xingchen lowered her head. Her daughter was standing right in front of her, completely unharmed. Wah! Yu Xingchen burst into tears and crouched down, pulling Yinyin tightly into her arms. Baby, where did you run off to? You scared Mommy to death. Her makeup was completely ruined from crying. Yu Yinyin patted her mother's back like a little adult. Mommy, how did you get lost? She was much calmer than Yu Xingchen. She even gave an exasperated little smile and waved at the man who was still staring at her mother. When Zhou Su finally arrived, seeing Yinyin safe and sound first made her breathe a huge sigh of relief. But then she saw the man standing beside them, and she immediately sucked in another breath. How could Chu Shanhai possibly be here? And what was that look in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour Yu Xingchen alive? She forced herself to remain calm, walked over, and helped Yu Xingchen to her feet. Yu Xingchen finally managed to regain her composure. The staff member said, It was just a false alarm. I'll inform my colleagues. We won't disturb you any further. But Yu Xingchen refused to let it go. No, this kidnapper still needs to be dealt with. Did you catch his accomplices? Take all of them to the police station and interrogate them properly. Chu Shanhai frowned and said coldly, Kidnapper? The staff member hurriedly explained, Ma'am, you've misunderstood. Your daughter was simply using the restroom normally. There was no kidnapper. Yinyin tugged at Chu Shanhai's little finger. Mommy, I accidentally bumped into this uncle. Uncle brought me here to use the restroom. Yu Xingchen looked at Chu Shanhai. Now that she had calmed down, her brain finally started working again, and she felt somewhat embarrassed. Really? I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. She knew that a man wearing a million yuan watch could hardly be a kidnapper. Today she had not only nearly lost her daughter, but she'd nearly made a fool of herself too. She needed to get out of here immediately. She tossed out those words and picked Yining up, ready to leave. But Chu Shanhai grabbed her arm. Wanzi. His gaze was deep and unreadable. Yu Xingchen was utterly confused. What Wanzi? Beside them, Zhou Su was practically digging her toes through the soles of her shoes. She could tell that Yu Xingchen genuinely hadn't recognized Chu Shanhai at all. She quickly said, President Yu, let's go. The car is waiting outside. Yu Xingchen followed her, but Chu Shanhai still refused to let go. Li Wan. Wanzi. Yu Xingchen shook off his hand. What's this about Wan and Wanzi? Sir, you've got the wrong person. ## Chapter 5, Getting Carried Away. Yu Yining said, Uncle, Mommy's name is Yu Xingchen. Chu Shanhai's brows tightened another fraction. Yu Xingchen? Yu Xingchen pulled out a business card and handed it to him. With her swollen eyes, she forced a smile. Yu Xingchen, I'm in the stationery business. I have both factories and retail stores. If you ever need anything in this area, I can give you a discount. Chu Shanhai stared at the name on the card, then looked at her face. Although her makeup was slightly smudged, she was still undeniably beautiful and captivating. She looked remarkably similar to the woman he had been searching for over the past 3 years. And yet, the temperament between her brows was completely different. He put the business card away and said calmly, My apologies. Then he turned and left. Yining watched his retreating figure and waved her little hand. Bye-bye, uncle. After Zhou Su watched him disappear into the distance, she let out a huge sigh of relief. Xingchen, I was so scared. I really only took my eyes off her for 2 seconds, and she disappeared. Sister Su, you have no idea. At that moment, I thought my heart was about to jump right out of my chest. Yu Xingchen pulled Zhou Su along as she walked, talking nonstop while occasionally warning Yining about one thing or another. Zhou Su couldn't get a word in edgewise. They got into the car. They hadn't gone far when they spotted Chu Shanhai standing by the roadside, making a phone call. Zhou Su was about to step on the gas when Yining suddenly slapped the back of the seat and excitedly shouted, It's Uncle. Auntie, stop the car. This little girl was truly a tiny tyrant. Zhou Su had no choice but to stop. Yining rolled down the window and excitedly called out, Uncle. Chu Shanhai noticed her, then glanced at Yu Xingchen beside her. Could you give me a ride? Zhou Su immediately said, I'm afraid that's not. But the Yu mother and daughter answered in unison. Sure, Zhou Su. Chu Shanhai opened the rear door and got in. Just drop me off after we get off the airport expressway. Thank you. He was speaking to Zhou Su, but his eyes remained fixed on Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen found it strange. Clearly, this man had mistaken her for someone else, yet he still wasn't willing to give up. Yining hit it off surprisingly well with him. The 2-year-old girl clung to him and refused to get down. Chu Shanhai had originally kept the same stern expression as before, but with this soft little bundle of flesh in his arms, his expression finally relaxed. He reached out and held her, his movements somewhat stiff and unfamiliar. Part of his forearm was exposed, revealing a small tattoo resembling a miniature volcano. Yu Xingchen glanced at it and found it oddly familiar. Then her heart jolted. Oh my God! She suddenly remembered who Wanzi was. She had seen that tattoo on Chu Shanhai years ago. He had told her that he'd been burned as a child and had been left with a scar. Later, he'd gotten this design tattooed over it. She had even touched it once. The texture hadn't been particularly pleasant, considering how rough the skin beneath the dark blue ink was. People always said that pregnancy made women forgetful for 3 years. Yu Xingchen decided that must be why she hadn't recognized him immediately. She subtly turned her body away from Chu Shanhai, pretending to admire the scenery outside the window. Seeing her reaction, Zhou Su knew that she'd finally remembered who the man sitting beside them was. She secretly sighed and stepped on the accelerator. As soon as they got off the airport expressway, Zhou Su immediately dropped Chu Shanhai off. Yu Xingchen watched Chu Shanhai's figure gradually disappear from view. Clutching the back of Zhou Su's seat, she asked in horror, How could he possibly be here? Isn't he from Tongliang City? Zhou Su was much calmer. Don't panic. Maybe he's here on business or traveling. Yu Xingchen looked like she was about to cry. He recognized me. How am I supposed to stay calm? You denied it. He probably believed you. Besides, you created the identity of Li Wan so convincingly that he won't be able to find anything. There are plenty of people in this world who look alike. Yu Xingchen slumped against the seat, completely hopeless. I hope you're right. After lying there for a while, she suddenly sat up again and asked Zhou Su, do you think he'll come back and try to take? She glanced at Enin beside her. Zhou Su said, he doesn't even know she exists. Stop overthinking. Yu Xingchen spent the next few days in a state of constant anxiety. When Chu Shanhai never came looking for her, she finally began to relax and convinced herself that their encounter had merely been a coincidence. Once she got busy again, she quickly pushed the matter to the back of her mind. On Friday, she went to the Century Hotel to attend Zhuang Yu's movie premiere. Zhuang Yu was the male lead of the film and the star of today's event. As his high school classmate and close friend, Yu Xingchen naturally dressed up for the occasion. She wore a fitted black evening dress with a sheer waist, looking incredibly sexy. When she arrived, Zhuang Yu was already on stage giving his speech. It was the usual formulaic speech, thanking this person and that person, talking about the team's creative process, and so on. Then came the media photos and interactions. Yu Xingchen was practically falling asleep below the stage when Zhuang Yu finally found some time to come over and pay attention to her. She raised her champagne glass and clinked it against his. Congratulations. Another movie finished this year. Zhuang Yu whispered behind the crowd's backs. You're teasing me again. Who knows if this one will even make a splash? Zhuang Yu was a relatively minor celebrity, somewhere around the 4th or 5th tier. He could appear in 5 or 6 TV series or films a year, but none of them ever made much of an impact. He was the kind of actor who wouldn't starve in the industry, but would never become truly successful either. Yu Xingchen smiled and comforted him. At least you fulfilled your dream, right? And you're the male lead now. You're not that far from the Oscars anymore. Zhuang Yu gave her a dry laugh. He really wanted to roll his eyes at her without caring about his image. If you don't know how to comfort people, just don't. Yu Xingchen said, come to think of it, you're handsome, you've got a good body, and your voice sounds great. So why haven't you become popular? She crossed her arms and thought for a moment. Based on all my years of experience developing products, you're missing a personal brand. As long as you establish the right persona, I guarantee you'll become famous across half the country. Zhuang Yu took a sip of champagne. What kind of persona? Maybe I should reveal that I'm the son of a billionaire. Yu Xingchen nodded. Not a bad idea. In that case, you'll have to spend tonight going around looking for a billionaire to adopt you as his godson. The two continued teasing each other when a voice suddenly came from the side. Wanzi. Both of them frowned and turned around. Chu Shanhai was walking over with a beautiful young woman. The woman was none other than Song Qinghuan, the female lead of today's movie. The two were walking quite close together and looked rather intimate. The moment Yu Xingchen saw Chu Shanhai, the color drained from her face. She almost turned around and ran. Apparently, she'd gotten carried away and completely forgotten that this walking disaster had already shown up in S City. Chu Shanhai walked over, narrowing his eyes slightly as he stared at Yu Xingchen. His gaze slowly traveled from her face down to her waist. Yu Xingchen's face felt like it was burning. Before she even had a chance to say hello, Zhuang Yu respectfully greeted him. President Chu. President Chu. Yu Xingchen looked at Zhuang Yu in confusion. Zhuang Yu quickly introduced them. Xingchen, this is President Chu from our company. President Chu, this is my friend, Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen gave Chu Shanhai an awkward smile. Hello, President Chu. You've mistaken me for someone else again. Seeing this face made Chu Shanhai's heart tremble violently, but his voice remained cold and detached. Have I? But just now, I only called out softly, yet you turned around immediately. Hashtag Chapter 6, Family. Beside them, Zhuang Yu frowned as he looked at the two people who clearly seemed to know each other. He had no idea what was going on. Yu Xingchen remained completely composed. She looked at Zhuang Yu and said, Zhuang Yu has a cat named Wanzi. My daughter likes playing with it. I only turned around when I heard the name because it was a reflex. Chu Shanhai wasn't satisfied with that explanation. Oh, is that so? It was a pointless question, but Yu Xingchen had no choice but to patiently play along. She even pulled out her phone and showed him a video of Enin chasing a cat around and calling it Wanzi. The recording date was from a month ago, back when Chu Shanhai hadn't even appeared in S City. Chu Shanhai handed the phone back to Yu Xingchen, disappointment once again visible in his eyes. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Yu Xingchen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Looks like I really do resemble the person you're looking for. Otherwise, you wouldn't keep mistaking me for her. Chu Shanhai neither confirmed nor denied it. He simply turned and walked away, with Song Qinghuan following behind him. Zhuang Yu watched the two of them leave and asked, What's going on? You two know each other. Yu Xingchen rested one hand on the back of a nearby chair. Not really, not really. I only met him once at the airport that day. But, she frowned and looked at Zhuang Yu. You said he's the President Chu of your company? Zhuang Yu nodded and lowered his voice. He's the real son of the richest man. The second son of Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian, the richest man in S City. Yu Xingchen had heard of him. But where did this second son come from? Doesn't he only have one son? Chu Shanhai? Zhuang Yu lowered his voice even further and spoke mysteriously. Apparently, his birth chart was considered unlucky, so he was raised outside the family from childhood. They only acknowledged him after he turned 18. He officially returned to the Chu family this year. The entertainment company I signed with is actually managed by him. Yu Xingchen found that hard to believe. She had spent money investigating Chu Shanhai's background. How could her information possibly have been wrong? How do you know all this? Zhuang Yu smiled. The woman beside him, Song Qinghuan, is Chu Yuntian's goddaughter, which makes her his godsister. She practically wants the whole world to know that she's the richest man's goddaughter. Everyone on the film crew knows a little about the Chu family's affairs. Yu Xingchen hadn't expected to stumble upon gossip from the wealthy elite. Besides being fascinated by the gossip, however, she was even more worried about herself. Of all the people she could have gotten involved with, she had somehow managed to provoke a top-tier rich heir. If he seriously decided to investigate her, she would be finished. There was only one path left for her now. Deny everything to the very end. Although Chu Shanhai was now the president of Shanghai Entertainment, an insignificant event like today's didn't require his presence at all. He had only come because Song Qinghuan had dragged him here. Now that Song Qinghuan had seen him talking to another woman, she was obviously unhappy, although she kept her expression neutral. Second brother, who is that woman? Chu Shanhai replied. Didn't you hear when they introduced her just now? If you didn't, why don't you go ask again? Seeing him deliberately avoid answering and hearing the impatience in his voice, Song Qinghuan didn't dare press him further. This second son of the Chu family, who had been raised outside the family since childhood, had an extremely gloomy temperament. Although she liked him, she didn't dare go too far. Yu Xingchen hadn't expected to run into Chu Shanhai today, and now she had absolutely no desire to stay. When Zhuang Yu went off to attend to other matters, she left. Her car was parked in an outdoor lot. She lifted her dress as she walked out, and only then realized that it was raining. The distance was only 20 meters. It shouldn't be a big deal. At worst, she'd look a little embarrassed if she slipped. Just as she hesitated, Chu Shanhai walked out with his assistant. His gaze was much more restrained now, and his voice remained calm. Miss you, would you like a ride? He stood diagonally behind her and clearly saw her bare shoulder tremble slightly when she heard his voice. Chu Shanhai's pupils narrowed. But when Yu Xingchen looked back at him, her expression was as flawless as ever. Thank you, President Chu, but I don't want to trouble you. Chu Shanhai nodded and left with his assistant. When his car passed the hotel entrance, he saw Yu Xingchen running down the steps, holding up her dress with one hand and using her handbag to shield her head from the rain with the other. Through the car's one-way window, he watched her carefully descend the steps, looking like she was walking on stilts. When she reached the final step, thud, she finally slipped and fell to the ground. Yu Xingchen couldn't believe that what she feared had actually happened. She should have checked the almanac before leaving home today. Not only had she run into Chu Shanhai, she'd even fallen flat on her face in front of him. Sitting on the wet ground, she looked at her scraped, reddened elbow with a pained and furious expression, muttering curses under her breath. The hotel staff and Chu Shanhai arrived at almost the same time. Miss, do you need help? Yu Xingchen gritted her teeth through the pain and raised her arm. A pair of strong hands helped her up. Once she regained her balance, she realized that the person supporting her was Chu Shanhai. The word thanks caught in her throat. Chu Shanhai frowned slightly as he examined the wound on her arm. Go to the hospital. Yu Xingchen pulled her arm back. No need. I'll just put some medicine on it when I get home. Thank you. She turned around, intending to escape this troublesome situation. But the moment she took a step, she fell again. She had twisted her ankle and couldn't walk at all. This time, however, she didn't hit the ground. She fell straight into Chu Shanhai's arms. He coldly scooped her up into his arms and carried her toward his car. Yu Xingchen hadn't expected that at all. After a moment of dizziness, she finally realized just how intimate their current position was. Startled, she instinctively grabbed the front of his shirt. It was the first time in her life she'd ever been carried in a man's arms like a princess. And, she had to admit, there was something rather nice about it. Her voice softened considerably. President Chu, I can walk by myself. Yu Xingchen was a woman who had always prided herself on being fiercely independent. Chu Shanhai carried her straight into the car, took off his jacket, and draped it over her rain-soaked dress. Then he grabbed some wet wipes and carefully cleaned the area around her wounds. Yu Xingchen hissed in pain. Chu Shanhai looked up and saw her biting her lip and trying to endure it. His tone softened slightly. Sorry. Yu Xingchen smiled. I'm really fine. There's no need to go to the hospital. Chu Shanhai released her hand. You need to disinfect it. Otherwise, it could become inflamed and infected, and it could leave a scar. And your ankle needs to be examined too. Yu Xingchen couldn't tell whether he still thought of her as Li Wan. She was afraid that the more she said, the more mistakes she'd make. Besides, her hand and ankle genuinely hurt. So she finally stopped arguing. At the hospital, although Yu Xingchen was extremely reluctant, she had no choice but to let Chu Shanhai continue carrying her inside. The doctor cleaned the wound on her hand, applied medication, and examined her ankle. Then, while writing out a prescription, he instructed her, apply the ointment twice a day, once in the morning and once at night. Pick it up at the pharmacy afterward. Try not to put weight on that foot, and don't wear high heels for the time being. Also, he glanced at the 12-centimeter high heels on Yu Xingchen's feet. Normally, you really shouldn't wear heels higher than 5 centimeters. Yu Xingchen thought about having to go to the factory on Tuesday, and her brows immediately knitted together. The doctor continued giving instructions for quite a while, but no one responded. Growing impatient, he looked up at the stern-faced Chu Shanhai standing beside her. Did you get all that, family member? ## Chapter 7. Don't just stare at mommy. Chu Shanhai. I know. Thank you, doctor. His tone remained neither warm nor cold. Yu Xingchen, however, was so embarrassed that she wished the ground would open up and swallow her. She couldn't exactly neglect her own health. On the way home, she not only let Chu Shanhai carry her back to the car, but also took the initiative to give him her home address. There was no other choice. Zhou Su wasn't around, and Zhuang Yu was busy today. She had no one else to rely on. After her wounds had been treated, Yu Xingchen felt much better. On the way home, she even had time to think about Chu Shanhai. Back then, she had been chatting with him online for half a year, so she knew him fairly well. He had been a hard-working and ambitious college student. Although he didn't talk much, once they chatted a little longer, he would gradually open up. And whenever he was gentle, his eyes and brows would fill with smiles. He had been quite lovable. So how had he become like this now? He spent every day looking as though someone owed him tens of millions, his gloomy expression almost frightening. Yu Xingchen had been sitting slightly turned away from Chu Shanhai. When she turned around, she discovered that he was staring at her without blinking. Only after she looked back did he slowly turn his head away. Yu Xingchen's heart began to pound. She had a feeling that this man still hadn't completely abandoned his suspicions. She pretended to be calm. Thank you for today. How much did you spend at the hospital? I'll pay you back. 332 yuan. Chu Shanhai didn't bother being polite. Yu Xingchen opened her wallet and pulled out 350 yuan. I don't have any change. Chu Shanhai took 300 yuan. Transfer the rest to me on WeChat. Yu Xingchen had absolutely no desire to add him on WeChat. She handed him another 50 yuan. You don't need to give me change. Chu Shanhai slowed his speech and repeated, transfer it to me on WeChat. His voice was cold and left no room for refusal. A thought suddenly flashed through Yu Xingchen's mind. Could Chu Shanhai have been looking for her for 3 years because he wanted revenge? Back then, she could tell that Chu Shanhai liked her. In order to get rid of him, she had even promised that she would date him a year later. Who knew whether this idiot had actually waited that whole year for her? She shuddered. She cautiously glanced at Chu Shanhai. Sure enough, although his voice was cold, there seemed to be flames burning in his eyes, as if hidden blades lurked within them. Yu Xingchen was suffering inside. Regretting it now was useless. The only thing she could do was try her best not to provoke him again. She took out her phone, added Chu Shanhai on WeChat, transferred him the remaining 32 yuan, and then turned her head toward the window. Chu Shanhai looked at her again. His gaze traveled from her smooth shoulders and back downward, landing on her faintly visible waist. That slender waist was wrapped in a thin layer of black gauze. A birthmark was faintly visible on her skin. Chu Shanhai stared at it for a long while, but still couldn't make out what it looked like. When the car arrived in front of Yu Xingchen's villa, Chu Shanhai once again moved to carry her. She hurriedly stopped him. No, it's fine. My family is coming out to get me. The front gate opened, and 2 servants came out. Yu Xingchen removed the man's suit jacket that had been draped over her legs, and looked at Chu Shanhai. Your jacket. Wash it and return it to me. Yu Xingchen. She quietly sighed. Since he was even willing to collect 32 yuan from her, she certainly couldn't expect him to simply forget about the suit. The servants came over and helped Yu Xingchen inside. Chu Shanhai watched her retreating figure and was just about to leave when a childish, crisp voice rang out. "Uncle." Yu Yinin came running toward him from the garden, both hands covered in mud. Her nanny followed closely behind. Before Yu Xingchen could stop her, the little girl had already thrown herself against Chu Shanhai's leg. Two large muddy handprints immediately appeared on his suit trousers. Yu Xingchen covered her forehead speechlessly. Great. Now she had to wash not only his suit jacket, but also his trousers. "Yinin, your hands are dirty. Don't touch Uncle," she shouted. It was a completely useless warning. Yu Yinin immediately pulled her hands away and hid them behind her back. She looked at Chu Shanhai pitifully. "Uncle, I'm sorry." Chu Shanhai glanced at Yu Xingchen, who was standing on one leg, then crouched down and said gently, "It's okay. What were you doing?" Seeing that he wasn't angry, Yu Yinin immediately cheered up again. She wrapped her tender little arms around his neck, getting mud all over his collar. Yinin was playing with Daddy. "Daddy." Chu Shanhai frowned and looked at Yu Xingchen, whose expression had become utterly helpless. Yu Xingchen gave an awkward smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. I'll pay for the dry cleaning." Yu Yinin pointed toward the garden. "Daddy is over there." Seeing her daughter lead Chu Shanhai away, Yu Xingchen shook her head and went inside to change clothes. The garden wasn't very large. Chu Shanhai didn't see any man inside and was puzzled. Just then, Yu Yinin slipped down from his arms. "Uncle, we're here." Chu Shanhai frowned as he looked at the small mound of earth in front of him. There were quite a few little flowers and candies placed before it. Yu Yinin put a finger to her lips and lowered her voice. "Uncle, Daddy is sleeping." Looking at the little girl's chubby, adorable face, Chu Shanhai felt as though something had suddenly tugged at his heart. He hadn't expected such a young child to have already lost her father. It was truly pitiful. But if he knew that the person buried here was actually himself, wouldn't he be furious? He crouched down and asked softly, "Your daddy? Why is he sleeping here?" Yu Yinin crouched beside him and answered seriously, "Mommy said Daddy would miss me, so she buried him nearby. I play with him every day." Chu Shanhai reached out and wiped the dirt from her face. "You're such a good girl." He had always been cold by nature and found it difficult to develop close feelings toward anyone. Except for that woman from 3 years ago, the woman he had been intimate with several times, only for her to disappear without a trace. Yet this little girl in front of him somehow managed to awaken the softest part of his heart. Every time he was with her, it was as though he became a completely different person, not only gentle, but incredibly patient as well. When Yu Xingchen came out of the house, she saw Yu Yinin clinging to Chu Shanhai. The two of them seemed to be chatting about something. "Yinin, it's time to eat," she called. "Okay," Yu Yinin replied. She turned to Chu Shanhai. "Uncle, it's time to eat." Chu Shanhai carried her to the entrance of the house. "You go eat. Uncle is going home." "Home?" Yu Yinin grabbed onto him and refused to let go. "Uncle, eat with us." "I've already eaten." Yu Yinin turned to Yu Xingchen with a pitiful expression. "Mommy, tell Uncle to eat with me." Yu Xingchen couldn't resist the little tyrant and could only politely invite him. "Why don't you stay for dinner?" She had expected Chu Shanhai to politely decline. Instead, he immediately agreed. "Then I'll trouble you." Yu Xingchen. A servant led him to the bathroom to quickly clean the mud off his clothes before bringing him to the dining room. He sat opposite Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen was now wearing casual home clothes, completely covered up as she helped Yu Yinin pick food. Yu Yinin was fairly well behaved while eating. She used her spoon and fork to shovel large mouthfuls of food into her mouth. Seeing that Chu Shanhai was sitting there without eating, she acted like a little adult and said seriously, "Uncle, eat your dinner. Don't just stare at Mommy." Chu Shanhai calmly withdrew his gaze. Yu Xingchen, however, was incredibly embarrassed. She gave an awkward laugh and asked, "Mr. Chu, the person you're looking for, is she a friend of yours or an enemy?" Chu Shanhai picked up his chopsticks, his expression indifferent. "An old acquaintance." Yu Xingchen continued jokingly probing him. "Every time you look at me, it feels like you want to eat me alive. Could it be that she's actually your enemy?" Chu Shanhai raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. Then he gave an almost imperceptible cold snort. "She is indeed my enemy." Yu Xingchen didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she could almost hear Chu Shanhai grinding his teeth. Hashtag chapter 8, whatever you say. She swallowed and continued digging herself deeper into trouble. "Mr. Chu, I think you're a really warm-hearted person, a good man. Are you seeing anyone? I have a friend who's pretty good in every respect." Why don't I introduce you two and let you get to know each other? She put on the gossipy air of a married woman who loved playing matchmaker. Chu Shanhai gave her a sidelong glance. Is that so? What kind of friend? Yu Xingchen, a classmate. She's very beautiful and has a good job. She's a manager at a large company. She had only wanted to find out about Chu Shanhai's romantic history so she could gauge how badly she had offended him in the past. She hadn't expected him to actually become interested in this imaginary blind date, so she had no choice but to keep making things up. Chu Shanhai remained calm, his voice unhurried. Sure. When would it be convenient for us to meet? Yu Xingchen. This rich air was ridiculously easy to matchmake. Yu Xingchen composed herself. She's currently abroad for a training program and hasn't come back yet. I'll arrange for you two to meet when she returns. Have you dated anyone before? Chu Shanhai. Yes. Yu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't still completely inexperienced in relationships like he had been back then, she probably wouldn't die too miserably when he eventually discovered her true identity. The corners of her lips curved slightly as she picked up her glass and took a sip. Li Wan. Chu Shanhai's voice suddenly rang out. Yu Xingchen immediately sprayed the mouthful of water all over him, splashing his face and clothes. Cough, cough, cough. She couldn't even get an apology out, coughing violently. Chu Shanhai's expression turned extremely unpleasant. He looked down at his soaked shirt front, then at Yu Xingchen, whose face had turned red from coughing. Yu Yinyin calmly pulled out a tissue and handed it to Chu Shanhai. Uncle, I'm sorry. Looking at Yu Xingchen's flustered state, a playful smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Chu Shanhai's mouth. He accepted the tissue. Thank you, Yinyin. Seeing that faint smile, Yu Xingchen had the distinct feeling that her plan had failed. She finally stopped coughing and said, I'm sorry. I drank too quickly and choked. That was rude of me. The frost on Chu Shanhai's face had already melted somewhat, and he smiled faintly. It's fine. There was no way they could continue eating. Fortunately, neither of them was hungry, so they simply put down their chopsticks. After Chu Shanhai left, Yu Xingchen practically collapsed onto the sofa. Dealing with Chu Shanhai was truly exhausting. She picked up her tablet and searched for Chu Shanhai online. The information was more or less the same as what Zhuang Yu had told her. She tried several different keywords after his name: scandal, romance, first love, girlfriend, blind date. Anything that might connect him with a woman, she searched. But there wasn't a single piece of news about his love life. This man's romantic history really was just as clean as it had been 3 years ago. Yu Xingchen sighed. Right now, she almost wished Chu Shanhai were the type of playboy who changed 8 girlfriends a week. Then Li Wan would probably be just another insignificant woman to him. But reality had gone completely against her wishes. Judging from the current situation, Li Wan might very well be the only woman he had ever been with. She happened to have a business trip next week. She could simply stay far away from him for a while. Mom Zhang. Mom Zhang. Yu Xingchen angrily tossed the tablet aside and called for one of the servants twice. Mom Zhang hurried over. Mississippi. That suit. Take it to the cleaners right away. Ideally, I want it back tomorrow. Okay. The next day, Yu Xingchen sent Chu Shanhai a message after picking up his freshly cleaned suit. Mr. Chu, your suit has been cleaned. Please send me your address, and I'll have it delivered to you. Asterisk asterisk. Half an hour later, his reply finally arrived. Bring it to me. Yu Xingchen sneered. She thought to herself that Chu Shanhai really was dreaming. She was already doing everything she could to avoid him, and he actually wanted her to deliver it to him personally? Yu Xingchen asterisk, my leg isn't very convenient right now. How about I have it delivered to Shanghai Entertainment? Chu Shanhai asterisk, this suit costs 680,000 yuan. I've only worn it once. If you lose it, you'll have to compensate me. 680,000 yuan. Yu Xingchen was only a small business owner. She had some money, but she wasn't wealthy enough to treat 680,000 yuan as pocket change. Even if you were talking about half that amount, losing it would still make her heart ache. Yu Xingchen asterisk, where should I deliver it? I'll personally escort it there. Chu Shanhai asterisk, Yunjing Villa. An hour later, Yu Xingchen appeared at the entrance of Chu Shanhai's villa, leaning on crutches. A servant led her inside. Seeing Chu Shanhai coming downstairs in a loose bathrobe, she handed him the bag containing his suit. Mr. Chu, here's your suit. Please check it. Chu Shanhai didn't take it. He glanced at her and walked straight outside. Just put it there for now. Yu Xingchen handed the bag to the servant and followed him, hopping along for 2 steps. Then I'll. Before she could finish, Chu Shanhai interrupted her. Come with me. Yu Xingchen was confused. I have something else to do. I should get going. Chu Shanhai interrupted her again. I haven't inspected the suit yet. How do I know whether it was cleaned properly or damaged? Yu Xingchen knew perfectly well that he was deliberately making things difficult for her, but she could only follow him. Chu Shanhai went into the garden, used a pair of pruning shears to cut some flowers, and casually handed one to Yu Xingchen. She held the thornless white rose, trying to figure out what the man was up to. Chu Shanhai cut more than a dozen flowers, then picked up a hose nearby and began watering the plants. Yu Xingchen stood there until her leg was almost numb. She finally couldn't take it anymore. Mr. Chu. Chu Shanhai suddenly turned around, and the hose in his hand immediately sprayed water directly at Yu Xingchen. A large area of the front of Yu Xingchen's clothes was soaked. She instinctively focused on protecting her clothes, and the crutch in her hand fell to the ground. You did that on purpose, she glared at Chu Shanhai angrily. Chu Shanhai replied indifferently, sorry. I'll take you inside to change. With that, he shut off the water and directly scooped her up, carrying her toward the house. Yu Xingchen was trapped in his arms and couldn't move. Besides, her blouse was soaked through, revealing the outline of her undergarments, so she didn't dare move around too much. Lying in Chu Shanhai's arms, she asked bluntly, Is this because I spit water all over your face yesterday? Are you deliberately getting revenge on me? Chu Shanhai. If you say so. Yu Xingchen hurriedly said, Mr. Chu, I really am not the person you're looking for. Can you please stop messing with me? Chu Shanhai said nothing. He carried her into a bedroom and took a white shirt from the walk-in closet before handing it to her. There aren't any women's clothes here. Make do with this. Yu Xingchen could only take it. Go outside. Chu Shanhai smiled slightly and left. With her back to the door, Yu Xingchen quickly took off her wet blouse and put on Chu Shanhai's shirt. She rolled up the sleeves and, seeing how long the shirt was on her, tied the hem into a knot. Then she picked up her wet clothes and went looking for a hairdryer. Outside, Chu Shanhai leaned against the wall, holding a phone in his hand. On the screen was footage of Yu Xingchen changing clothes moments earlier. His gaze was fixed on the fingernail-sized birthmark on the small of her back. The corners of his lips slowly curled upward. ##### Chapter 9. Are you into casual relationships? Chu Shanhai murmured. Liar, his voice filled with resentment. Then he put his phone away and walked back inside. He took the clothes and hairdryer from Yu Xingchen's hands and casually tossed them aside. Before Yu Xingchen could even protest, he had already pushed her down onto the soft bed. Chu Shanhai. Yu Xingchen had no idea what had suddenly gotten into him. Why was he being so direct all of a sudden? Chu Shanhai restrained her flailing hands and legs, pressing his entire body against hers. His voice was low and dangerous. Where's your husband? His breath brushed against Yu Xingchen's face, making her turn her head away. Dead. Not going to find another one. Yu Xingchen didn't dare move an inch. President Chu, you're crossing the line. Chu Shanhai raised a hand and pinched her chin. Do you want to know why I've been looking for Li Wan? Of course Yu Xingchen desperately wanted to know, but she pretended to be clueless. No, it has nothing to do with me. Let me go. Chu Shanhai stared into her eyes and said slowly, word by word, because she stole something from me. Something very important. Yu Xingchen's pupils contracted slightly. Heaven was her witness. 3 years ago, although Chu Shanhai had paid for the hotel rooms, she had covered most of their meals. She had never taken advantage of him financially. How could she possibly have stolen something from him? What did she steal? She asked, her eyes shining with curiosity. A small bronze Buddha statue. It's tiny, but extremely precious. A Buddha statue. Yu Xingchen desperately tried to remember whether she'd ever seen such a thing. My grandmother gave it to me. She was a devout Buddhist. That object means a lot to me. Yu Xingchen's eyes shifted back and forth as she thought hard. Finally, she remembered. The last time she and Chu Shanhai parted ways and returned to S City, she'd found something like that in her backpack. She hadn't thought much of it, and had no idea where she'd thrown it by now. Her voice nearly trembled. How important is it? Chu Shanhai's expression was unreadable. My grandmother passed away 2 years ago. It's the only thing she left me. How important do you think it is? Yu Xingchen swallowed hard, almost wanting to shout, please spare me. Chu Shanhai used his thumb to part her lips and slipped it into her mouth. I think you're pretty good. Your circumstances are much better than that friend you mentioned. How about becoming my woman? I don't mind that you're a widow. Yu Xingchen cursed inwardly. Asterisk, you're the widow. Your whole family are widows. Asterisk. Her lips couldn't close, leaving her half-open-mouthed and looking utterly dazed. Her words came out muffled. No, I have a boyfriend. Chu Shanhai's eyes turned cold. Is that so? Yu Xingchen nodded. President Chu, could you please let me go? Not only did Chu Shanhai refuse to let her go, his finger continued moving around inside her mouth as his face drew closer and closer. We don't need to define the relationship. Are you into casual relationships? Yu Xingchen's entire body jolted. That was exactly what she had said to Chu Shanhai back then. Not a single word different. Under Chu Shanhai's repeated prompting, many memories from those days slowly came back to her. Yu Xingchen had no idea whether her identity had already been exposed. She said angrily, "No." At last, Chu Shanhai withdrew his hand from her mouth and sat up. The moment she was free, Yu Xingchen immediately sat up as well and kicked him hard in the small of his back. She stood, straightened her hair and clothes, threw out a single pervert, and then hopped out on one foot. Chu Shanhai watched her retreating figure, grabbed a tissue, and wiped his damp fingers. A sinister smile curled across his face. Playing with me? Now that's interesting. On the way home, Yu Xingchen blocked every one of Chu Shanhai's contact details. By Sunday, her foot had recovered considerably, so she went straight to the factory. She had recently found a new raw material supplier and had come to check on production. The factory manager accompanied her around for quite a while. They inspected the production lines, looked over the products, and visited the workers before preparing to head out for dinner. The group hadn't even gotten into their cars when the manager's assistant came over. "Manager, someone from Xingyuan is here. They'd like to meet with us." The manager looked troubled. "Didn't they say they'd come tomorrow?" "They said they're just here to take a casual look today." "Today? They'll discuss the details tomorrow." Xingyuan was a new client they had just signed. They had agreed to come inspect the products tomorrow, and if everything met their standards, the two companies could establish a long-term partnership. Yu Xingchen said, "Since they're already here, let's show them around." The group changed course and headed toward the company's showroom. Along the way, the factory manager briefed Yu Xingchen on Jingyuan's situation. "They're a chain company. We've only signed one of their branches this time. If they're satisfied, we could potentially handle the stationery business for their other subsidiaries too. It's a pretty substantial order." Yu Xingchen smiled. "Manager Chan, the orders your factory secures on its own are even more impressive than what I get at the company. Next time I'll bring our sales manager over and have him learn from you." Manager Chen smiled bitterly. "President Yu, it's hard to do business in the physical market these days. A lot of companies have switched to online operations, and our year-on-year order growth this year isn't what it used to be. You know, I've been managing this factory since your father was around. Many of these workers have been with me for more than 10 years. I have to think about their livelihoods, so I'm doing everything I can to bring in more orders." Yu Xingchen nodded. "You're absolutely right. Business is difficult these days. But don't worry. We've already fully opened up our online sales channels. In the second half of this year, we'll start following the mainstream trend and get into live stream sales. So what we need to focus on right now is the quality of our products." By the time they reached the showroom, several people were examining the products on display. Manager Chun greeted one of the men. "Manager Du, hello." He extended his hand. Yu Xingchen also put on her professional smile and slowly walked over. But the moment her gaze landed on one particular person, her expression changed dramatically. Chu Shanhai looked at her leisurely. "President Yu, long time no see." Manager Chen looked at the young man greeting his boss and asked Manager Du, "And this is?" Manager Du hurriedly introduced him. "This is our President Chu. He came along with us to take a look at the products." Yu Xingchen found it hard to believe that Chu Shanhai's appearance here was merely a coincidence. She remembered what had happened when he'd pinned her down earlier, so her greeting wasn't particularly friendly. "President Chu, what a coincidence." Under different circumstances, she would have ignored Chu Shanhai altogether. But the Xingyuan order had been painstakingly negotiated by Manager Chun, and she couldn't ruin someone else's hard work. Besides, Manager Chun was practically an uncle to her. How could she behave so willfully in front of an elder? Seeing that the two of them apparently knew each other already, Manager Chun was delighted. "So you two already know each other. What a small world. You're practically family. President Chu, Manager Du, come over here. We have some brand new products on display." Manager Du followed Manager Chun, naturally leaving Chu Shanhai beside Yu Xingchen. He glanced at Yu Xingchen's foot and asked casually, "Better?" Yu Xingchen had walked quite a bit today, and her ankle was already beginning to ache faintly. She answered with a simple neither warm nor cold. "It's better." Chu Shanhai noticed the way she was slightly lifting her toes as she walked, but he didn't expose her. Instead, he simply quickened his pace. Once he sped up, everyone else followed. Yu Xingchen soon began falling behind. She silently cursed every ancestor of the Chu family all over again. Chapter 10. Going to the hotel. She was the client, so she had no reason to expect everyone else to accommodate her. She could only grit her teeth and keep up. Before long, she genuinely immersed herself in introducing the products to the people from Zhengyuan. Work was her forte. Whenever she talked about products, her eyes lit up and she became animated, and she barely noticed the pain in her foot anymore. After nearly an hour, they had gone through most of the products, and it was already dark. Yu Xingchen smiled and said, "Shall we go have dinner? I booked a table in advance." Whatever the circumstances, she always made sure to observe proper etiquette. Manager Du looked at Chu Shanhai, clearly seeking his opinion. Chu Shanhai neither agreed nor disagreed, so Manager Du took it as his tacit approval. There were 7 people in total. Yu Xingchen had originally planned to ride with the factory manager, but Chu Shanhai said, "President Yu, ride with me. You can show us the way." How could Yu Xingchen refuse? After all, they were the client, and the factory's orders for the second half of the year depended on them. It wasn't until she got into the car that the pain in her foot finally eased a little, though she still frowned. She reached down and gently rubbed it, immediately noticing that her ankle had swollen again. Chu Shanhai turned to look at her. "Does it hurt?" Apart from the 2 of them, only his driver was in the car, so Yu Xingchen didn't bother hiding it. "A little." Chu Shanhai immediately lifted her foot and placed it on his lap. "Hey, don't." Before Yu Xingchen could finish, Chu Shanhai had already removed her shoe. He pulled off her sock, revealing an ankle that was indeed red and swollen. Chu Shanhai raised an eyebrow and glanced at her sarcastically. "Did you ignore everything the doctor told you?" Yu Xingchen stubbornly replied, "It's just a little injury. What's the big deal?" Chu Shanhai smiled. Yu Xingchen was puzzled, but suddenly a sharp burst of pain shot through her foot. "Ah, Chu Shanhai. You animal," she cried out despite herself. She was convinced this man really was trying to get revenge on her. Otherwise, why would he deliberately press on her injured ankle when he knew it hurt so much? Chu Shanhai threw her own words back at her. "What's the big deal about a little pain?" Furious, Yu Xingchen pulled her foot back, but Chu Shanhai grabbed it again. "Did you bring your medicine?" Yu Xingchen took the ointment out of her bag and warned him. "If you dare mess with it again, I'll..." Chu Shanhai calmly held the ointment and looked at her. "You'll what?" Yu Xingchen made a throat-slitting gesture. "We'll both go down together." Chu Shanhai nodded and said slowly, "I want to find Li Wan too. I'll go down with her." Yu Xingchen immediately shut her mouth. After returning home yesterday, she had deliberately searched for it. And sure enough, she'd found the little Buddhist amulet Chu Shanhai had mentioned tucked away in the corner of a drawer. The amulet was now lying in her bag, and she had no idea how to return it to him. No matter how she returned it, she'd exposed the fact that she was Li Wan. But the object was obviously so important to him that she couldn't bring herself to keep it from him. Chu Shanhai properly applied the ointment to her ankle and then helped her put her sock back on before gently lowering her foot. The ointment worked quite well, and Yu Xingchen felt much better. Naturally, there was drinking during dinner. As the host, Yu Xingchen not only had to drink herself, but also had to make sure the people from the other company were having a good time. Drinking was another one of her strengths, just like doing business. She first went around the table with her glass, then listened as the factory manager and the others chatted. Although Chu Shanhai's status was rather distinguished, and he always gave people a sense of distance, he never turned down a drink. Whenever someone raised a glass to him, he simply accepted it and drank. Yu Xingchen noticed that his face was gradually taking on a flush from the alcohol, and suddenly, she had a mischievous idea. After all, she still hadn't gotten even with him for pinning her down the previous day. She poured a glass of strong liquor for herself and another for Chu Shanhai. "President Chu, thank you for having such a large company choose our factory. Don't worry, I'll personally oversee the quality and make sure we deliver the best products to you. Come, let's have a toast to our cooperation." She placed the glass into Chu Shanhai's hand. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. He glanced at her and raised the glass to drink. Yu Xingchen praised him. "Wow, President Chu, you can really hold your liquor." Chu Shanhai said, "Don't just make me drink. President Yu, you have to drink too." Yu Xingchen smiled. "Drink, drink, drink. I'm drinking." She tilted her head back, drained her glass, showed him the empty bottom, and immediately poured herself another. "President Chu, besides Zhengyuan, if any other Chu family companies need products like these, they can all come to us. We've been an established factory for more than a decade, so you can absolutely trust us. You might even have used our stationery when you were a kid." Chu Shanhai looked at this woman whose every mannerism seemed unfamiliar to him. "Oh, The way you talk sounds almost like an elder. How old are you? Yu Xingchen wasn't drunk yet, but she was already feeling a little tipsy, and her nerves were beginning to loosen. She smiled. I'm 1 year older than you. Chu Shanhai's cool expression visibly tightened for a moment before relaxing again. You know how old I am? Yu Xingchen choked slightly. Ahem. Isn't it all online? Your information, hee. Chu Shanhai nodded, raised his glass, and clinked it against hers. President Q, drink. Yu Xingchen downed another glass. The two of them kept taking turns pouring drinks for each other until the entire bottle of liquor was empty. Everyone else simply assumed they were old acquaintances and didn't pay much attention to them. Eventually, Yu Xingchen's vision began to blur. She draped an arm around Chu Shanhai's shoulder, and her words became slurred. President Chu, Zhuangyu is my friend. You're his boss, so please look after him and give him some opportunities. He's really good. She gave Chu Shanhai a thumbs up, her eyes red like a rabbit's. She had spent years navigating the business world and had a decent tolerance for alcohol. What she had forgotten was that Chu Shanhai's maternal grandmother's family ran a distillery, and he'd been drinking strong liquor since elementary school. So now she'd successfully gotten herself drunk. Chu Shanhai looked at the woman in front of him, who resembled a perfectly ripe peach, and frowned thoughtfully. Zhuangyu. Yu Xingchen nodded. Chu Shanhai asked who. Yu Xingchen clicked her tongue unhappily. My friend. The one acting in a movie with your godsister. You saw him that day. Chu Shanhai remembered the fair-faced young actor and nodded. You two are close? Yu Xingchen smiled. Very close. Is he your boyfriend? Yu Xingchen shook her head. He's not my type. Oh, then what kind of man is your type? By now, Yu Xingchen had completely forgotten who she was talking to. She reached out and pinched Chu Shanhai's cheek. Me? I don't like anyone. She paused for a long time without managing to finish the sentence. Chu Shanhai caught her unruly hand. You're what? Yu Xingchen had forgotten what she wanted to say. She shook her head, released Chu Shanhai, and then draped her arm around Manager Chen's shoulder. Manager, did you book the hotel yet? Her eyes were hazy, and she was practically leaning against Manager Chen. Just as she was about to collapse onto him, a strong hand suddenly pulled her in the opposite direction. She fell against another solid shoulder and slowly closed her eyes. Go to the hotel. Those were the last 3 words she managed to utter before closing her eyes. Chapter 11 is indecent. Yu Xingchen didn't remember how she got to the hotel. When she woke up thirsty in the middle of the night, she only felt herself leaning against a burning hot body. She pushed against the body and moved her lips with difficulty. Water. A moment later, someone lifted her up and put her in a sitting position. Cool water was poured down her throat, and she drank the cup with her eyes closed in that position before slowly opening them. Chu Shanhai, shirtless, was squinting at her. Yu Xingchen was startled and took a step back, bumping her head against the wall. Ouch, the pain made her even more awake. How did you end up here? She looked down and realized that she had changed her clothes and was now wearing a hotel bathrobe. It's loose and doesn't cover up anything, so it's better not to wear it at all. Chu Shanhai smiled and said, Didn't you say you wanted to come to the hotel? Yu Xingchen felt unbearable soreness all over her body, especially in her lower back. This feeling was both distant and unfamiliar. She pulled her bathrobe tighter around herself and asked bluntly, What did you do to me? Chu Shanhai got off the bed, put the cup down, and then poured it back up. He was wearing tight-fitting boxer shorts, and his 2 long, straight legs swayed back and forth, which was very tempting. Not to mention his well-proportioned muscles, which made Yu Xingchen, who hadn't seen a man for several years, almost drool. Chu Shanhai returned to bed and said casually, What do you think? Yu Xingchen bit her lip tightly, unable to believe she had done such a stupid thing. Over the years, she has noticed changes in her body, especially after having children. Her body seems to suddenly have needs. She will never get married in her life. She was worried about Yin's growth and could not possibly date other men. So, in the past 2 years, although she sometimes felt that the nights were too lonely and long, she never had the idea of finding a man. Her few experiences all came from Chu Shanhai. The first time was utterly boring, like torture. The second time brought a little pleasure, but because I was preoccupied with other things, I couldn't fully enjoy it. In the last 7 days, she truly experienced the joy of womanhood, spending every day shamelessly with Chu Shanhai in the hotel, doing all sorts of things that would make anyone blush and their heart race. 3 years have passed, and the man's physique is still as good as ever, even more mature than before, making it hard not to have fantasies. But she really didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. Now, Yu Xingchen looked at Chu Shanhai sitting to the side, gritted her teeth, and said, I don't want you to take responsibility. Once we're out of this door, let's pretend this never happened. Chu Shanhai raised an eyebrow at her, looking like a roguish rogue. You don't want me to take responsibility? Then who should I ask to take responsibility? Yu Xingchen's eyes widened. What do you mean? Chu Shanhai raised an eyebrow. You slept with me, and you're not going to take responsibility for me. You think you can just let it go like this? Yu Xingchen reacted as if she'd heard an absurd joke, denying it. I slept with you. How could that be? How could a woman like me sleep with you? Chu Shanhai sighed. A woman who's drunk is unpredictable. You have no idea how crazy you are. I really can't do anything with you. Now that you've taken advantage of me, do you think you can just walk away? His confident demeanor made Yu Xingchen doubtful. She tried hard to recall what happened last night, but all she could remember was that she had prepared to get Chu Shanhai wine. It's not impossible that she forced herself on Chu Shanhai while drunk. However, this is something I absolutely cannot admit to, Yu Xingchen said firmly. I didn't force you. Don't make false accusations. Chu Shanhai snorted and picked up the phone next to him. Luckily, I kept evidence. Do you want to see the video? Yu Xingchen's face flushed red, and she reached out to snatch the phone. You actually dared to record a video. Chu Shanhai let her take the phone away, a cold smile playing on his lips. Otherwise, how could I explain myself? With trembling hands, Yu Xingchen tapped play on her phone. In the video, she was clinging to Chu Shanhai. Her face flushed, and she was laughing like a female hooligan. Little brother, you're quite handsome. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Chu Shanhai's face. Yu Xingchen's brain felt like it had been run over by a car. She quickly clicked delete and threw the phone to Chu Shanhai. Chu Shanhai picked up his phone and scrolled through it, a playful smile on his face. You believe it? Yu Xingchen cursed herself for getting drunk and making a mistake, and gritted her teeth, saying, I'm sorry, but these things are definitely consensual. Can we not mention it again? Chu Shanhai. Okay. Yu Xingchen. Thank you. Chu Shanhai. However, I have one condition. Yu Xingchen, huh? She knew there wouldn't be such a good thing. What are the conditions? Next time I want it, you have to come with me. He said the most lewd thing in the most nonchalant tone. As he spoke, he patted the empty seat next to him, gesturing for Yu Xingchen to come over. Yu Xingchen was driven crazy by him. He wouldn't even let her die a quick death. She could only let him do whatever he wanted with her. I'll go sleep on the sofa. She slid off the bed and tiptoed to the sofa. Before I could take 2 steps, a pair of arms pulled me back to bed. I told you, I'm sleeping here. Chu Shanhai's tone left no room for argument. I have a backup of that video. The man's voice was like a venomous snake. Yu Xingchen knew this matter couldn't be so easily dismissed, so she sighed and gave up resisting. Since the two of them had already done intimate things, they didn't care about sleeping together for a few more hours. Chu Shanhai rested his arm under Yu Xingchen's head, encircling her in his embrace. Yu Xingchen could feel the person behind her gently nudging her with their nose, like a puppy. Her body, which was initially stiff, gradually relaxed after Chu Shanhai made no unnecessary or excessive movements. Just as she was about to fall asleep with trepidation, she heard his low, husky voice in her ear. Want to come again? Yu Xingchen kept her eyes closed and didn't move, pretending to be asleep. To be fair, Chu Shanhai's body is indeed alluring, but thinking about it is one thing. Actually doing it is another. She's just a female hooligan with the desire to steal, but not the courage. Besides, even if she were to find a man, she would never choose a troublesome man like Chu Shanhai. She didn't move, but Chu Shanhai did. He was quite strong and flipped her over so that she was facing him. Her eyelashes fluttered wildly. She couldn't pretend to be asleep anymore. Shall we come? Chu Shanhai's voice rang out again. Yu Xingchen swallowed hard and warned through gritted teeth. If you say another word, I'll kick you under the bed. Chu Shanhai. I'm taking you to the hospital to get your foot checked, not so you can kick me after it's healed. Yu Xingchen. I'm not doing business with you because I expect you to act like a scoundrel towards me. Their faces were only 7 or 8 centimeters apart, so close they could barely touch, yet their words were sharp and menacing. Chu Shanhai. Really not coming? I saw you were really enjoying yourself just now. Yu Xingchen, you're talking nonsense. She felt her throat was a little dry and hoarse, but it couldn't be from shouting. Chu Shanhai. How can a woman speak so vulgarly? The light in Yu Xingchen's eyes dimmed slightly. It's very difficult for women to do business. When Yu Xingchen's parents divorced, her father gave the factory to her mother, and Yu Xingchen started learning how to do business at a young age. Women are often viewed with prejudice in the business world. Yu Xingchen never uses her looks to socialize or maneuver. To avoid trouble, she simply becomes like brothers with them, sometimes using vulgar language in her speech. Even if Chu Shanhai were raised outside, he would still be a pampered young master and wouldn't understand. Yu Xingchen turned around, her back to Chu Shanhai. I'm sleepy. Chapter 12 The Buddha Amulet is missing. Chu Shanhai, however, did not let her off the hook. He pinched her shoulder. Why did you delete me on WeChat? Yu Xingchen shifted her shoulder, trying to shake off the hand. Don't you have any self-awareness? His arm around her waist tightened. You're a boss, for goodness sake. How can you be so childish, deleting contact information so easily? Is this the only trick you know? Yu Xingchen didn't care whether he was implying something in a double entendre or not. She was indeed tired from running around the factory all day and just wanted to sleep. Later, she only heard Chu Shanhai whispering something in her ear, which helped her fall asleep. When Yu Xingchen woke up the next day, Chu Shanhai was not there, but her clean clothes were placed by the bed. Although she was somewhat puzzled, she still limped downstairs, still dressed. Assistant Xiaoya was waiting for her in the hotel lobby. When she saw her come down, she quickly went up to her and said, President Yu. Yu Xingchen put his hand on her shoulder and walked out, asking, Where are the people from Zhenyuan? Xiaoya, I'm back. She beamed as she mentioned it. President Yu, their subsidiary also gave us the order. Last night's dinner was totally worth it. Yu Xingchen frowned. You gave it to us? Xiaoya. Yes. Manager Du said that we need to go through the procedures when we get back. Yu Xingchen seemed to be deep in thought. She knew better than anyone how difficult it was to secure orders. There was absolutely no way she could close one over a meal. Chu Shanhai must have played a significant role in pushing things along. After finishing her work here, Yu Xingchen returned to S City that afternoon. She dared not take her foot lightly again and planned to give herself a few days off to rest properly. Just then, Zhou Su returned from her business trip and, upon hearing that she had sprained her ankle, came to visit her at home. Didn't you sprain your ankle? Why do you look so haggard? Zhou Su opened the bedroom curtains for Yu Xingchen, letting in all the sunlight. Yu Xingchen threw down her pen, buried her head on the table, and sighed. Zhou Su tidied up her messy desk. What happened? Is there a problem with the product? Yu Xingchen's muffled voice came through. I ran into Chu Shanhai. Zhou Su paused. You ran into him again? Did he cause you any trouble? Looking for trouble? I wouldn't say that, since they even gave away their own orders. Yu Xingchen raised her head. He said that I took away a very important Buddhist amulet from him back then, so he has been looking for me ever since. Zhou Su, what kind of Buddhist amulet? Yu Xingchen, bring me my bag, I'll show it to you. Zhou Su went to get her bag, and Yu Xingchen explained, I have no idea how that thing ended up in my bag. It was so inconspicuous that I didn't pay any attention to it at the time. But when he mentioned it that day, I actually found it. So, how should I return it to him? She took the bag and started rummaging through it. Zhou Su leaned against the edge of her desk. Don't return it. If you do, how will you explain yourself? Where did it go? I remember putting it in here. Yu Xingchen turned her bag inside out, but the Buddha amulet was nowhere to be found. Oh no, I hope I didn't lose it. Yu Xingchen became a little anxious. Zhou Su said, if it's lost, it's lost. Anyway, these 3 years have been like a loss, haven't they? Yu Xingchen frowned and stopped what he was doing. This was given to him by his grandmother. It's a keepsake, and it's quite important. She remembered that she had gotten drunk at the hotel last night and was staggering around. She wondered if she had lost it. She thought for a moment, then quickly found the hotel's phone number and called to inquire. After a long time, the other party said that they had not found anything belonging to the guests. Yu Xingchen slumped in her chair, looked up at Zhou Su, and asked, What do we do? Zhou Su comforted her. What else can we do if we can't find it? Are we going to make a fake? Yu Xingchen, we're doomed. She didn't know the origin of the amulet, but now that she knew how important it was to Chu Shanhai, and that she had actually lost it, she felt really guilty. Cloud View Villa. Chu Shanhai held something in his hand and slowly rubbed it. It was a small piece, the very Buddha amulet that Yu Xingchen had been searching for but couldn't find. Her identity had already been exposed. There was a birthmark the size of a fingernail on the back of her waist. The color wasn't very noticeable, and she probably hadn't even noticed it herself, but Chu Shanhai had touched every inch of her skin, so he naturally knew. And then there's this Buddha amulet. At that time, he regarded her as his lover. When they parted, he secretly put the Buddha amulet that had been with him for many years into her bag, unilaterally using it as a token of his love. Little did he know, this person would teach him such a cruel lesson. He still doesn't understand why Yu Xingchen went to such lengths to deceive him. Lost in thought, I heard a young man's cheerful voice coming from downstairs. Where's your second young master? Didn't he come back? Chu Shanhai opened the study door and stood on the second floor, saying to the man downstairs, come up. Luo Ge looked up and then ran up the stairs, shouting, hey kid, what are you doing hiding in the study? Chu Shanhai sat back in his swivel chair, tapping his feet absent-mindedly. Luo Ge came over and picked up the Buddha amulet on the table, exclaiming in surprise, huh? I haven't seen you wear it for so many years. I thought you had lost it. Chu Shanhai took the Buddha amulet and locked it in the desk drawer. Don't touch it. Luo Ge. Didn't you say you found someone who looks like that girl? Have you confirmed it? Is it her? Chu Shanhai's only good friend knew about what happened back then. He was so excited when he saw Yu Xingchen at the airport that he told Luo Ge about it. Chu Shanhai frowned as he thought of Yu Xingchen, who had been vomiting uncontrollably in his arms the night before. He shook his head. Yu Xingchen is completely different from the girl in his memory. Li Wanxian is quiet and gentle, yet has a touch of wildness. Yu Xingchen is only wild. This guy drank too much last night. He hugged me, kissed, and nibbled at me, and kept flirting with me. He had originally intended to go with the flow and take advantage of the situation, but then this person vomited all over him, completely disgusting any romantic thoughts he had just had. After finally cleaning her up and throwing her on the bed, I came out of the bathroom to find her already lying on the floor. I picked her up from the floor 4 or 5 times that night. Each time, I was just drifting off to sleep when she would roll over and lie back down on the floor. Not to mention Yu Xingchen's sore butt and back. Even his back was in terrible shape. He almost couldn't straighten up this morning. She's changed. Chu Shanhai shook his head as he recalled that unforgettable night. Luo Ge exclaimed with delight. It really is her. Congratulations. After all these years, your wish has finally come true. Did you ask her what happened back then and why you lost contact with her? Chu Shanhai said calmly. I didn't ask. Because she doesn't admit to being Li Wan at all, he needs to investigate this matter thoroughly. Luo Ge was even more anxious than her. You have to ask. You've been looking for her so hard. A sinister glint appeared in Chu Shanhai's eyes. I will investigate this thoroughly. Chapter 13 I am President Chu's little darling. Yu Xingchen rested at home for 2 days before returning to the company. Once she got busy, the guilt she felt about losing the Buddha amulet disappeared again. That day, she left the company and drove alone to Little Sun Education to pick up Yin from her early childhood education class. After waiting at the classroom door for about 10 minutes, all the other children had left school, and Yin was the last one to come out. Yu Xingchen could see a big bump on Yin's forehead from afar. What happened? Yu Xingchen squatted down next to Yin, frowning as she checked her daughter's injuries. Yin dismissed it. It's nothing. The teacher hesitated for a moment, then stammered. Mrs. Yin, after our comprehensive evaluation this week, Yin is not quite suitable for our early education class yet. We suggest that you wait until she is a little older before sending her here. Yu Xingchen's brows furrowed even more as he looked up at her. She's a businesswoman herself, and she's better at speaking indirectly than anyone else. The teacher is clearly trying to persuade the student to drop out. She held her daughter's hand in one hand and asked softly, Teacher Sure, what happened? Teacher Sure looked at Yin again. She is very smart and knows a lot, but she is a bit hands-on. Yu Xingchen quickly called the nanny over and asked her to take Yin outside to wait. Teacher Sure continued. Today she brought a little hamster and put it in another girl's skirt pocket, which scared the girl quite a bit. The girl pushed her, and she pulled her braid. It was also our carelessness that caused our little one to bump her forehead and get a bump. Yu Xingchen knew her daughter best. Although she felt sorry that her daughter had been bullied, she still apologized profusely. I'm sorry, Teacher Sure. I'll talk to her properly when we get back. But at her age, she's naturally active. She wouldn't bully others. It's just that her way of expressing affection was a little inappropriate. She probably wanted to share her hamster with the other children to play with. Teacher Sure shook her head. Hamsters are one thing, but she's also brought turtles, dead earthworms, burrs, and other things. Many children have been frightened by her. Yu Xingchen wanted to say a few more words in defense of her daughter, but she couldn't even convince herself. That little girl loves to collect everything, and not only that, she also loves to share it. Yu Xingchen sent her to the early education class hoping that she could interact more with other children her age and absorb some of the atmosphere of normal people. Little did she know that she would bring her home routine to the classroom. Yu Xingchen, teacher sure, I know that the teachers at our school are all exceptionally excellent. You must have a way to guide her. Can you let her try for 2 more weeks? I will definitely discipline her properly when I get back. Teacher sure sighed, looking very troubled. Mrs. Een, to be honest, other parents who watch the video surveillance have a lot of complaints about Een. If we could resolve this, we would never be telling you these things. We hope you can understand our work, okay? Yu Xingchen lowered her head. Putting myself in her shoes, if my daughter had such a mischievous kid in her class, I wouldn't want her to stay either. She sighed. Thank you, teacher sure. What's wrong? Chu Shanhai walked over carrying Yu Een, and the two looked very intimate. Yu Xingchen had no time to deal with him and was about to pick up Een when teacher sure respectfully greeted him. Hello, President Chu. Yu Xingchen. Chu Shanhai remained as aloof as ever. What's wrong? Looking at Yu Een, who was clinging to him like a daughter, teacher sure couldn't bring himself to speak. Well, not wanting to put her in a difficult position, Yu Xingchen said sullenly. Een bullies other children at school. Chu Shanhai frowned and looked at Yu Een. Yu Een shouted. Een didn't. Een just wanted to play with Yao Yao. Chu Shanhai looked at teacher sure and said in a cold voice, don't blame all the mistakes on the child. If children are born knowing everything, what's the point of education? Teacher sure lowered his head sharply. Yes. Chu Shanhai. Children have diverse personalities. What we need to do is to actively guide them, not to pass the difficult children to the parents. If you feel you can't do this job well, you don't have to do it. Teacher sure was filled with remorse. They had always handled similar situations this way before, but they never expected to run into such a tough opponent this time. She never dreamed that this mischievous little girl would be President Chu's little tyrant. Yu Xingchen suddenly felt that Chu Shanhai, who was scolding her, was much more impressive. She even wanted to set off a string of firecrackers for him. She had initially felt annoyed by her daughter's misbehavior and expulsion, but now that Chu Shanhai had spoken, she felt that it was all the school's responsibility. Seeing the pitiful-looking teacher sure, she smoothed things over, saying, this girl is too naughty and has troubled me. As they came out of the classroom, Yu Xingchen pulled Yu Een from Chu Shanhai's arms and asked, what are you doing here? Chu Shanhai. On my shop inspection, I've run into a conflict between a student's parent and a teacher. Yu Xingchen teased, your Chu family's businesses are really big, but the quality is really not that great. Chu Shanhai. What exactly happened? Yu Xingchen sighed. This girl put the hamster on other girls, and their parents protested. Chu Shanhai gently pinched Yu En's nose, a rare smile on his face. You little rascal. Does your head still hurt? Yu En shook her head, looking aggrieved. I just wanted to play with her. Something occurred to Yu Xingchen, and she asked Chu Shanhai. Do you have a collecting habit? Chu Shanhai. What kind of collecting obsession? Yu Xingchen. Well, I like to collect certain things, like guys collecting cigarette cases, figurines, and the like. Chu Shanhai. No. Yu Xingchen was even more puzzled. So who did this girl in his arms get her hobby of collecting all sorts of random things from? Chu Shanhai checked the time. Let's have dinner together. Yu Xingchen had no interest in having dinner with him. No, I have things to do when I get back. Chu Shanhai smiled faintly. I used to study preschool education. Maybe we can talk about it. Yu Xingchen looked at him. Chu Shanhai. By the way, let me recommend some other teachers to you, the best batch in our company. Yu Xingchen can't miss anything related to children's education. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yu En insisted on sitting next to Chu Shanhai. Sitting in a high chair isn't enough. She has to sit in his lap. Yu Xingchen observed Chu Shanhai's expression, fearing that he might become impatient. Although her own child was adorable, she knew that not everyone liked children. Fortunately, Chu Shanhai was not impatient at all. Instead, he patiently took out tissues to wipe her hands and spoke to her gently. Sweetie, there are many ways to like someone, but it's not good to put animals on someone, because not every child likes animals. Enen's chubby little hands gripped his clothes, her face full of innocence. The little hamster is so cute. Chu Shanhai asked, then do you like lions? Yu En, I like it. Chu Shanhai. Do you like tigers? Yu En, I like it. Chu Shanhai frowned. Where's the snake? Yu En clapped her hands. I love it. I love it. Chu Shanhai looked helplessly at Yu Xingchen, and the two exchanged glances, both speechless. Chu Shanhai continued to guide the conversation. You don't actually like frogs, do you? Yu En giggled. Frogs are so cute. Chapter 14 DNA. Yu Xingchen reminded him in a helpless whisper, mosquitoes. Chu Shanhai understood immediately and asked Yu Yinin, then you must like mosquitoes too. Mosquitoes are so small and cute. The little girl's face instantly darkened. Ugh, mosquitoes are awful, they bite my skin. Chu Shanhai smiled and said, Yao Yao thinks mosquitoes are cute, she likes them a lot and wants to play with you. Aren't you happy? Yu Yinin shook her head vigorously. I don't like it. Yinin doesn't like it. Chu Shanhai. But Yao Yao just wants to be your friend. Yu Yinin was almost in tears. Yinin hates mosquitoes. No. Chu Shanhai gently patted her back to comfort her, saying, so, what Yinin likes, other children may not like, and what others like, you may not like either. Don't give them things so easily in the future, okay? With tears welling up in her eyes, Yu Yinin said, Yinin understands. Good boy. Yu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. This girl is usually unreasonable, but I didn't expect her to be so obedient to Chu Shanhai. Yu Xingchen lacked the role of a father during her upbringing, and she felt that she had no regrets, so she never thought about whether Yu Yinin needed a father's company. She felt a warm feeling every time she saw her playing with her poop in the garden and in the little mound of dirt. After all, no one stipulates that a father must be a person. There's nothing wrong with a lump of mud. But now, looking at Yu Yinin sitting in Chu Shanhai's arms, unusually well-behaved, she felt that this moment was so beautiful. Chu Shanhai asked the waiter for hot water and carefully scalded Yu Yinin's tableware. Then he tasted the food himself before feeding her spoonful by spoonful of the dishes that Yinin liked. She sat on his lap, one hand holding his clothes, the other playing with his tie clip. She opened her mouth as soon as the food was near her lips, and after eating, she pouted and waited for Chu Shanhai to wipe her mouth clean. Chu Shanhai was focused on her and didn't eat much himself. Yu Xingchen asked herself if she even had that much patience. Her parenting philosophy was, daughters should be self-reliant. She would never interfere with anything that Yu Yinin could do herself. The feeding thing ended 6 months ago. Looking at the attentive Chu Shanhai, Yu Xingchen asked, did you really study preschool education? Chu Shanhai, of course. Yu Xingchen nodded. No wonder you're so patient with children. Chu Shanhai looked up at her, a playful smile on his lips. You don't really think that's why I'm so patient, do you? Yu Xingchen, or what? Chu Shanhai. That night was good. Shall we try again tonight? Yu Xingchen coughed, feeling so embarrassed she wanted to crawl under the table. She hadn't expected Chu Shanhai to bring up that night at such a time. Hey, delete the video completely. You're violating my portrait rights and privacy, she brazenly warned Chu Shanhai. Chu Shanhai smiled with a hint of roguishness. I've never met anyone like you who acts like a hooligan and is so self-righteous. Yu Xingchen's initial goodwill towards him has now completely vanished. After dinner, Chu Shanhai drove them home. Once they arrived, Yu Yinin clung to Chu Shanhai, not wanting him to leave. She's become obsessed with Chu Shanhai. Chu Shanhai glanced at Yu Xingchen and smiled gently. Then shall I play with Yin a little longer? Yu Xingchen could tell that he really knew how to raise children, so she didn't stop him. The two, one big and one small, were playing with toys in the children's room. Half an hour later, Chu Shanhai picked up the little girl and said, Uncle is going home now. Yu Yinin, what are you going home for? Chu Shanhai, eat, eat, sleep, sleep. Yu Yinin pointed to Yu Xingchen, who came in carrying a baby bottle. Sleep next to mommy. Mommy's bed is big. Chu Shanhai couldn't help but laugh, looking at Yu Xingchen whose ears had turned red. Okay. Yu Xingchen glared at him. Nonsense. Chu Shanhai stood up. It's not like we haven't slept together before. The words had a double meaning, and Yu Xingchen took it as a reference to that night. Yu Xingchen gave him the order to leave. Go back now. Chu Shanhai picked up Yu Yinin, his eyes filled with tender love. Goodbye, my little darling. Remember, you're not allowed to force yourself to share with others again. Yu Yinin obediently leaned in and kissed his cheek. Yinin will remember. Chu Shanhai gestured with his other cheek toward Yu Xingchen. Would you like to give me a kiss too? Yu Xingchen hissed. How can you be so shameless? Chu Shanhai smiled and then really left. The next day, a DNA test report lay on his desk. He glanced at the results, smiled, threw the report into the shredder, grabbed his car keys, and left. As soon as Yu Xingchen came out of the conference room, Xiaoya greeted him. President Yu, the people from Zhengyuan have arrived. Yu Xingchen frowned. Zhengyuan? Isn't their order handled directly by Factory Director Chen? How did it get to the company? Xiaoya. I don't know. I told him to wait in your office. Yu Xingchen nodded. Understood. She handed the folder in her hand to Xiaoya. Make 2 cups of coffee and bring them in. Go keep an eye on this. The company is currently undergoing a product transformation, and even the logo needs minor adjustments in preparation for the upcoming live stream. She's been incredibly busy, but even so, when customers come, she still has to put on a smile and greet them. Chu Shanhai was leisurely twirling in Yu Xingchen's boss chair when he heard the sound of high heels. He stopped abruptly at the door, and after a few seconds, he saw Yu Xingchen with a professional smile appear at the door. The smile vanished the moment she saw herself. Why is it you? Yu Xingchen's voice was anything but polite. Don't sit in my seat. Get out of the way. Yu Xingchen walked directly towards him. Chu Shanhai glanced at the door behind her and asked, Aren't you going to close the door? Yu Xingchen stood next to him, looking down at him. What are you doing here? Chu Shanhai remained leaning back in his chair, looking up at the woman. The woman wore a casual suit. Her hair was neatly combed, her lips were red, and her earrings were appropriate. She looked exquisite and capable no matter how you looked at her. But that expression looked like it was full of tension. Xiaoya brought in coffee and noticed that the atmosphere between the two seemed a bit off, so she quickly put down her cup and slipped out, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Yu Xingchen knew she wasn't close enough to sit in Chu Shanhai's office chair. She was practically ready to reach out and pull him up. Who knew that as soon as she reached out her hand, the man grabbed her wrist and pulled her forward slightly, bringing her, who was wearing high heels, into his arms and making her straddle his lap. Yu Xingchen struggled to get up, but her slender waist was held tightly, and she couldn't move. She could only face Chu Shanhai in an extremely shameful posture. The only thing she's thankful for right now is that she wasn't wearing a dress today. Chu Shanhai straightened up, trapping her, and asked softly, Where is your husband? Yu Xingchen struggled again, but to no avail. She said impatiently, You're dead. Let go. Chu Shanhai looked deeply into her eyes, where there was no flaw. A hint of heartache flickered in his unfathomable eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times, and he asked in a low voice, Why did you disappear back then? Yu Xingchen stopped struggling and looked at him with slight surprise. Is it because you're pregnant? Chu Shanhai's voice was filled with self-reproach. Chapter 15 Corny Pickup Lines. Yu Xingchen, huh? Chu Shanhai noticed that the person in his arms was struggling less. He took a deep breath and asked again, Is it because you're pregnant that you're hiding alone? Yu Xingchen's brain was racing. It was practically burning out. So, Chu Shanhai thought he was running away with the baby? Does his current certainty mean he has already discovered Yu Xingchen's background? It's not surprising that he guessed her background. After all, her age is a given, and a simple calculation would reveal it. Wasn't her initial choice to be with him 1,000 kilometers away precisely so that they would never meet again and never be exposed? Now that he has appeared, it's only natural that he discovered it. Now that he knows Yu Xingchen's background, will he fight for custody? I definitely can't beat him financially. I wonder how the judge will rule if they go to court. Chu Shanhai didn't seem like the type to let this go easily. This, running away while pregnant, is less serious than being found out he was a thief, right? Regardless, she'll play the emotional card first. She'll never let her daughter experience the same kind of parental conflict she went through. She coughed a few times, turned her head away, and her eyes darted around. Neither admit nor deny, let him guess for himself. She does have some tricks up her sleeve. In Chu Shanhai's eyes, this was indeed tacit agreement. He sighed and gently hugged her. You should have told me. I can face this with you and raise the baby together. Yu Xingchen just wanted to get rid of him, so she softened her tone and said, I'm at work right now. I'm very busy. Could you go back first? Chu Shanhai shook his head buried in front of hers. I owe you and your daughter so much. Yu Xingchen felt goosebumps all over her body, but she forced herself to say, This is my own decision. You don't need to blame yourself. Chu Shanhai looked up at her and said, I will take good care of you from now on. Upon hearing this, Yu Xingchen looked as if facing a formidable enemy, but remained calm on the surface. No need. I can take good care of her. Chu Shanhai was also stubborn. I have already missed 3 years. From now on, I will be involved in your lives. Yu Xingchen felt goosebumps all over her body. What kind of cheesy pickup lines did this rich kid say? But the matter at hand is not something she can get away with by simply making up a few words. She glanced at the time and said seriously, I still have work to do right now. Let's talk about this after I'm done, okay? Looking into her sincere eyes, Chu Shanhai finally let go of her hand. Yu Xingchen let out a soft breath and watched as Chu Shanhai finally stood up from his seat. He swung his long legs a few steps, sat down on the sofa, and said with utmost gentleness, "I'll wait for you here. Yu Xingchen, your presence will distract me." She was telling the truth. To her, Chu Shanhai was now a plague god. Who can work with a plague god standing next to them? But Chu Shanhai understood something else from those words. He smiled and said, "We have plenty of time, so don't worry. Yu Xingchen." She sighed and waved her hand. "Then you can play over there." She was really busy, confirming plans with the design department and communicating livestream requirements with partners. Chu Shanhai sat motionless to the side, and gradually she forgot that there was such a person beside her. "My requirements are very simple. I just want someone who looks youthful, energetic, and sunny. Look at the ones you sent. None of them overlap with our needs." "Yes, I know our budget is limited, but if my budget were sufficient, would I need to contact you? I would just hire a top-tier company. I'm paying you to help me find the right match, right?" Yu Xingchen stood up, phone in hand, typing on the keyboard, her face showing impatience and dissatisfaction. "These ones you send are definitely not good enough. Help me check other streamers. Baby, stop messing around." She yelled at the side, then looked at Chu Shanhai in disbelief. Chu Shanhai squatted down in Yu Xingchen's children's play area, gently put down a jingling toy in his hand, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry." Yu Xingchen slapped her forehead. "Cough. I thought it was Xingchen. You go do your thing." Saying that, she turned her back to Chu Shanhai and continued talking on the phone. Chu Shanhai's smile was almost overflowing. He walked towards Yu Xingchen, watched her hang up the phone, and said with a smile, "Baby, what's bothering you?" Yu Xingchen's body stiffened, and she almost shivered. She explained earnestly, "I really thought it was Xingchen playing around just now. I was calling her. Please don't misunderstand." Chu Shanhai dismissed it. "I'm not angry." Yu Xingchen was speechless. She shook her head, sat back in her seat, and continued with her work. Chu Shanhai leaned against the edge of her desk and asked, "Looking for a streamer?" Yu Xingchen realized this man owned an entertainment company. He had unlimited resources. She looked up at him and said, Chu Shanhai, which one do you need?" "Yu Xingchen. She's sunny, lively, and has a sweet smile. Once people enter her live stream and see her, they can't leave and end up placing at least 2 orders." Chu Shanhai nodded. "I'll have my assistant compile a list of artists later, and you can choose one yourself." "Choose for yourself. What a great deal." Yu Xingchen's eyes lit up. "Is it expensive?" Chu Shanhai smiled at her and said, "You decide how much to give." Yu Xingchen excitedly grabbed his hand. The power of capital. Chu Shanhai grasped her hand in return, his thumb still stroking the back of her hand. "Whatever makes you happy." Yu Xingchen sensed a hint of ambiguity and quickly pulled her hand away. "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you." "Chu Shanhai, are you done with work? It's time to go home." Yu Xingchen knew she couldn't escape today. Now that the streamer issue was resolved, she was in a good mood and decided to talk things out with Chu Shanhai. She stood up and packed her things. "Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner." In the restaurant, the two sat in a corner, and Yu Xingchen got straight to the point. "I will raise the child myself. I don't need you to take any responsibility. If you want to date, marry, and have children with other women, I will absolutely not bother you. I will also not use the child to gain benefits from your Chu family in the future. We can sign an agreement and have it notarized." Chu Shanhai frowned deeply. "What are you talking about?" "Of course I want to raise our child with you. I was so slow back then, which is why you've had to suffer all these years raising the child alone." Yu Xingchen interrupted. "I didn't suffer at all. Although my family's financial situation is not as good as the Chu family's, it's still okay. My childbirth with Xingchen went smoothly, and I didn't suffer much. After I gave birth, several nannies took care of her. We ate and slept well. She hadn't experienced the hardships that single mothers face. Overall, the past 10 years or so since her parents' divorce have been relatively smooth sailing for her." "Chu Shanhai, what do you mean?" Yu Xingchen looked at him and said, word by word, "What I mean is, this child has nothing to do with you. You can pretend that she doesn't exist. From now on, we can live our own lives as before." Chu Shanhai was completely stunned. His lips moved several times, but he couldn't utter a word. Yu Xingchen lowered his head and ate, giving him enough time to digest. Chu Shanhai finally spoke, his voice cold and clear. "You don't love me?" Chapter 16, I have a boyfriend. Yu Xingchen didn't want to be too absolute, so she said vaguely, "I don't love you anymore." Chu Shanhai, "What about before?" Yu Xingchen, "The past is the past. There's no need to talk about it anymore." A sinister look appeared on Chu Shanhai's face. He sneered. I've been looking for you for 3 years. Now you're telling me there's no need to say anything more. The chill in the voice made Yu Xingchen shiver. She couldn't believe that this man could develop such deep feelings from a casual hookup. Now, to prevent any future trouble, she had no choice but to play this scumbag woman to the end. To tell you the truth, I never loved you, not even 3 years ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made up a fake name to deceive you. I was just playing around. Chu Shanhai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at Yu Xingchen. The person in front of him, whom he had been searching for 3 years, said she had never loved him? How could he possibly believe that? Yu Xingchen pressed on. I only contacted you because you're good-looking and a student. I just thought it would be a casual fling when I went on the business trip. If I had known you would take it seriously, I would never have contacted you. Chu Shanhai's eyes turned bloodshot, making him look somewhat frightening. So you only see me as a casual sex partner? Without a second thought, Yu Xingchen readily admitted, yes. Chu Shanhai's Adam's apple bobbed. Then why did you give birth to our child? Yu Xingchen said casually, I'm going to have an abortion. The doctor said my health isn't good, and if I have an abortion, I'll never be able to get pregnant again. I don't need to take that risk. She admired her own ability to make up lies. Chu Shanhai's lips trembled slightly. He remained silent for a long time before saying, Then let's be together from now on, and I'll make you fall in love with me. Yu Xingchen interrupted, No. To tell you the truth, I have a boyfriend. Chu Shanhai sneered. Don't tell me it's Zhuangyu. Yu Xingchen, no, my boyfriend is abroad now and hasn't come back. If you don't believe me, I'll introduce you to when he comes back. Anyway, when it comes to finding actors, as long as you're willing to spend the money, there's no reason why you can't find them. Chu Shanhai said domineeringly and forcefully. Then break up with him. Yu Xingchen said helplessly, Don't be unreasonable. He and I are doing just fine. Why are you trying to break us up? Chu Shanhai's voice rose, and his anger was palpable. He's the one who broke us up. We even have a daughter who's all grown up. We're the family. Yu Xingchen pleaded earnestly. These things are about first come, first served. Chu Shanhai, we're not meant to be. We missed our chance. I'm sorry for what happened back then. I played you for a fool. I apologize, but it's really impossible for us to be together. Even if I'm single now, I don't have any feelings for you at all. Yu Xingchen didn't know if she had convinced Chu Shanhai, but he looked terrible when he left, which made her feel a little guilty. But so what? She's a staunch non-marriage advocate, and, to avoid trouble, she doesn't even plan to date. She had joked with Zhou Su before, saying that she would just find a guy to play around with, without any emotional involvement. But when a real man approached her wanting to play with her, she started finding fault with everyone. The only reason she's going to such lengths to deal with Chu Shanhai is because of Yu Yinin. She doesn't want things to get too ugly with the mother and father, and she doesn't want her daughter to follow in her footsteps. She thought Chu Shanhai was angry and that the talk about the anchor was off the table. But the next day, his assistant came to her company in person and handed her a list of artists. Chun Lian handed the folder to Yu Xingchen and said respectfully, President Chu said that you can choose from these first. If you don't like them, we can help you choose again. Or if you have enough time, you can go to the company to choose. Shanghai Entertainment has dozens of well-known artists, many more trainees with average fame and newcomers, not to mention countless internet celebrities and models. For a small company like Yu Xingchen to be able to select streamers like this, it's not something that can be achieved by simply throwing money at it. Ultimately, it's Chu Shanhai's favoritism. She was very hesitant. The company she was working with had given her several rounds of candidates for live streamers, but she didn't like any of them. It's really not easy to find someone who catches your eye. But if I accept Chu Shanhai's favor, how will I repay it in the future? She took the folder. Thank you for making the special trip. Chun Lian had met her a few times and guessed that her relationship with Chu Shanhai was unusual, so he naturally dared not neglect her. Mr. Yu, you're too kind. I'll head back now. Please feel free to let me know if you need anything. After Chun Lian left, Yu Xingchen found Zhou Lingzi from the planning department and looked at the anchor's information with her. Zhou Lingzi's eyes practically lit up when she got the information. President Yu, you're amazing. I know these guys. They've been getting a lot of attention lately. Just sitting there, they have tons of fans. Seeing that she had agreed, President Yu knew that the anchor position was settled. She crossed her arms and said, Which one do you want to choose? Once you've decided, we'll discuss the schedule with the other company. Zhou Lingzi said with concern, President Yu, the people from Shanghai are not cheap. Once we hire them, there won't be many left. Hiring such a popular live streamer with the previous budget would definitely not be feasible. Yu Xingchen certainly understood that. If you hire her at the market rate, she definitely won't be willing to spend that money. That money. I'll handle the expenses. You just focus on selecting the right people. After Zhou Lingzi left with the documents, Yu Xingchen reluctantly made a phone call to Chu Shanhai. The other end answered quickly. Although yesterday's incident was not very pleasant, Chu Shanhai's voice was relatively gentle today. Stars. Yu Xingchen wasn't used to him calling her so affectionately. She coughed twice strategically and got straight to the point. Your assistant gave me the anchor information. I'd like to talk to you about the fees. Chu Shanhai. Okay, I'm at the company right now, and I have a meeting that I can't leave. Would it be convenient for you to come over? Yu Xingchen was about to go out to run some errands, and she checked the time. Okay, I'll come find you later. Shanghai Entertainment. Yu Xingchen had come here to look for Zhuang Yu before, but strangely, she never ran into Chu Shanhai. Since their reunion at the airport, she'd seen him every few days. Yu Xingchen entered the company gate with ease and then took the elevator to the floor where Chu Shanhai was located. When Chun Lian saw her arrive, he warmly led her to Chu Shanhai's office. President Yu, please have a seat. President Chu's meeting will end in about 20 minutes. Would you like something to drink? Water is fine, thank you. Yu Xingchen had a good impression of Chun Lian. He seemed very composed and reliable. If Yu Xingchen had to choose a partner, she would prefer a man who gives her a sense of security at first glance. Chun Lian brought in a glass of water and then left. Yu Xingchen sat on the sofa and looked around Chu Shanhai's office. His office, like him, gives off a cool and aloof feeling. A desk with a computer and file rack on it. A sofa for guests, a coffee table, and a filing cabinet. There's a door to the side and behind his desk, which is probably his break room. Yu Xingchen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the scenery outside. After a short while, a woman's voice came from afar. Second brother, please let me be on that show. I promise I'll do my best. Immediately, Chu Shanhai's cold voice rang out. Your schedule needs to be discussed with your agent. Don't come to me. Star, you've come. The change in tone was so rapid and gentle that Song Qinghuan looked at Yu Xingchen with a mixture of wariness and rage. Chapter 17, Help Me Find a Man. Yu Xingchen smiled politely at the two of them. President Chu, Miss Kong. Song Qinghuan glanced at her sideways and asked rudely, Who are you? She didn't remember her at all. Yu Xingchen had heard Zhuang Yu talk about Song Qinghuan. She was just spoiled and arrogant because she was Chu Yuntian's goddaughter. She had been living in the Chu family and had a crush on Chu Shanhai. Yu Xingchen was no longer surprised that she regarded him as a hypothetical enemy. There was no need for her to introduce herself to this rude person. She smiled politely and said, Our company has some business dealings with President Chu. I've come to talk to him about something. Chu Shanhai was extremely disgusted by Song Qinghuan's rudeness. He said to her coldly, Go find your agent about your schedule. Don't bring everything up in front of me. Get out. He had always been rude to her, and she was used to it, but being reprimanded in front of Yu Xingchen made her feel extremely embarrassed. She stomped her foot in shame and anger and said, I'm going to find my godfather. Chu Shanhai walked over to Yu Xingchen and said, Go find whoever you want. Seeing that even Chu Yuntian couldn't control him, Song Qinghuan became even angrier, but she didn't want to make a fool of herself any further, so she left in a huff. Yu Xingchen came today to discuss the fees for being a live streamer and had no interest in anything else, but Chu Shanhai took the initiative to explain. Qinghuan is my father's goddaughter. She has a bit of a temper, so please don't mind her. Yu Xingchen smiled ingratiatingly and said, My staff in the planning department said that your streamer is very suitable, but the price. Chu Shanhai interrupted. Just give us the amount you had in the budget. This batch consists of newly trained employees, so the cost is not high to begin with. His not tall and Yu Xingchen's not tall are definitely not on the same level, and Yu Xingchen doesn't want to take advantage of him. Our budget is indeed limited, and what I'm thinking is that we can use our products to make an exchange. The two sat down on the sofa. Resource exchange is a common form of cooperation between companies. Chu Shanhai readily agreed. Of course, but Yu Xingchen, Chu Shanhai. The remaining money won't buy much of your product, will it? Do I need to pay you more? Yu Xingchen smiled slyly. Our products are cheap and easy to use. You can ask Xingyuan if you don't believe me. If Shanghai needs them, you can try them out first. If your employees think they are good, we can cooperate long-term. The Chu family's businesses are spread all over the country, including quite a few in S-City. If Yu Xingchen can secure their orders for office supplies, he can basically rest easy. Chu Shanhai's gaze was scrutinizing. You really know how to do business. Yu Xingchen said quite frankly. Anyway, I won't let you suffer any losses. The two agreed to the collaboration very readily, and the specific details would be communicated by the relevant departments of their respective companies. With the job secured, Chu Shanhai seized the opportunity to talk about other things. Yin, are you adjusting well to the new class? That's good. The incident of parents being called in has not happened again. Chu Shanhai. If my parents are called in again, I'll go. Yu Xingchen's brows furrowed slightly. This person in front of her was trying to interfere in her childcare life, which was absolutely unacceptable. She solemnly reiterated, Chu Shanhai, perhaps I didn't make myself clear yesterday, so let me say it again. Yu Yinin's life is none of your business. Just live your own life as before. Chu Shanhai was unwilling to comply, but he already knew that arguing with Yu Xingchen would be pointless. When Yu Xingchen came out of Chu Shanhai's office, she saw Song Qinghuan staring at her intently from outside. She greeted her with a smile, Miss Kong. Song Qinghuan's chin was practically tilted to the sky. After seeing Yu Xingchen off, Chun Lian was stopped by Song Qinghuan. Brother Lian. Chun Lian treated her with the same respect. Miss Kong. Song Qinghuan. What is the relationship between this woman and second brother? Chun Lian didn't hesitate. They're going to do live streaming soon, and we'll provide them with the hosts, so it's a working relationship. Song Qinghuan clearly didn't believe it, but she could also tell that she wouldn't get anything out of Chun Lian. She tugged at Chun Lian's sleeve playfully. Brother Lian, if any suspicious women appear around second brother, you have to tell me. Chun Lian smiled and said, Miss Song knows more about President Chu's whereabouts and interpersonal relationships than I do. How could I possibly give you any information? President Chu is waiting for me. I'll go in first. Song Qinghuan watched Chun Lian's retreating figure, feeling even more depressed. She suddenly thought of Zhuang Yu, so she went downstairs to find him. Song Qinghuan's acting skills are not very good, but because her godfather is Chu Yuntian and her godbrother is Chu Shanhai, she always acts superior in the company, and Zhuang Yu doesn't have a good impression of her. Even though the two had acted opposite each other, they weren't very close in private, so he was quite surprised to see this young lady come looking for him. Song Qinghuan cut to the chase and asked, Zhuang Yu, what was that friend of yours from last time? His name was Yu something. Zhuang Yu frowned slightly. How did Yu Xingchen get involved with Song Qinghuan? He remained calm and asked, what's wrong? Song Qinghuan, what is her relationship with my second brother? Zhuang Yu was even more puzzled, as he had never heard Yu Xingchen mention his relationship with Chu Shanhai. I don't know. Song Qinghuan, does she have a boyfriend? Zhuang Yu then understood that Song Qinghuan had once again regarded Yu Xingchen as her imaginary enemy. Any woman who appears by Chu Shanhai's side will immediately become her rival. Zhuang Yu laughed and said, don't worry, my friend will definitely not have anything to do with President Chu. His child is already 2 years old. Yu Xingchen is a staunch non-marriage advocate, a fact well known within their small circle. As her good friend, he naturally knows that even if Yu Xingchen were to find a partner, she would never choose a man from a family like Chu Shanhai's. Even if Yu Xingchen were incredibly bold, she would never date a man like that. Song Qinghuan felt a little relieved and asked to confirm, really? Zhuang Yu, of course it's true. To prevent Song Qinghuan from causing trouble for Yu Xingchen, he even pulled out a photo of Yu Xingchen and Yin on his phone. Look. On the screen, Yu Yin had a delicate, rosy face and did indeed resemble Yu Xingchen somewhat, which convinced Song Qinghuan. No sooner had Song Qinghuan left than Yu Xingchen called Zhuang Yu. Zhuang went to the lounge. What's wrong, boss Yu? I was just saying I'd like to invite you to lunch this afternoon. Zhuang Yu was also a gossip, and he was about to ask Yu Xingchen what she had done to make Song Qinghuan treat her differently. Yu Xingchen, you know a lot of people, help me find a man. Zhuang almost choked on his water, exclaiming, Yu Xingchen, you're finally going to find a man? Chapter 18 is about to reveal too much. Yu Xingchen waited until he had finished choking before saying, what are you getting so worked up about? Zhuang Yu, you're 27. You're finally going to find a man? Why am I so excited? Yu Xingchen sighed. Sigh. We'll talk about the details when we meet. She suspected that if she told Zhuang Yu now that she wanted to find a man to pretend to be her boyfriend, his voice would be loud enough to be heard all the way to Chu Shanhai's office. In the afternoon, Yu Xingchen arrived at the agreed-upon private room. As soon as they met, Zhuang Yu couldn't wait to ask, why do you suddenly want to find a man? What kind of man are you looking for? Some people are like that. They get more excited watching others date than when they date themselves. Zhuang Yu is one of those people. A minor celebrity like him, unable to date himself, enjoys watching the people around him talk about romance and love. Yu Xingchen glanced at him and said what she could say. Chu Shanhai is a little interested in me. What? He really has a crush on you. Zhuang Yu's voice grew louder with each question, his eyes blazing with the excitement of watching the drama unfold. Yu Xingchen raised an eyebrow. What you're saying seems to have a hidden meaning. What do you mean by really taking a liking to me? Zhuang then recounted how Song Qinghuan had inquired about her. Yu Xingchen asked worriedly, You're not talking nonsense, are you? Zhuang Yu. I only said you have a child, nothing else. Yu Xingchen only told Zhou Su about Yu Yinin's biological father. Not only Zhuang Yu, but even her biological mother Yu Milan didn't know. She only said that he was found from a sperm bank, and no one else suspected anything. Yu Xingchen felt a headache coming on just thinking about Song Qinghuan. She had to do business, take care of her child, and deal with Chu Shanhai. How could she possibly have the energy to go toe-to-toe with Song Qinghuan? It seems that finding a boyfriend is an urgent matter. Yu Xingchen clarified. There's nothing between Chu Shanhai and me, but he seems to have a thing for me. The reason I'm talking to you today is that you know a lot of people. So please introduce me to someone who keeps his mouth shut and has decent acting skills to play my boyfriend, so that Chu Shanhai can give up on me. Zhuang Yu was puzzled. Isn't that unnecessary? President Chu doesn't seem like the type to be persistent or clingy. Yu Xingchen waved his hand. I call this taking precautions. As you can see, I was just in the same frame as him, and Song Qinghuan was already about to eat me alive. If he makes any bigger moves, I really will be torn to pieces by this little girl. I don't have the energy to play with them, so you need to get this done as soon as possible. Zhuang Yu, always eager for drama, raised an eyebrow and said, Why don't you just give in to President Chu and become my boss's wife? Even if Song Qinghuan is jealous, she won't dare to touch you then. Yu Xingchen sneered. If you keep acting inappropriately, I'll hire online trolls to leave negative reviews on your movies. Zhuang Yu bowed to her and said, Grandma, please spare my life. Yu Xingchen said solemnly, Find someone reliable. I don't want anything to go wrong. Zhuang tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, Didn't the class monitor say he was going to organize a class reunion the other day? I remember that the English class representative used to have a crush on you. He'll definitely be there this time, so why don't we invite him? Yu Xingchen glanced at him sideways. Are you solving my problem or creating trouble for me? I need you to help me find someone who seems to like me but doesn't really like me, and that's going to be a hassle. Zhuang Yu sighed. You don't know. It's so hard to act deeply in love. Two people without feelings for each other will look completely different in each other's eyes. Yu Xingchen teased. That's because your acting is bad. The two chatted about various things, and finally Yu Xingchen repeated her needs to Zhuang Yu several times before parting ways and leaving. Zhuang Yu mentioned a class reunion, and Yu Xingchen also received a notification, which was her original plan. A businesswoman like her wouldn't miss such a gathering. Meeting classmates who work in logistics or purchasing at their companies is an opportunity for her to expand her business. 2 days later, at the class reunion, Yu Xingchen dressed up beautifully and drove there alone. Halfway there, she received a call from Zhuang Yu, asking her to give him a ride to his company. Yu Xingchen laughed and said, You're such a big star. Where's your own assistant? Zhuang Yu. You really think I'm a big star with an assistant on call 24/7? I'm off work. Come on, I want to drink today, I don't want to drive. Yu Xingchen turned right at the intersection ahead. Since I still need your help, I'll do you a favor today. When she arrived at the Shanghai company building, Zhuang Yu was already waiting there. Celebrity Zhuang. Yu Xingchen had just rolled down the car window when she saw Chu Shanhai walking up behind Zhuang Yu. She swallowed the rest of her words. She just hoped that Chu Shanhai hadn't heard her voice, so that she could slip away with Zhuang Yu in her car. Little did they know that Chu Shanhai had already stopped and was bowing slightly as he looked towards the driver's seat. Yu Xingchen could only awkwardly greet him. Hi, President Chu, you're off work? Chu Shanhai frowned deeply, his voice tinged with displeasure as he said, Didn't you say you were going to work overtime again today? Yu Xingchen remained expressionless. Yes. As a result, everyone's work efficiency was quite high, and they finished their work ahead of schedule. She winked at Zhuang, urging him to get in the car and leave quickly. Zhuang Yu dared not offend his boss, and now stood motionless to the side like a quail. Chu Shanhai looked at Yu Xingchen, who was dressed in her finest attire, and asked, Where are you all going? Yu Xingchen, go home. Chu Shanhai looked at Zhuang Yu. Are you going home with Zhuang Yu? Yu Xingchen said helplessly. I'll also go to a class reunion. Chu Shanhai opened the passenger door. Give me a ride. Yu Xingchen was sweating profusely. She had been hiding from Chu Shanhai for several days, making up excuses, but she never expected to be caught in less than half a minute at the entrance of his company. Yu Xingchen, it's not on my way. Zhuang opened the back door and got in, not daring to say a word the whole time. Chu Shanhai tilted his head slightly. Zhuang Yu, where are you going for the party? Zhuang Yu dared not refuse to answer. President Chu, it's the Parkview Hotel. Chu Shanhai, it just so happens that I had arranged to have dinner with a friend there, so it's convenient. Since he had already said all that, Yu Xingchen had no way to expose him, so she could only step on the gas and drive off. She was wearing a bright-colored long dress today, the kind with a high slit on the side. When she was driving, her right thigh was completely exposed, which made Chu Shanhai frown. He looked down and sent Luo Gu a message. Change to the Parkview Hotel. Then he reached out and pulled up Yu Xingchen's skirt, covering her white thighs. Yu Xingchen nearly slammed on the brakes and asked, "What are you doing?" Chu Shanhai, "You're going to be exposed." The voice carried a warning. Yu Xingchen wanted to say, "Mind your own business. I'm doing what I want." But considering Zhuang Yu's presence, she didn't want to make things awkward with Chu Shanhai, lest Zhuang Yu lose face. Chu Shanhai turned to Zhuang Yu and asked, "Zhuang Yu, Xingchen used to be very popular with the boys in your class, right?" Yu Xingchen bit her lip, thinking that if she drove the car directly into the roadside guardrail, Chu Shanhai would shut up. Chapter 19 Class Reunion. Zhuang Yu rarely had the opportunity to be so close to Chu Shanhai, and now he had long since abandoned his revolutionary friendship with Yu Xingchen, answering every question his boss asked. Xingchen is the most beautiful girl in our class. She's good at studying and very loyal. Lots of boys like her. Chu Shanhai's lips curled into a smug smile, as if he were the one being praised. Really? And you, do you like her? Zhuang Yu quickly waved his hand. I didn't. We're just classmates and get along well, but I absolutely, positively have never liked her. He wouldn't dare have any improper thoughts about the woman his boss liked. Yu Xingchen cursed. What? You like it when I defile you? Look at you, so pathetic. Zhuang Yu laughed and said, we were never going to spark any romance anyway. Chu Shanhai asked, among the male classmates who went to the class reunion today, were there any who had a crush on Xingchen? The question was very direct, and Zhuang Yu broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered for a long time before finally saying, no, it's been so many years, and everyone knows that Xingchen already has a child. No one would dare to have any improper thoughts about her anymore. Chu Shanhai was not satisfied with this answer. He glanced at Yu Xingchen, who looked displeased, and asked again, will the male classmate that Xingchen liked back then be there today? Zhuang asked blankly, the male classmate she likes? Who? He was referring to Yu Xingchen with the last word. You have a male classmate you like behind my back? Zhuang Yu asked, clinging to the back of Yu Xingchen's chair. Yu Xingchen shouted, no? Who talks about love and romance all day long? How childish. She had never liked a boy, neither in high school nor in college. She thought those boys were really immature. She received countless love letters, which she would initially open and read, but later she would just throw them in the trash. Her father shattered her illusions about all men. Chu Shanhai was very satisfied with this answer. So he was Yu Xingchen's first love? Online dating? Well, you could call it dating. Chu Shanhai turned to look at her. So you like mature women? Yu Xingchen made up a story. Yes, I like the kind of guy who's in his 40s. Chu Shanhai. Uncle was also in his 20s when he passed away. Yu Xingchen smiled and said, you don't understand. A mature and wise older man can give people a sense of security. Chu Shanhai said with dissatisfaction. He's old enough to be your father. Are you looking for a boyfriend or a dad? Yu Xingchen. Everyone has their own preferences. The two bickered all the way to the hotel. Yu Xingchen parked the car and pulled Zhuang Yu away. She simply put her hand on Zhuang Yu's arm out of habit and walked forward with him. Unexpectedly, Chu Shanhai frowned and coughed. Zhuang understood immediately and distanced himself from Yu Xingchen. How could he dare touch the woman his boss had his eye on? Yu Xingchen rolled her eyes at him and walked away quickly on her own. Zhuang Yu lagged behind, and Chu Shanhai asked, which private room are you in? Zhuang Yu truthfully replied, 602. Chu Shanhai nodded and said, Xingchen can't hold her liquor. Keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't drink too much. Call me immediately if there are any problems. Zhuang nodded vigorously, but in his heart he was thinking, Yu Xingchen's alcohol tolerance is better than his. A man, yet Chu Shanhai said he couldn't drink it? There were more than 20 classmates attending the gathering. Zhuang Yu, the class representative who had pursued Yu Xingchen, was indeed there. Yu Xingchen entered the private room and exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Upon seeing Yu Xingchen enter, the class representative's eyes practically lit up as she greeted her. Xingchen, it's been a long time. You've become even more radiant. Yu Xingchen greeted him generously. My child is already 2 years old. How can I still be radiant? But you, Xinshua, are still as handsome as ever. Zhuang Yu had just pulled out the chair next to Yu Xingchen, but before he could sit down, someone next to him joked, Zhuang Yu, you and Xingchen are so familiar with each other, and there's no chance of anything happening between you. Why don't you give the seat next to her to another male classmate? Of this group of male classmates, apart from the class monitor and Xinshua, not only did Yu Xingchen look down on them, but Zhuang Yu also looked down on them. He laughed and said, that won't do. I am Xingchen's diehard guardian. Wherever she is, I will be there. One classmate joked, I suspect you're the one blocking Xingchen's love luck. With such a handsome guy like you by her side, why would she even look at other men? Zhuang Yu said, you're right, if I can't date, she can forget about it too. Sitting next to Yu Xingchen, Xinshua said, you're not a friend, you're a frenemy. Amidst the laughter and jokes, everyone arrived, the dishes were served, and drinking was inevitable. Zhuang Yu watched as Xinshua's eyes lingered boldly and unrestrainedly on Yu Xingchen, constantly seeking opportunities to pour her wine. In his mind, he cursed the Xin family's ancestors for 18 generations. That day, when he told Yu Xingchen to let Xinshua take the place of him, it was just a joke. Now that he sees Xinshua actually going after him, he gets goosebumps for Yu Xingchen. He nudged Yu Xingchen with his elbow and said in a low voice, they're forcing you to drink, so drink less. Yu Xingchen's eyes were full of disdain, and she smiled alluringly. Him? No one present could match her in a drinking contest. Zhuang, burdened by his mission, said in a low voice, there's no need to get yourself drunk like this for him. Yu Xingchen waved her hand. I know what I'm doing. In front of everyone, Zhuang Yu couldn't keep whispering to her, so he could only keep an eye on her to prevent her from going too far. Yu Xingchen, however, showed him no respect whatsoever. Not content with just sitting there drinking, she stood up and went around waving her wine glass around, being even more enthusiastic than the class monitor. When she returned to her seat, her steps were noticeably unsteady. Zhuang Yu handed her a glass of warm water and said softly, what are you doing? Why are you drinking so much? Yu Xingchen took a sip of water and smiled. This is nothing. During her rounds, she learned about the office supply needs of 2 of her classmates' companies. If these 2 classmates weren't exaggerating too much, she would probably be able to close the deal. Zhuang Yu looked at her slightly flushed cheeks and felt a pang of heartache. This woman has been independent and strong-willed since childhood, and her courage is no less than that of a man. Sometimes he really hoped that she could meet a man who understood her, cherished her, and was responsible, so that she could be a little woman with a shoulder to lean on. But all these years, she has always been someone else's support. Yu Xingchen's eyes were glazed over, and she was about to lean on Xinshua's shoulder when Zhuang Yu pulled her back. Go wash your face. Yu Xingchen felt dizzy, so she used Zhuang Yu's help to stand up and helped him out. Once outside the room, Zhuang complained, you're actually interested in their meager treats? Why don't you just drink yourself to death? Yu Xingchen waved his hand with a smile. Enin is all grown up now. These days, educating kids is damn expensive. I went to check it out, and the tuition alone for a decent kindergarten is over $1 million a year, not to mention other expenses. Zhuang was slightly angry. You're not short of money. Yu Xingchen, this is just kindergarten. Elementary school, middle school, university, everywhere costs money. I need to earn some for her quickly, in case I die someday. Pa, how old are you? Saying such things is so unlucky. Yu Xingchen went to the restroom to wash her face, feeling much more refreshed. As she was touching up her makeup in front of the large mirror, 2 female classmates came over arm in arm. Upon seeing Yu Xingchen, he greeted her warmly. Xingchen, you have a great capacity for alcohol. Yu Xingchen glanced at them in the mirror and said with a smile, you guys are not bad either. One of them opened her small bag, took out her lipstick to touch up her makeup, and said seemingly casually, I can't do that. My husband doesn't allow me to drink so much outside. Unlike you, Xingchen, no one cares. You're free and can do whatever you want. Yu Xingchen paused, her head still buzzing with alcohol and unable to process what she was hearing, but she still felt uneasy about what she was saying. Chapter 20, I heard your husband died young. Just as Zhuang Yu said, Yu Xingchen had many boys who liked her during her school days, So naturally, there were also quite a few girls who disliked and were jealous of her. Yu Xingchen looked at Zhong Huier standing next to her and remembered that she seemed to have a crush on Xin Shua back in high school. No wonder he speaks with such veiled barbs. Another person named Zhou Jing said, "Yes, Xingchen, it's really not nice to be controlled. I heard your husband died young, so you probably haven't experienced it much." Yu Xingchen's face darkened. Zhong Huier said, "Hey, Xingchen, my husband has a classmate. How about I introduce him to you? He's in his early 30s and owns his own company. He's a bit overweight and balding, but he makes a lot of money, several million a year. His wife died a few years ago, and he has a 6 or 7-year-old daughter. He's a good match for you. I'll have my husband give you his contact information so you two can get to know each other." Yu Xingchen was almost laughing in exasperation. So now the men who are matched with her are widowed, pot-bellied, bald men? These female classmates, they really have a whole repertoire of disgusting things. Yu Xingchen licked her lipstick a few times, smiling nonchalantly. "I don't need it. Such a high-quality man. How could a widow like me be worthy of him? You can keep him for your own sisters. Hey Huier, I remember your husband is quite big, probably over 200, right? Are all the women he sleeps with around that size?" Cheng Huier's husband is quite wealthy, but his physique and appearance are really not flattering. However, when she got married, she was so afraid that others wouldn't know that she had married a tycoon that she invited all her classmates. Seeing her face turn pale, Yu Xingchen continued, "But young people should still take care of their health. My uncle passed away last month because he was too fat and had fatty liver disease. He was only in his 40s. It's such a pity, leaving behind a widow and her children. It's so pitiful." Zhong Huier exclaimed loudly, "My husband is very healthy. He has a physical examination every year and has a private doctor." Yu Xingchen nodded knowingly. That's good. I was just being kind as a classmate." After saying that, she picked up her small bag, wiggled her hips, and walked away. Want to disgust her? Nobody's going to get away with this. The corridor on the other side. Chu Shanhai came out for a smoke, his eyes peering through the crack in the door to room 602. Just as the cigarette was lit, the door opened, and 2 men came out and entered the smoking area. Xin Shua and the squad leader stood a meter away from Chu Shanhai, each lighting a cigarette. "Class monitor, you still really like her?" Xin Shua smiled, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said casually, "Looking like this, and with such a great figure, you don't like her?" The flippancy in his tone was quite obvious, and the class monitor and he exchanged a smile. Xin Shua added, "You don't know? The moment she sat next to me, the seam of her skirt was ripped all the way up to her thigh. Seriously, I could play with those legs all night long. It's so tempting." The class monitor urged, "Go for it. I think she's quite enthusiastic towards you. Maybe she's interested in you too." Xin Shua smiled and said, "Playing around is fine, but taking it seriously is not. With a child involved, who the hell wants to be a stepfather?" Chu Shanhai frowned, and then carefully examined the 2 people beside him. The class monitor nodded in agreement. "Hey, where do you think this child came from? She said her husband died, but when she got married, nobody in the class knew. Could it be an illegitimate child? Xin Shua, who knows? She's a woman, and she's managed to run a successful business. Do you really think she didn't rely on men? Didn't you see when she was drinking just now? Her chest was almost touching Zhang Chang's shoulder." The 2 laughed heartily. "Class monitor, maybe it's Zhuang Yu's. Look how close they are, like they're inseparable. Maybe it's just that he's a celebrity and it's inconvenient for him to go public with it." Xin Shua, "Maybe, huh?" Chu Shanhai's face darkened, but he forced a smile and looked at Xin Shua, who took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Hey buddy, are you from Hanyuan?" Xin Shua came directly from the company after get off work today. He was wearing the company uniform shirt, which Chu Shanhai recognized. Hanyuan is one of the top 10 investment companies in S-City, with a great reputation. Xin Shua is now a manager there, and he is considered one of the most successful among his classmates. He and the class monitor glanced at the man exuding an air of nobility and were quite polite. Buddy, who are you?" "Chu Shanhai. Our company has some cooperation with Hanyuan, and I know your general manager who quite well." Xin Shua's eyes lit up. "Really? Hello. My name is Xin Shua. What should I call you?" Chu Shanhai nodded and murmured his name. "Xin Shua." He then took out his phone and made a call, which was quickly answered. Chu Shanhai said slowly, "President Hu, I am Chu Shanhai. Your company has someone named." He looked at Xin Shua. "Xin Shua, fire him. It's nothing. I just didn't like him. That's all." Before Xin Shua could react, Chu Shanhai had already left. He stared at the retreating figure, somewhat bewildered, then turned to the class monitor and said, "What's that guy showing off for? Where did he come from?" The class monitor shook his head. "I don't know." Sin Shua spat. His phone rang, and when he took it out, his expression changed. "Mr. Hu, what? Dismissal? What?" The squad leader looked nervously at Sin Shua, whose face had turned pale. After he hung up the phone, he asked, "What's wrong?" Sin Shua stubbed out his cigarette and stormed off to the private room. Yu Xingchen had just sat down when the door behind her opened and someone entered. Her head felt heavy, and she didn't notice what was happening behind her. She only knew that Zhuang Yu next to her immediately stood up. The students next to him watched Chu Shanhai enter, and some of the female students whispered among themselves. After all, a man as handsome and with such an air of nobility as him can always catch a woman's eye the moment he appears. Chu Shanhai stood and looked around, his gaze finally settling on Yu Xingchen, who was standing in front of him with her head down. Zhuang greeted him respectfully. "President Chu." Chu Shanhai put his hand on Yu Xingchen's shoulder, leaned down, and asked softly, "Baby, are you drunk?" His tone was so gentle that it made the other female classmates blush and their hearts race. Yu Xingchen raised her head. Her eyes glazed over as she looked at Chu Shanhai. Her vision blurred, and she saw only a handsome, gentle man standing before her. She reached out and patted his face, smiling alluringly. "My dear little brother." Zhuang Yu, standing to the side, secretly worried for her. Chu Shanhai's voice remained gentle. "You're drunk. Go home." He then helped Yu Xingchen up. The liquor had a strong after effect, and Yu Xingchen felt dizzy and lightheaded. As soon as she stood up, she leaned against Chu Shanhai. The man was broad-shouldered and strong, and it felt extremely comfortable to lean against him. Yu Xingchen even rubbed against him. Chu Shanhai held her waist to prevent her from falling and looked up at everyone, saying, "My Xingchen has had too much to drink. I'll take her home first. This meal will be on my tab. Everyone, please enjoy yourselves." As he spoke, he helped Yu Xingchen walk out. The drunken Yu Xingchen was unsteady on her feet and couldn't stand steadily. Chu Shanhai sighed slightly and picked her up in his arms. He had only taken 2 steps when he ran into Sin Shua, who was storming in angrily. When Sin Shua saw Yu Xingchen lying in Chu Shanhai's arms, he almost instantly understood why he was being targeted. Chu Shanhai's aura was too powerful. He glanced at Sin Shua sideways, and Sin Shua's question stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. Someone grabbed Zhuang, who was about to leave, and asked, "Who is this guy? He's so arrogant." Zhuang Yu, holding Yu Xingchen's bag, said, "My boss." Zhuang Yu works at Shanghai Entertainment, which many of his female classmates know. Shanghai is a business owned by the Chu family, as everyone knows. Everyone clicked their tongues in amazement, pondering Chu Shanhai's words from earlier. If they hadn't misheard, his name was Yu Xingchen, baby? Chapter 21, we'll get our marriage certificate soon. Zhong Huier and Zhou Jing exchanged a glance, their faces turning green. One classmate said, "I never expected Yu Xingchen to get together with the Chu family. Could that child be Chu Shanhai's?" Another said, "How is that possible? The child is so big already. If it really is his, how could no one have known for so long? Could it be because she gave birth to a girl that she couldn't enter the Chu family?" But judging from the way young Master Chu looked just now, he was clearly heartbroken, not like someone who wouldn't be given a title. During the meal, everyone made many speculations, and the one who regretted it the most was Sin Shua. He drank a few glasses of wine and started talking nonsense and making inappropriate remarks about Yu Xingchen, but Chu Shanhai overheard everything. He no longer dares to hope that he can return to Honyuan. He only hopes that his future path in the industry will not be completely blocked by Chu Shanhai. On the other side, Chu Shanhai carried Yu Xingchen directly to the garage. Zhuang Yu received orders from Chu Shanhai to take care of Yu Xingchen today, so he didn't drink a drop of alcohol and is now acting as the driver. Yu Xingchen sat in the back seat of the car, leaning against Chu Shanhai. Chu Shanhai tidied her hair and pulled up her skirt to cover her legs. Zhuang dared not look around and sat motionless in the front row. "Mr. Chu, shall we take Xingchen home now?" Chu Shanhai glanced at the person in his arms with their eyes closed. Yunjing Villa. Zhuang thought to himself, is the boss going to take Yu Xingchen back to his house? He's really bold. He wasn't worried about his boss taking advantage of Yu Xingchen. After all, as far as he knew, although Chu Shanhai had a background like the Chu family and was more handsome and knowledgeable than the average person, his private life was very clean, and he didn't even have a rumored girlfriend. Yu Xingchen is really going to get together with him. She won't lose out, but Can Chu Shanhai accept a relationship without marriage? Zhuang Yu frowned and drove off. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw Chu Shanhai carefully protecting Yu Xingchen. He gritted his teeth and mustered his courage to say, President Chu, Xingchen is a good girl. If you can't give her the stability she wants, could you please not bother her? Chu Shanhai raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze from Yu Xingchen's face to Zhuang Yu's back. Peaceful? What constitutes peace and stability? Zhuang Yu, you probably know about her situation. She has a daughter. Can your family accept her? When Yu Yinyin was mentioned, a faint smile appeared on Chu Shanhai's lips. No one else can make decisions for me. Zhuang Yu nodded. She seems carefree, but she really works very hard. Chu Shanhai. She said she has a boyfriend. Is that true? He figured Zhuang Yu wouldn't dare lie to him. Zhuang Yu focused on driving. Let her talk about these things with you herself. I can't get involved. He didn't want to offend either his boss or his friends. Chu Shanhai didn't ask any more questions, only saying, if she has any problems, you must tell me in time. When the car arrived at Yunjing Villa, Chu Shanhai picked up Yu Xingchen. A cold wind blew, and Yu Xingchen shrank into Chu Shanhai's arms. Chu Shanhai looked down at the person in his arms, his feelings complicated. Yu Xingchen lay on the large, soft bed and immediately curled up into a ball, like a shrimp. Chu Shanhai looked at the sequin dress covering her body, thought for a moment, and then placed his hand on the zipper on her side waist. When Yu Xingchen woke up, there was only a faint light in front of her. She moved slightly, and the person lying next to her immediately sat up. Xingchen. Yu Xingchen opened her eyes and looked at the blurry outline in front of her. Chu Shanhai turned on the light, and Yu Xingchen raised her hand to cover her eyes and tilted her head to the side. Shaking, she mumbled, trying to sit up. Chu Shanhai quickly helped her up. Would you like some water? Yu Xingchen hummed in response, and only then did she get a clear look at the person in front of her. She shrank back warily and asked, What are you doing here? Chu Shanhai got out of bed to fetch water, handed the glass to her, and said casually, You drank too much, so I brought you back. Yu Xingchen looked at the women's pajamas she was wearing, clutching her chest. Who changed them? Chu Shanhai. Me. Yu Xingchen angrily retorted. You filthy scoundrel. Chu Shanhai scoffed. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Yu Xingchen's face flushed as she recalled what happened last time. You still can't sleep next to me. I told you I have a boyfriend. Chu Shanhai felt no shame whatsoever for interfering in someone else's relationship. He sat cross-legged on the bed and looked at Yu Xingchen. I've already said it, you're mine. He reached out and snatched the empty water glass from her hand, placing it on the bedside table. Before she could react, he pounced on her and threw her onto the bed, his voice low and deep. Do you feel sore and weak this time? Zhang Erdwa actually tried to sense it based on those words, and it seemed nothing. She reached out and pushed Chu Shanhai. Get out of the way, I want to go home. This is your home. As soon as Chu Shanhai finished speaking, a burning kiss landed on Yu Xingchen's earlobe. Yu Xingchen shuddered and suddenly felt all the bones in her body go limp. Get out of my way. She was still saying no, but her voice was involuntarily soft and delicate. Chu Shanhai grabbed her fidgeting hand. This time I won't let go. Yu Xingchen initially maintained some rationality, playing the role of a woman with a boyfriend. However, the lingering effects of alcohol and Chu Shanhai's seduction caused her to completely lose herself, drifting aimlessly in a whirlwind of emotions. Chu Shanhai was as if under a spell, tormenting the person repeatedly. By the time he finally let go, it was already dawn. He held the dying person in his arms and murmured contentedly, You are mine. When Yu Xingchen woke up again, her whole body was in excruciating pain. With no one around her, a sense of desolation washed over her. Had Chu Shanhai taken advantage of her and run away? She got up and went to the bathroom, washing up while scolding herself for losing her temper. How was she going to sever ties with Chu Shanhai now? She came out of the bathroom, saw a set of women's clothes on the bedside table, put them on, and went downstairs. She found Chu Shanhai sitting in the living room with a laptop in front of him, seemingly working. Hearing the sound, he immediately stood up and went to greet him. You're awake. His face was beaming with a satisfied smile. Yu Xingchen rubbed his temples. Take me back. Chu Shanhai. Are you hungry? Eat something first. They each talked about their own things, and in the end, Yu Xingchen was pulled by him to the restaurant. It's already 1 p.m., and she's really hungry. The maid brought out the hot food, and Yu Xingchen said while eating, I was drunk last night. Like I said, let's not bother each other and pretend nothing happened. Chu Shanhai frowned at her. How could you drink so much? Yu Xingchen knew Zhuang Yu was there, which is why she drank so freely. Under normal circumstances, she knows how to behave properly. But last night, this kid got lucky. Yu Xingchen said bluntly, mind your own business. Chu Shanhai raised an eyebrow at her. Your boyfriend didn't call once last night. Yu Xingchen replied calmly. Yes, we have a time difference, so we always arrange a time to contact each other. Chu Shanhai. Then how are you going to explain your affair to him? Yu Xingchen. That's my business. She ate the vegetables and drank the soup in a hurry, filling her stomach. Chu Shanhai. Break up with him. Yu Xingchen glanced at him, her gaze as if she were looking at someone who was seriously ill. Chu Shanhai. Otherwise, I'll tell him about us. Although he wasn't sure if Yu Xingchen really had a boyfriend, even if she did, he was absolutely capable of standing up to the original wife and asking her to give up on the relationship. Yu Xingchen finished her rice in a few bites, stood up, and said, We'll get our marriage certificate as soon as he gets back, so don't mess it up. Chu Shanhai sneered. We'll talk about it once we get it. Chapter 22, she acted like she'd never seen a man before. Yu Xingchen walked out. Take me back. Chu Shanhai got up and followed her. What do you think of using this room as a children's room? Would Enin like it? Yu Xingchen was too lazy to deal with him, so she picked up her phone to call Zhou Su to pick her up. It's hard to hail a taxi near this villa area, so she wouldn't be foolish enough to walk out in high heels. The phone call had just been made when someone appeared at the door. Second brother, why didn't you go today? What are you doing here? Song Qinghuan's voice suddenly changed from warm to cold and questioning. Yu Xingchen frowned instantly. She covered the phone's microphone and gave the address. After hanging up, she coughed twice and forced an explanation. Ms. Song, I'm here to talk to President Chu about some work-related matters. She was without makeup, dressed very casually, and clearly not in work attire. Not to mention the blatant hickeys on her fair neck. Talking about work while looking like this was probably the worst lie she'd ever told. Chu Shanhai walked over and gave Song Qinghuan a cold look. Who sent you here? Song Qinghuan's delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, her voice trembling. Second brother, how could you be with her? Do you know her child is already 2 years old? Upon hearing this, Chu Shanhai's expression shifted from doubt to displeasure. Because of his background, his adoptive parents didn't interfere much in his affairs, and he had always hated others meddling in his business, especially a young girl like her. His voice was icy. What business is it of yours to tell me what to do? Go back. Yu Xingchen had no interest in watching them argue. She didn't even care if her feet hurt anymore. She left with a, I'm leaving now. Before he could even step out the door, Chu Shanhai grabbed him. I'll take you back. With Song Qinghuan around, Chu Shanhai didn't want to say anything more to Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen waved her hands repeatedly. No need. No need. You two can chat slowly. She practically ran away as she spoke, and thoughtfully closed the door behind her for Chu Shanhai. Song Qinghuan's loud and boisterous personality was indeed not likable. Yu Xingchen almost burst out laughing when she thought of the headache Chu Shanhai had when facing her. When Chu Shanhai opened the door, he saw Yu Xingchen already running out of his house's iron gate in high heels, and his displeasure deepened. Am I a virus? We've already had sex. Why am I running away so fast? He returned to the hall with a frown and saw Song Qinghuan standing there with a pout. Song Qinghuan now looked ingratiating. Second brother, I'm not meddling in your business. It's just that this woman is not suitable for you. She didn't dare to offend Chu Shanhai at all. She was just too excited when she saw Yu Xingchen, which is why she spoke recklessly and in a confrontational tone. Chu Shanhai sat down on the sofa. Oh, then tell me, what kind of woman is suitable for me? Seeing that his attitude had softened considerably, Song Qinghuan mustered her courage and said, I heard from her friend that this woman is already married and has children. You are not good enough for a woman like her. If your godfather finds out, he will be furious. Chu Shanhai glanced at her sideways and said slowly, You went to inquire about her situation? Song Qinghuan choked for a moment, then paused. No, we just chatted for a bit while we were working. Chu Shanhai snorted coldly. If you want to gossip, I won't stop you, but if you dare to gossip about it in front of my dad, don't blame me for being impolite. He stood up. Don't come here unless it's important. He then went upstairs. Yu Xingchen ran a short distance after leaving Chu Shanhai's courtyard before stopping. She let out a breath, found a rock by the roadside to sit down, and called Zhuang Yu to confront him. Zhuang asked in a light voice, What's wrong, beautiful lady? Yu Xingchen gritted her teeth. You bastard, you betrayed your friend for personal gain. Why did you dump me on Chu Shanhai? Zhuang Yu. Oh, you're only getting up now, miss? Were you exhausted last night? The two have always spoken without reservation, and their feelings have transcended gender. Yu Xingchen wanted nothing more than to reach through the phone line and grab Zhuang Yu by the neck. I already said I wanted to get rid of him. And you're acting like I offered myself up. Zhuang Yu sighed. You really don't know what kind of person you are when you're drunk? You're like glued to him. I can't even pry you off. And you keep flirting with him, saying things like, little brother, you're so handsome. Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? Little brother, how about I be your girlfriend? Yu Xingchen, you've made me lose all face, and I have to use all my acting skills to explain to him that you're not usually like this. You won't even kneel down to thank me, and now you're blaming me. Her tone was full of grievance. Yu Xingchen felt a chill run down her spine. Her earlier arrogance subsided considerably, but she still stubbornly insisted, don't try to fool me. Zhuang Yu, you have surveillance cameras in your car. If you're not afraid of embarrassment, just look at them yourself. I get goosebumps just thinking about what happened yesterday. It was like I'd never seen a man before. Son, Yu Xingchen began to feel guilty. It can't be that bad, can it? Zhuang sighed like an old father and said earnestly, Xingchen, you really should find a boyfriend. I don't want to see you like that last night a second time. Yu Xingchen was filled with regret. She rarely got drunk, but the last 2 times, Chu Shanhai had caught her drunk. She hung up the phone and sat by the roadside to meditate. If Chu Shanhai thought she was a woman with a chaotic private life, would he let her go? After all, with his family background, he probably wouldn't accept a dissolute woman. When Zhou Su arrived, Yu Xingchen already had her own little tricks up her sleeve. Zhou Su rolled down the car window, frowned, and looked Yu Xingchen up and down. Judging from your appearance, you didn't come home last night, did you? Yu Xingchen stood up and patted her numb legs. Stop talking. This is so unlucky. On the way, she recounted what had happened the previous night, concluding, now I'm going to do 2 things. First, find a few more boyfriends and become a fickle, womanizing woman. Second, try to match him up with his little fangirl, Song Qinghuan. Zhou Su, is this really necessary? Yu Xingchen rested her elbows on the car window, exhausted. I don't want to talk about relationships, especially with him. Their family would be too much trouble. Zhou Su nodded. It was my mistake. I didn't investigate it properly back then. Yu Xingchen shook her head. With their family's wealth, how could you possibly find out that much? So many people were investigated, all from other cities. Who knew that after all the selection, the person who was chosen would be so close to her? It must have been destined. She can't see through it now. Chapter 23 Fake Marriage. Shanghai Entertainment. Song Qinghuan carried her water cup and leisurely went to the artist practice room. Most people in the company knew about her relationship with the Chu family, and now that she had arrived, many of them went to greet her. Song Qinghuan smiled and said to a young girl, Xiao Xiao, I heard you did a live stream about office supplies? The girl named Xiao Xiao said, Yes, Sister Huan, I just received the notice too. Song Qinghuan smiled warmly and gently. That's a friend's company, so you have to give me face and show your best. Her pleading tone flattered Xiao Xiao. Of course. Even if Sister Huan didn't ask, I would still do my best. Besides, she's Sister Huan's friend. Song Qinghuan thoroughly enjoyed the vanity of being treated like a pampered young lady by those around her. Despite her own lack of professional skills, she still gave the artist in front of her some pointers in a seemingly professional manner before leaving satisfied. Yu Xingchen no longer dared to entrust the matter of finding a boyfriend to Zhuang Yu. This man was not very reliable when it came to capital, so she could only turn to Zhou Su. Seeing that she was really going to be a bad girl, Zhou Su frowned and tentatively said, Actually, since your relationship with him has developed to this point, why don't you give it a try? Yu Xingchen, putting aside the fact that I don't have any romantic feelings for him, just the thought of his family interfering in our relationship makes my life feel like it's going to be a complete mess. I finally had a few years of peace and quiet, and I will never willingly jump into a fire pit again. Zhou Su, but Chu Shanhai doesn't seem like the kind of person who would let this go easily. Yu Xingchen, I can't worry about all that right now. I'd better find someone I can have a fake marriage with. Zhou Su frowned even more. What are you talking about? Haven't you been shouting about being a non-marriage advocate all the time? Now you're saying you want to find someone to have a fake marriage with. Yu Xingchen waved his hand and said, This fake marriage is to avoid actually marrying Chu Shanhai. As long as the money is right, I believe things can be handled very well. Hurry up and find someone for me. Zhou Su was calmer than her. Things aren't that simple. Admittedly, if you get married, Chu Shanhai will most likely stop bothering you. But if you get a fake certificate, do you think Chu Shanhai, with his power, won't be able to find out? Yu Xingchen squinted. Are you really going to get a marriage certificate? Zhou Su. If you really get the marriage certificate, besides Zhuang Yu, do you dare to trust any other man? If you get the certificate and then break up, won't he skin you alive? Your family isn't exactly poor. Are you willing to let someone else take half of it? Besides, don't those things bother you too much? Yu Xingchen was very distressed and joked. So you mean you want me to marry Zhuang Yu? Zhou Su had no interest in joking with her. Given Zhuang Yu's relationship with Chu Shanhai, do you think he would marry you? Besides, even a fool could see that it was a fake marriage. Yu Xingchen hung her head. What should I do? What should I do? You haven't met Song Qinghuan. You don't know the way she looks at me. It's like she wants to devour me alive. And a wealthy mother-in-law. She doesn't sound like a kind person at all. I don't want to get involved with their family. Zhou Su knew that she also bore a great deal of responsibility in this matter. She remained silent for a long time, but could not think of a better solution. Then I'll find a more reliable person to pretend to be your boyfriend. Forget about marriage. That's too ridiculous and too risky. Yu Xingchen, utterly despondent, said, Go quickly, go quickly. Zhou Su sighed and left her office. No sooner had she left than Chu Shanhai called Yu Xingchen. He had been calling her ever since Yu Xingchen left in the morning, but she hadn't answered a single call. Now, Yu Xingchen stared at those 3 words on the screen, hesitated for a moment, and then answered. Xingchen, Qinghuan is immature and offended you with her words. Please don't hold it against her. Chu Shanhai's voice was full of apology as he began to apologize as soon as he opened his mouth. Yu Xingchen looked unconcerned and said with a smile, Why would I care about her? Then why aren't you answering the phone? I'm busy. I just finished a meeting. Is there anything else? Chu Shanhai, holding his phone, was reluctant to hang up. When will the products from the live stream be delivered? Yu Xingchen frowned. These matters were none of Chu Shanhai's concern. He was just making conversation. She forced herself to say, We just had a meeting and finalized a plan. The products will be delivered on Friday. My colleague will discuss the specific details with your anchor. Chu Shanhai, when do you get off work? I'll pick you up and we'll go back together to see Yin. Yu Xingchen tapped the paper on the table with her pen, saying absent-mindedly, No need. If you like children, go find a woman to have one yourself. Don't get close to Yin. Just let her think that her father is really gone. Chu Shanhai suppressed his impatience, his voice still gentle. Xingchen, how can you say that? I am her biological son. Yu Xingchen interrupted. Chu Shanhai, what happened last night was an accident. Even if I was drunk and lost my temper, you weren't. You are responsible for what happened between us. I won't hold it against you this time, but there's no future for us. My boyfriend is going back to China soon, and I don't want our relationship to be ruined. Work matters will be handled by our respective colleagues. As for our personal life, can you please stop showing up? She spoke these words with such sincerity that it left the listener feeling deeply uneasy. Chu Shanhai said firmly, I'll talk to him. I want him to give you back to me. Yu Xingchen chuckled softly. Chu Shanhai, this isn't a question of whether he's willing or not. It's about me. I have no feelings for you, even though we've already been intimate. So you understand what I mean. She sighed slightly, her tone earnest and persuasive. Chu Shanhai, let go of your obsession. I was just looking for someone to play around with back then. You don't have to take it seriously. Chu Shanhai remained silent until Yu Xingchen thought the phone line had been disconnected. Just as she was about to hang up, that slightly hoarse voice came through. Yu Xingchen, do you know how hard I searched for you back then? Not long after that trip, I couldn't get through to you on the phone anymore, and you didn't reply to my messages. I endured it for almost a month before going to your school. I asked so many people, but I still didn't get any news. I made excuses for you, saying that it was because you were out doing internships that it was hard to find out anything. I was so foolish to wait a year, hoping that you would really come back to find me after a year. It hasn't happened in a year, nor in 2 years, nor in 3 years. The last time I felt this desperate was when I learned about my origins. My parents abandoned me when I was little, and my adoptive parents, wary of my background, barely cared for me. I could never truly connect with them. You are the first person in this world, besides my grandmother, to truly enter my heart. Yu Xingchen felt as if a hand was gripping her throat, making her feel very uncomfortable. His deep affection made her feel breathless. Chapter 24 My boyfriend came back to China. Chu Shanhai's voice continued, trembling slightly. The second year after you left, Grandma's illness worsened. She was always worried about me. To cheer her up, I told her that I had a girlfriend, and that once she had a stable job, I would introduce her to Grandma and them. He gave a bitter smile. She didn't live to see the day you were born. Chu Shanhai took a long breath. She once told me that the person I set my sights on would not be wrong, and asked me to give you the Buddha amulet that she had worn for half her life when we met again, so that you could feel at ease. Little did she know, I had already secretly put that Buddha amulet in your bag. Unconsciously, Yu Xingchen's hand gripped the corner of the table tightly. She thought of the Buddha amulet she had lost and felt very guilty. Her lips moved, but in the end, she did not confess. Chu Shanhai, Yu Xingchen, you've been the one I've chosen for a long time. Even after I came to S-City, my phone number never changed because I thought, if one day you wanted to come back and couldn't reach me, how worried I would be. Yu Xingchen, do you know how long it took me to convince myself to forgive you when you said you were just lying to me? Now I'm giving you this chance to make up for the mistakes of the past. I won't hold it against you for what happened. You break up with your boyfriend, we'll get back together, and I have a way to make you truly fall in love with me. It was an order, but it sounded more like a plea. Yu Xingchen felt a moment of self-reproach. She hurt a man, but if she were to cater to him and heal him, it would bring her immense trouble. Her mother was a cautionary tale. Even when her relationship with her father was strained, she pretended to be a loving couple in public for the sake of Yu Xingchen's seriously ill grandmother. In the end, all she got in return was daily arguments behind closed doors. Yu Xingchen will not compromise for anyone. Her voice was muffled. Chu Shanhai, I'm sorry about what happened before, but I'm not worth it, and I won't be with you. From now on, we shouldn't contact each other except for work. As she hung up the phone, she heard Chu Shanhai chuckle on the other end. Yu Xingchen felt extremely exhausted. She hung her head and remained silent for a long time before finally picking up her phone and sending a message to Chu Shanhai. I'm sorry, I lost that Buddha amulet. The message seemed to have sunk to the bottom of the sea. There was no reply. Yu Xingchen didn't stay upset for long. After a while, her heavy mood was immediately replaced by the tedious work. Zhou Su actually found her a man. Yu Xingchen stared at the man's information on the computer screen, her eyes filled with doubt. Zhou Cheng? Zhou Su assured him, my cousin is absolutely reliable. We can even get married. Yu Xingchen teased. Hee, you really are a good little sister. Zhou Su explained. He recently went to the US for further studies and is returning to China soon. He's single, works in management at a foreign company, is 2 years older than you, and is well-educated and reasonable. You two are quite a good match. If I ask him for help, he probably won't refuse. Yu Xingchen stared at Zhou Cheng's photo closely. He's quite handsome, but even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. Won't this affect your relationship? Zhou Su. No, my brother is a very easygoing person. I really wouldn't trust anyone else. Losing money would be one thing, but I'm afraid you'd be taken advantage of. As for my brother, I can at least guarantee he's a gentleman. If you really develop feelings for him, it's not impossible for things to turn out for real. He's a pretty good guy, she said half-jokingly. Yu Xingchen was quite satisfied with this choice. After all, she had only resorted to this tactic to get rid of trouble and did not want to create new trouble. Yu Xingchen, then find some time to talk to him. As for the compensation, you can discuss it with him. Zhou Su. If you're sure it's him, I'll go talk to him. You two can get in touch and build a relationship first. When he comes back, you can pick him up at the airport. I'll let Chu Shanhai know about this, and he'll definitely see it. Yu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Su is the most reliable person. Zhou Su waved her hand helplessly. I'll just have to clean up my own mess. Zhou Su was quite efficient. Later that evening, she sent Zhou Cheng's contact information and some details about his personal life to Yu Xingchen. All done. Now it's up to you two to put on a show. And so, Yu Xingchen gained a new boyfriend. Both he and Zhou Cheng were working professionals. After they got in touch, they introduced themselves to each other. Then, Yu Xingchen sent Zhou Cheng her couple's plan and asked him to take a look when he had free time. Once he returned to China, they would officially implement it. Zhou Cheng readily agreed. After the agreement was made, they went back to their own business. Zhou Cheng was returning to the country for the second time, and Yu Xingchen went to the airport to pick him up. The two had seen each other's photos and even video chatted once. In addition, Zhou Cheng was strikingly handsome, so Yu Xingchen recognized him almost instantly in the crowd. Zhou Cheng wore a high-quality suit, buttoned up tightly. Despite the long flight, he was in high spirits, giving off a serious yet ascetic feeling, which was very masculine. Yu Xingchen was quite shocked. This Zhou Su is too reliable, bringing out such a good older brother. The two exchanged glances in the crowd and clearly recognized each other. Zhou Cheng smiled slightly at Yu Xingchen and waved. When they got closer, he said, "Hello, I am Zhou Cheng." Yu Xingchen's stance on not getting married is one thing, but seeing such a charming man, she would still be attracted to him. The man's aura was even somewhat oppressive. Fortunately, she had seen a lot of people in the business world, so she didn't show any fear and answered with a smile, "Yu Xingchen." "Zhou Cheng, since we're a couple, shouldn't you hold my arm? That would make us look more intimate." Yu Xingchen reached out and took Zhou Cheng's arm. They seemed close, yet maintained a proper distance. Yu Xingchen drove Zhou Cheng back, and the two chatted about their situations. Zhou Cheng looked intently at her profile. "You're going to such lengths to get rid of this person?" For the first time, Yu Xingchen felt embarrassed and turned her head away when a handsome guy stared at her. She looked troubled and said, "First of all, I don't like him, and secondly, I don't want to become a thorn in someone's side and be targeted." Although Zhou Cheng didn't quite agree with the answer, he nodded and didn't ask any further questions. "Yu Xingchen, you just got back? You must be very busy. You go ahead and do your work. Call me when you have time, and I'll try to accommodate your schedule so as not to interfere with your work." "Zhou Cheng, I've been really busy lately. I just got back and I have a lot of social engagements. If it's convenient for you, you can come with me." Yu Xingchen frowned slightly, her red lips parted slightly. "What kind of product?" Zhou Cheng laughed and said, "It's all work-related." Yu Xingchen nodded. "No problem." Zhou Cheng looked at her intently with his deep eyes. "Are you afraid I'll bring you to my family?" Yu Xingchen smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "I would feel guilty if your family misunderstood me." Zhou Chengxiao said casually, "If one day I need you to play the role of my girlfriend, would you help me with that?" Yu Xingchen felt a little uncomfortable. She always felt that Zhou Cheng was getting into character a little too quickly. Chapter 25 Clash. Zhou Cheng smiled and said, "I'm 29 this year, and my family is pressuring me to get married, but my career is on the rise right now, so I don't have the time or inclination to date." Yu Xingchen quietly let out a breath, feeling much more relaxed, and readily said, "No problem." Zhou Cheng said half-jokingly, "What? Are you afraid I'll become clingy to you?" Yu Xingchen stated frankly, "I told Sister Su that I should be generous with the compensation, hoping that our relationship would only be based on mutual benefit." Zhou Cheng raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Understood. He's a smart man. He knows how to maintain appropriate boundaries in his interactions with Yu Xingchen after she said so much." Yu Xingchen needed just that kind of smart person. She drove to Zhou Cheng's apartment where he lived alone. Zhou Cheng took his suitcase. "Want to come up and sit down?" Yu Xingchen smiled and said, "Then there's no need for that. We don't need to go that far." Zhou Cheng nodded. "Then drive carefully. Thank you for giving me a ride." Yu Xingchen tilted her head and said seriously, "There's no need for such formalities between us." Zhou Cheng's eyes flickered, and he joked, "It was my negligence. I'll be more careful." "Yu Xingchen, I hope I haven't caused you any trouble." Zhou Cheng, "It's a mutually beneficial thing, and it's a good opportunity for me to get to know women up close. I can treat it as practice so that I won't be at a loss when I'm actually in a relationship in the future." Yu Xingchen left his apartment and went back to the company first. As soon as she entered the office, Chu Shanhai, whom she hadn't contacted for many days, was sitting leisurely on her sofa. Yu Xingchen frowned slightly and asked directly, "Why are you here?" Chu Shanhai's gaze had been fixed on her ever since she entered the room. "There's a problem with the product selection, so I came to take a look." Yu Xingchen hung her bag on the rack, sat down in her office chair, and casually crossed her legs. Just then, Xiaya brought in a cup of coffee. He first called out, "President Yu," then placed the coffee on the table in front of Chu Shanhai and left. "Yu Xingchen, if there's a problem with the product, let your colleagues in the department communicate with them. If you want to handle it personally, I'll have my colleague contact you." As she spoke, she picked up the landline on the table. Seeing her beaming face, Chu Shanhai asked, "Where did you just go?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xingchen paused in her actions, and her smile widened. "Zhou Cheng has returned to China. I just want to pick him up." Even her voice was much gentler, without the aggressive and impatient tone she used when communicating with Chu Shanhai. Chu Shanhai murmured the unfamiliar name, "Zhou Cheng." Yu Xingchen slapped her forehead. "I forgot to introduce you. Zhou Cheng is my boyfriend. I told you before, he went abroad." Looking at the happy smile on her face, Chu Shanhai suppressed the nameless anger in his heart and said sarcastically, "Since we haven't seen each other for so long, you came back as soon as you picked him up. It seems that your relationship isn't that great." He remained skeptical of the person she was talking about. Yu Xingchen waved her hand, a little shyly. No, he was too tired from the long flight, so he went back to sleep and rest first. We made plans to have dinner together tonight. Her thoughtfulness once again provoked Chu Shanhai. He sneered coldly. You two are so loving, yet you're cheating on him with other men? It seems your relationship isn't all that great after all. Yu Xingchen's expression changed instantly, and her voice turned cold. Chu Shanhai, you also bear responsibility for this. You don't need to undermine me. Chu Shanhai, I really want to see how he reacts when he finds out his girlfriend is cheating on him, and whether he can still be so faithful to you. Yu Xingchen paused for a moment, then sighed, her voice filled with melancholy. Even if you hadn't said anything, I was planning to confess to him tonight. She scoffed. Chu Shanhai, you're so tasteless. With that, she picked up the phone on the table, called over a colleague from the product department, and led Chu Shanhai away. To make the act convincing, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and text Zhou Chong, asking if he could have dinner with her that evening. She thought Zhou Chong was resting, but he replied quickly, Okay, I'll pick you up from your company later. Yu Xingchen initially wanted to say there was no need to answer, but then she thought of Chu Shanhai on the other end and changed her mind. It wouldn't hurt to let him see Zhou Chong. It would be a good way to put his mind at ease. Zhou Chong was more perceptive and intelligent than she had imagined. He asked, Has something happened? They had only just parted ways, and Yu Xingchen was already contacting him so soon. There must be a reason. He needed to find out the situation before deciding how to respond. Yu Xingchen smiled and said, Yes, he's at my company. He knows you're back. Zhou Chong, I'm coming to find you now. Yu Xingchen put down her phone, feeling that the money was well spent and that communicating with Zhou Chong was incredibly efficient. Although she has never been in a relationship, if she really had to choose a partner, she would definitely choose someone like Zhou Chong. As for Chu Shanhai, he's really too naive. Zhou Chong arrived quickly, and Xiaoya led him to Yu Xingchen's office, where Yu Xingchen was engrossed in her work. Seeing him enter, she stood up to greet him, saying, Sorry, I'll have to wait a little while. She has some temporary work to handle. Zhou Chong didn't care. You go about your business. I can give you all my time today. Yu Xingchen handed him a bottle of water. Sit wherever you like. She returned to her desk. The work at hand wasn't important, just something to glance at, something she'd sign later. Yu Xingchen could still chat with him. Are you sleepy? You can lie on the sofa for a while. I might need half an hour. Zhou Tsong was jet-lagged and couldn't fully concentrate. It's all right. You go about your business. Don't worry about me. He sat on the sofa and casually picked up a product catalog from the coffee table to browse through. When Chu Shanhai entered, he saw Zhou Chong, a handsome man with his long legs casually crossed, leaning against a corner of the sofa, flipping through a magazine in a nonchalant manner. It must be said that this man's face was as if it had been sculpted, with deep features and distinct contours, making it hard to look away. His relaxed posture made it seem as if he were sitting in his own living room. Chu Shanhai's brows furrowed, his gaze scrutinizing him directly. Upon hearing the sound, Yu Xingchen and Zhou Chong both looked up at Chu Shanhai. Zhou Chong stood up and looked at Yu Xingchen. Chen, who is this? Judging from Chu Shanhai's appearance, Zhou Chong had long seen that he was his target, but he asked the question knowingly. Yu Xingchen was quite the actress. She glanced away for a moment, then stood up as well. A business partner, President Chu. Zhou Chong greeted him very politely with a smile. Hello, President Chu. Thank you for taking care of my Chen all this time. Chen was the only name Yu Xingchen's grandmother ever used when she was little. It was so affectionate that Yu Xingchen almost got goosebumps and was trying not to laugh out loud. Chu Shanhai glanced at Zhou Chong and said sarcastically, If we're talking about taking care of me, Xingchen has taken care of me and done more for me. He was referring, of course, to the fact that Yu Xingchen had given birth to his child. Unfortunately, Zhou Chong didn't understand. Yu Xingchen hadn't explained it to him to that extent, so he thought the man in front of him was just talking about business favors, and that the ambiguous tone was just a sign of jealousy. Chapter 26 Jealousy. Yu Xingchen asked with a polite smile, Has the product issue been resolved? Chu Shanhai's visit to talk about work was just a pretense. It was only because they hadn't seen each other for a few days and parted in a hurry that day that she couldn't help missing him. Who knew that when he shamelessly came, this woman not only didn't greet him, but also called her boyfriend to the company to make things difficult for him. He thought of the way she looked at him in bed that day, her face dreamy, and he felt a mix of hatred and itch in his heart. How could this woman do this? She was so devoted when she was with me, but now she's showing off her affection with another man. Chu Shanhai looked at her arrogantly. It's solved. Your employees are all excellent. Yu Xingchen, next time there's a problem, just have your subordinates communicate. President Chu didn't need to come in person. It made me feel uneasy. Chu Shanhai glanced down at her. How can that be? This is our first collaboration, so naturally I can't be careless. Oh no, this isn't our first time working together. He deliberately dragged out his tone and used ambiguous language. Yu Xingchen knew what he wanted to say. It was nothing more than a veiled reference to their encounter in bed. If Zhou Cheng hadn't been someone she paid to hire, she would really feel guilty right now. Unfortunately, Chu Shanhai didn't realize he was just a spectator and thought Zhou Cheng's slight change in expression meant he had overheard something. He paused for a moment before continuing. We already cooperated on the source investigation project last time. Yu Xingchen smiled faintly and said, Thank you for your continued support, President Chu. Zhou Cheng, being a man, could tell that Chu Shanhai's gaze towards Yu Xingchen was unusual. It was domineering yet also contained a deep, almost clenched affection. He was quite confident in his acting skills, pretending to be unaware and genuinely treating Chu Shanhai as Yu Xingchen's business partner. He smiled and said, Since we've dealt with each other so many times, we're friends now, Mr. Chu. Xingchen and I are going to have dinner later. Do you have time to join us? Yu Xingchen looked at him in confusion. What did this person mean by taking the initiative to greet her? Was it such a provocation? Chu Shanhai smiled slightly and readily agreed. Sure, I heard from Xingchen that you just returned to the country. I hope my visit won't bother you. It can be described as extremely hypocritical. Zhou Cheng laughed and said, Not at all. Xingchen is a workaholic. Don't you guys have a collaboration? We can chat over dinner later. Xingchen, are you almost done here? Yu Xingchen sat down. It'll be ready soon, but I'll have to trouble you to wait a little longer. Zhou Cheng said considerately, I'm not in a hurry. You should take care of your work first. You said the other day that you wanted to eat Cantonese food. How about we go eat Cantonese food today? I've already made the reservation. Yu Xingchen smiled gently at him. Of course. Zhou Cheng then turned to Chu Shanhai. President Chu, how about Cantonese cuisine? Chu Shanhai watched as their eyes almost locked in a passionate embrace, and a burning jealousy flared within him. I'm fine with either. He sat down on the other side of the sofa and said casually, But I remember she liked spicy food. Several times when we ate together, she always picked out the spicy dishes. Why is she eating so bland food now? If he's a sensitive boyfriend, he'll definitely be able to tell from his instigation. Zhou Cheng could tell, but he acted very magnanimously, pretending to be confused. She likes spicy food, but she's vain, so she always says that eating spicy food will cause pimples and inflammation on her face. The other day, she called me long distance after eating to complain that she couldn't control her mouth and regretted it so much. I really can't do anything with her. Occasionally, when I'm craving something spicy, I still take her out for a meal. With a look of helplessness and doting affection, he shook his head with a smile. Yu Xingchen's head was tucked under the large computer screen, leaving only her ears exposed, as she leisurely listened to the two men's back-and-forth conversation, as if it were none of their business. When she finally calmed down, signed the papers, and turned off the computer, she noticed that Chu Shanhai's face was almost as black as the bottom of a pot. This week, Cheng was too dedicated. In just over 10 minutes, he vividly shared his story of meeting, getting to know, and falling in love with Yu Xingchen with Chu Shanhai. When Yu Xingchen stood up, she saw him saying with great enthusiasm, My grandma really likes Xingchen. Every time she talks to me on the phone, she talks about her most of the time, which makes me, her own grandson, seem a bit superfluous. Chu Shanhai. Oh, it seems your family is quite understanding. Xingchen is bringing the child, and they don't have any objections at all. Zhou Cheng smiled frankly. To be honest, they really like this little girl, Yin. We're just a small family, not like the wealthy Chu family. We value feelings more than blood ties. I imagine Chu's family is quite concerned about this aspect, right? Chu Shanhai looked at Yu Xingchen and said with a faint smile, Of course I value her. Only those who are my own children can enter the family, and those who are my own children must enter the family. His words revealed his firm resolve. He was implying something, and although Yu Xingchen understood, she didn't even spare him a glance. She looked at Zhou Cheng with tender eyes and said, I'm all ready now, let's go. Zhou Cheng smiled gently at her, took the coat off the hanger for her, and put it on her in front of Chu Shanhai. The two worked together very well. Yu Xingchen seemed to be used to his service and obediently and skillfully put on her clothes. She fastened the belt around her waist, and Zhou Chong had already taken her bag and was holding it in his hand. Let's go. Get in my car. Yu Xingchen gently declined. No, I have to drive to work tomorrow. Zhou Chong, I'll take you tomorrow morning. Yu Xingchen, no, you have to go to work tomorrow too. Zhou Chong, I'll take you first, it won't delay you. The two talked in hushed tones, oblivious to everyone else, while Chu Shanhai was burning with jealousy. Upon arriving at the garage, Zhou Chong turned on the lights of a Land Rover and opened the passenger door for Yu Xingchen. Chu Shanhai, wouldn't this car be a bit too big to drive in the city? Zhou Chong retorted. Qinshan said he likes cars with a lot of space, so I specially changed it. He even raised an eyebrow at him as he spoke. Chu Shanhai was so choked up he almost cried. You like big ones? I'll buy you a high-speed train. How about that? He laughed and said, there's extra room, I'll take your ride. Zhou Chong knew that he had ulterior motives, but he couldn't refuse. Of course, no problem. Chu Shanhai, sitting in the back row, regretted it within 2 minutes. The two people in front of them were talking in hushed tones, spouting completely meaningless nonsense. Zhou Chong, Qinshan, Grandma said you can pick a time to come home for dinner. Which day is convenient for you? Yu Xingchen, I have a contract to work on these next couple of days. How about Friday? Zhou Chong's long, slender fingers lightly gripped the steering wheel, his other hand resting on his right leg. He turned his head and gave her a gentle look. Of course. Grandma hasn't cooked in a long time. She said she'd make you some spicy diced chicken from her hometown. I guarantee you'll love it. Yu Xingchen's eyes lit up. That's great. It makes my mouth water. Chu Shanhai stared at Zhou Chong's right hand, his teeth itching with hatred. He felt that if he hadn't been there, that hand would definitely have been holding Yu Xingchen's hand. He might even have touched her thigh. I wonder if they did anything unspeakable in this car. Chu Shanhai thought of Yu Xingchen's way of pleasing him, and then he imagined the man next to her becoming Zhou Chong. He then dug a hole in the leather seat with his finger. Chapter 27, The Marked Woman. Throughout the journey, Zhou Chong displayed his gentleness and thoughtfulness to the fullest. He got out of the car, opened the car door, picked up his bag, pressed the elevator button, pulled out the seat, set out the tableware, handed over the menu. His eyes were full of Yu Xingchen. Chu Shanhai was completely ignored. He hadn't even eaten yet, but he was already incredibly full. They were all angry. It has to be said that, from what he saw, Zhou Chong was truly a top-notch boyfriend. But why did Yu Xingchen still want to have a relationship with him? If she had resisted with all her might that day in his bed, he wouldn't have forced himself on her. Is it really as she herself said, that she is inherently promiscuous? Chu Shanhai had no appetite at all, but the two of them ate with great relish. After a long while, Zhou Chong finally spared some of his attention and looked at Chu Shanhai. President Chu, is the food not to your liking? Chu Shanhai, it's fine. His voice was devoid of emotion. Zhou Chong looked apologetic. I'm sorry to ask you to accommodate Qinshan. Chu Shanhai glanced at Yu Xingchen and said calmly, it's fine. Zhou Chong exchanged only polite pleasantries before turning around and chatting happily with Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen sat opposite Chu Shanhai, looking at his sullen expression, feeling quite pleased with herself. She thought to herself that she had made a brilliant move, and Zhou Chong's performance had exceeded her expectations. It was truly fantastic. She was truly pleased with herself, working well with Zhou Chong. The two were chatting and laughing when they heard a clatter, as Chu Shanhai's spoon was knocked to the ground by his elbow. Zhou Chong considerately said, let the waiter get another one. Chu Shanhai. Okay. He then bent down to pick it up. As soon as he lowered his head, Yu Xingchen felt a hand suddenly appear on her calf, gently stroking her. She was wearing a long dress with stockings underneath. The touch of those fingertips on her skin was very noticeable, and she couldn't help but shudder. She instinctively tried to pull her leg back, but a hand gripped her ankle tightly, rendering her unable to move. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a public place and she was concerned about saving face, she probably would have flipped the table on the spot. Now he could only endure it and secretly struggle against that hand. Those few seconds felt like an eternity to Yu Xingchen. She never expected that a respectable young master and big boss like Chu Shanhai would be so despicable. After her legs were released, she quickly pulled them back. Chu Shanhai raised his head nonchalantly, his hands empty. A smile played on his lips as if he were talking to himself. I don't know where it fell. I haven't found it. Zhou Chong was unaware that something embarrassing and heart-pounding had just happened between the two under the tablecloth. He smiled and said, it's all right. The waiter will bring it over right away. Yu Xingchen pretended that nothing had happened and gritted her teeth as she focused on eating her food. Chu Shanhai's pent-up frustration dissipated somewhat, and he became much more talkative, chatting with Zhou Chong. Chong. Men, after all, talk about nothing more than work-related matters. Yu Xingchen was forced to listen, slightly surprised that Chu Shanhai actually knew a bit about everything. Zhou Chong was talking about some things related to their import and export trade, and Chu Shanhai spoke eloquently, not losing out at all. When the conversation turned to Zhou Chong's grandmother and the topic of health preservation came up, Chu Shanhai surprisingly offered quite a few suggestions, which sounded quite reasonable and even made some sense. The two chatted more and more happily, leaving Yu Xingchen standing aside, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Shanhai chatted casually, but he would occasionally glance at her with a teasing look in his eyes, making Yu Xingchen feel somewhat uncomfortable. A sharp-eyed person could immediately see the unusual relationship between the two, but Zhou Chong, engrossed in his conversation, seemed oblivious to everything. The meal dragged on for almost an hour. When it was time to leave, Zhou Chong politely offered to take Chu Shanhai home. Chu Shanhai was quite satisfied with Yu Xingchen's nervous reaction earlier, and was in a good mood now, so he smiled and declined. No need. My assistant will be here soon. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Chong was just being polite, and said casually, then I'll take Xingchen back. The three said goodbye, and Yu Xingchen got into Zhou Chong's car and drove away. Yu Xingchen only breathed a sigh of relief when Chu Shanhai was no longer visible in the rearview mirror and slumped into her seat. Zhou Chong glanced at her sideways and said with a faint smile, What's wrong? Are you tired? Yu Xingchen looked at him and said, You can just leave me in front. I'll take a taxi back. Thank you so much for today. Zhou Chong didn't slow down. Was my performance just now acceptable? Yu Xingchen pursed her lips and praised truthfully. It exceeded my expectations. It was very natural. Zhou Chong smiled and nodded in agreement. Actually, I think he seems to really like you. Yu Xingchen couldn't tell whether that person truly liked her or was just obsessed, but regardless, she didn't want to get involved with him. Yu Xingchen, I'm against marriage, but he seems to be serious. I can't afford to get entangled with someone from a wealthy family like him. Zhou Chong murmured her words between his lips. Anti-marriage. Yu Xingchen felt that after spending less than half a day with Zhou Chong, she could no longer feel any distance between them. She opened up and said, My parents had a bad relationship when I was young, so to be honest, I am very afraid of marriage. I don't have any illusions about men, and I am particularly afraid of trouble, so I don't want to get involved with someone like him. Zhou Chong nodded with a smile. I understand, but there are still men in this world worth looking forward to. Don't condemn all men. Yu Xingchen chuckled lightly. Of course, but I don't want to try. It's not like I can't live without a man. I still have a lot to do. Zhou Chong, you and my sister are quite alike. You both have great enthusiasm for your work, but when it comes to personal matters, it's like it's going to kill you. Yu Xingchen, that's true for Sister Sue, but her situation is different from mine. She will get married when she meets the right man, so you don't need to rush her. Zhou Chong, that's right. She's been very opinionated since she was little. He drove very steadily, and after making a right turn, he asked seemingly casually, You and Chu Shanhai, it seems like it's not just about him pursuing you. Yu Xingchen frowned slightly as she looked at him. Zhou Chong said with a smile, I'm not being nosy. I just want to understand things more clearly so that I won't say the wrong thing when I meet him again. Yu Xingchen smiled helplessly. Some absurd things did happen. They were both adults, and Zhou Chong understood once the conversation had reached this point. So it's no wonder that when Chu Shanhai looked at him, there was always a hint of hostility in his eyes. In animal terms, Yu Xingchen had already been marked by him. So how could he be willing to just hand her over to someone else? As the car passed Yu Xingchen's company, she patted the car window and said again, Let me out. I'll go to the company and drive back. Zhou Chong, I told you I'd give it to you. Yu Xingchen, really, there's no need. You're already off work now. Besides, you must be really tired today. I'd feel bad if I bothered you any further. Zhou Chong did not insist. He drove to Yu Xingchen's company building, dropped her off, and left alone. Yu Xingchen watched his car drive away before slowly walking towards the garage. Next to her BMW was a Kian, with tiny sparks flickering in the dim light. A faint smell of tobacco filled the air, and a tall man could be seen leaning against the car door smoking. One of the garage lights was broken, so the light wasn't bright enough. At this time of day, there wasn't much of a person inside. Yu Xingchen glanced at the silhouette and felt a little guilty. Women are naturally afraid of the dark, and she was no exception. The darkness, the stark contrast in size between the two people, and the fact that it was in a parking lot. It all looked like a classic crime scene from a crime movie. Yu Xingchen's high heels echoed loudly in the empty parking lot. Her footsteps were hurried as she took out her car keys and turned on the headlights. She could see the man, backlit, throw away his cigarette, butt, stomp on it, and slowly walk towards her. Yu Xingchen quickened her pace, and just as her hand touched the car door handle, a familiar male voice sounded behind her. Yu Xingchen. Chapter 28 Consequences. Yu Xingchen stopped in her tracks. Her heart, which had been pounding in her chest, slowly returned to normal, and her fear subsided. She turned to look at Chu Shanhai approaching and asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Chu Shanhai stood very close to her, looking at her with a leisurely air. "I should be asking you, what are you doing here?" His hand casually rested on the car behind her, making her want to run away. "Shouldn't you be in his car?" "What? You were showing off your love in front of me, but then you turned your back on me and became so distant, just leaving me behind halfway through the journey." Yu Xingchen clenched her fists, trying not to show any fear. Her voice was steady. "I just had something come up and came back to work overtime. He just got off the plane today, and I sent him back to rest." Chu Shanhai's breath still carried a faint scent of tobacco, which went straight into Yu Xingchen's nostrils. He looked down at her and said teasingly, "Is that so?" He reached out his other hand and trapped her between his arms, his voice deep. "Then how did you get to the garage? Did you intend to drive home yourself?" Yu Xingchen felt an immense pressure from the man, making it difficult for her to breathe. She pushed him away. "Get out of my way. I told you I have things to do, and I don't have time to argue with you." "With you?" Crude mountain and sea remained unmoved. "Yu Xingchen, my patience is limited. Stop playing around." Yu Xingchen slipped under his arm and headed for the elevator. He jogged to escape the dangerous person. But Chu Shanhai blocked her way with a long stride. Before she could react, she was already pinned down on the back seat of the Qian. Her legs were restrained, and she couldn't move, and her wrists were tightly locked by his large hands. Seeing that he was about to force himself on her again, Yu Xingchen was terrified. She shouted coldly, "Chu Shanhai, let go." Now that she's fully awake, she absolutely will not allow herself to have that kind of relationship with him again. Chu Shanhai's lips were only inches away from hers. If he moved forward even slightly, he could touch her skin. "Why should I let go? You are mine. You were mine before, and you can only be mine in the future." Yu Xingchen struggled fiercely. "Don't be a pervert." Chu Shanhai sneered, his lips drawing closer, hovering between her luscious red lips and his own. "Yu Xingchen, you were the one who started this harassment. You lured me to the hotel, again and again. Now what are you pretending to be, lady? If you want to be wild, I'll go with you. Why bother looking for other men?" He freed one hand and touched her earlobe, becoming increasingly restless. Yu Xingchen felt as if a venomous snake was flicking its tongue at her, which terrified her. She turned her head sharply to avoid the hand, but to no avail. She had offended someone she couldn't afford to offend, and now she felt truly exhausted, yet she refused to admit defeat. Yu Xingchen sneered, "Don't you understand? I'm tired of your kind and want to change. Doesn't President Chu have any self-awareness at all?" Chu Shanhai stared into her eyes. "I haven't had enough fun, so this game can't stop." Yu Xingchen struggled again, but was pressed down even tighter. Chu Shanhai glanced down at her and said with a wicked smile, "If you move again, you might accidentally burn yourself out." Yu Xingchen immediately became as quiet as a chicken. "Chu Shanhai, I'm no worse than that man, so why do you look down on me?" Yu Xingchen sneered defiantly. "Because, of all the men I've ever met, you have the fewest tricks up your sleeve and are the worst in bed." She spoke so earnestly that Chu Shanhai couldn't help but start to doubt himself. His remaining practical experience came from Yu Xingchen, which was indeed not enough, but for her to say it so bluntly was just too hurtful. This remark completely enraged him. He had only intended to scare her, but now he had thrown all sense of propriety, morality, and ethics to the back of his mind and leaned down to kiss her fair neck. "I'll show you just how many tricks I have up my sleeve." Yu Xingchen had acted impulsively and was now filled with regret. This man was a complete madman. He was capable of anything. She is now truly struggling with all her might. It's one thing that she can no longer have a relationship with Chu Shanhai, but this is her company parking garage. If a colleague working overtime comes down and sees her here, where will she put her face? "Chu Shanhai, I'll F*** your mother." Yu Xingchen cursed as she struggled with all her might. Swearing is very rude, but it feels really good. Chu Shanhai remained unmoved, only concerned with venting his anger. Yu Xingchen gritted her teeth and calmed down, then raised her knee and struck Chu Shanhai hard. Chu Shanhai cried out, "Ouch!" and immediately loosened his grip. He covered his groin, curled up slightly, and was in real pain. That bitch ruined his precious thing. Does she even care about her own sexual happiness for the rest of her life? She's so ruthless. Do you want to live like a widow, Yu Xingchen? Chu Shanhai's voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Yu Xingchen got out of his car, stood by the door tidying her clothes, and looked at Chu Shanhai with a leisurely air. "I'll sue you to death, you burglar." Chu Shanhai was still hissing in pain when a woman stepped out of the elevator. Seeing Yu Xingchen, she looked surprised and said in a trembling voice, "President Yu." From her angle, she could see Yu Xingchen's disheveled clothes, the hickeys on her fair collarbone, and 2 legs wearing men's leather shoes in the car. Yu Xingchen wished she could disappear into a hole in the ground, but she had to remain calm. "Sister Zhang, working overtime?" The woman said, I have to work overtime, so I'll leave first." She then walked quickly toward a car, and in less than half a minute, the car drove out of the garage. Chu Shanhai had recovered and was now sitting in the back seat of the car, looking at Yu Xingchen with a smile. "What's wrong? Scared because your employee caught us cheating?" Yu Xingchen angrily retorted, "You're shameless." Chu Shanhai sneered. "Compared to what you did to me back then, this is nothing." "Yu Xingchen, when you were luring me in, didn't you think about the consequences?" Yu Xingchen really didn't expect such consequences. Back then, Chu Shanhai was still a well-behaved student. He seemed to have no aggression at all, cold and cute, but now, he's really scary. "So, do people always pick on the easy targets?" Yu Xingchen straightened her clothes and went to the elevator. Fortunately, Chu Shanhai did not follow her. She originally came back to the company to drive. Working overtime was just a pretext for Chu Shanhai. Now she was lying in her office chair, staring at the ceiling, her mind completely blank. With a long sigh, Chu Shanhai's face flashed into her mind, making her feel extremely frustrated. How could she get rid of this devilish man? She really didn't know what else she could do. She heard the doorknob turn and immediately sat up. No one in the entire company, including Zhou Su, would walk in without knocking. The person who came in was so impolite that she frowned, and had a gut feeling that the person who came in was someone she really didn't want to see. Chapter 29. The cooperation ends. Chu Shanhai pushed open the door and entered, a wicked smile playing on his lips, his expression extremely arrogant. Yu Xingchen never expected him to be so shameless. It was one thing for him to act recklessly in the parking garage, but now he had even followed her to her office. "What you do?" She felt her patience had reached its limit. Chu Shanhai plopped down on her desk, glanced at her blacked-out computer screen, and said sarcastically, "What? Weren't you working overtime?" "Still free," Yu Xingchen said coldly. "What's it to you?" "Chu Shanhai, your affairs are all related to me." He casually picked up the files on her desk and flipped through them. "If you don't have any work to do, why don't you talk to me?" Yu Xingchen didn't want to continue this stalemate, so she sat back down and said, "Please leave." Chu Shanhai succinctly expressed his purpose: break up with him. The command was simple, yet it carried an air of dominance. Yu Xingchen had never compromised with anyone in her life. She felt like she had heard a joke, and her red lips curved into a smile. "Chu Shanhai, you have quite the nerve." "Chu Shanhai, if you don't separate, he'll be the one who suffers." Sinshua serves as a cautionary tale, but unfortunately, Yu Xingchen is unaware of it. Yu Xingchen, however, was not intimidated at all, and even nodded. "Tell me, how do you plan to deal with him?" "Chu Shanhai, I can't bear to hurt you, but I won't be lenient with those other men. Putting aside everything else, I can make sure they can't make a living in S City." Yu Xingchen laughed and said, "In the end, you're just relying on your family's money and your ability to use some thuggish tricks." Chu Shanhai's deep eyes held a hint of mockery. "I don't care if you're a rogue or not, as long as you achieve your goal." Yu Xingchen narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at the man whose temperament had changed drastically. "But have you ever thought about it? Even if you get me, I still won't love you. And the methods you're using now really disgust me." Chu Shanhai moved closer to her, causing Yu Xingchen to involuntarily lean back slightly. "Do you think I still expect you to love me? All I want is you. Yu Xingchen, you have no idea what I've been through these past 3 years. Every lonely night, I've spent thinking about you." His eyes flashed with ruthlessness, not like a confession of love, but more like a desire to collect a debt or seek revenge. Yu Xingchen, I want you to taste what it's like to lose your freedom. He was too close, his warm breath brushing against Yu Xingchen's face, making her want to back away, but he blocked her chair with his foot, preventing her from moving. Looking at the man before her, whose likes and dislikes were unclear, she felt both sorry for him and terrified of him. She gritted her teeth. Chu Shanhai, are you a devil? Chu Shanhai released her from her chair, sat up straight on the desk, and snorted. If I am a devil, it is you who made me into one. You kill but don't bury, so who will listen to you? Yu Xingchen retorted defiantly. Humph, it just means you can't handle the game. Chu Shanhai looked at her coldly, his tone hardening. Yu Xingchen, I'm not playing games with you. Don't be so arrogant. If it weren't for our daughter, I wouldn't have given you so much time and patience. I hope you can understand my good intentions. Yu Xingchen scoffed. In a society governed by the rule of law, I don't believe you dare to do anything to people. Chu Shanhai stood up and patted the wrinkled hem of his clothes. Then you just watch. He pulled the door open and went out, and Yu Xingchen angrily threw a stack of folders at the closed door. Every day after that, Chu Shanhai would send her a message asking, "Have you broken up?" Yu Xingchen pretended not to see it and completely ignored it. 3 days later, the message changed. The countdown has begun. Yu Xingchen glanced at it and finally replied to him. Chu Shanhai heard the message notification sound, picked up his phone and read the message. You're so childish. Chu Shanhai frowned in displeasure and muttered under his breath. You're asking for death. Yu Xingchen received no more messages from Chu Shanhai, nor did he reappear, and Yu Xingchen and Zhou Chong lost contact as well. After all, without an audience, there's no need to perform. About a week later, Yu Xingchen overheard Zhou Su mentioning in casual conversation that Zhou Chong, as the eldest grandson of the Zhou family, hadn't returned to the family banquet a couple of days ago, which made his grandmother a little angry. Yu Xingchen casually replied, he must be busy with work. After all, he just returned to China. Zhou Su. Yes, I heard that there was a problem with the company's goods. They were stuck in customs and couldn't get out. He's busy trying to smooth things over. Yu Xingchen frowned slightly, immediately thinking of Chu Shanhai. Could it be that he's behind this? Yu Xingchen asked, what went wrong? Zhou Su. I didn't ask for specifics. He said it was quite troublesome. She laughed and joked. You're his girlfriend, and you're asking me? Shouldn't you know better? Chu Shanhai hadn't appeared for quite some time, and she assumed it was because their plan had worked, so she relaxed about the matter. After all, she didn't know that Chu Shanhai had sent the message. Yu Xingchen was not in the mood for jokes. If Zhou Chong's matter was indeed orchestrated by Chu Shanhai, then she should feel extremely guilty. This matter involves more than just Zhou Chong. It can't be resolved simply by her apologizing and treating him to a meal. It also involves the interests of so many people in their company. How could she possibly afford to compensate them? Moreover, compared to Chu Shanhai, her strength was like an ant scratching an elephant's leg, utterly insignificant. If Chu Shanhai really wanted to do something bad, she couldn't resolve it even if she went bankrupt. After Zhou Su left, Yu Xingchen called Chu Shanhai. Chu Shanhai's voice was leisurely and self-satisfied. Xingchen, you remembered me? It was as if everything was under his control. Yu Xingchen cut to the chase. Was it you who sabotaged Zhou Chong's company? Chu Shanhai chuckled. If you say so, then so be it. Yu Xingchen clenched his back teeth. Chu Shanhai, you are shameless. Chu Shanhai. Compared to you back then, I've already been quite lenient. Yu Xingchen. Chu Shanhai. I'm warning you, stop immediately. Our business shouldn't involve others. Chu Shanhai stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window in his office, looking outside with a smile on his lips. Yu Xingchen, if you want me to obey, it's very simple. First, obey me and come back to my side, and everything will be resolved. Yu Xingchen, wishful thinking. After what happened, it's even less likely that she'll be with someone like that. Chu Shanhai returned to his desk, smiled as he looked at the intimate photos of Yu Xingchen and Yin on the computer screen, and said casually, then we'll see how things go. Yu Xingchen angrily hung up the phone, gritting her teeth in rage. She took a deep breath and thought of a solution. She wasn't one to give up easily. Although she couldn't save Zhou Chong, she wouldn't let Chu Shanhai get away with it either. In the restaurant, Zhou Chong, despite trying to appear energetic, still looked somewhat tired. Yu Xingchen felt extremely guilty. She sat down opposite Zhou Chong, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, you're so busy, and I still managed to ask you out. Zhou Chong smiled and said, I'm taking this opportunity to relax. To be honest, I've been quite tired lately. Yu Xingchen ordered the food and asked, "How's work going? I heard from Sister Su that your goods were seized." Zhou Chong gave a bitter smile. "I can't get through to the connections. It's quite troublesome." He really had a headache when he mentioned it. "Yu Xingchen, how did you handle this kind of thing before?" "Zhou Chong, I've never encountered anything like this before. All our paperwork is complete, but they insist that there's a problem with our goods and that they're not compliant." He joked, "I wonder if our leader offended someone and is being targeted." He was always cautious in his actions and never thought that this trouble was related to him. Hearing him say that, Yu Xingchen felt even more guilty and remorseful. Zhou Chong sighed and said with a smile, "You called me today. Is it another mission? To be honest, I'm quite looking forward to it. I think my acting skills are pretty good. Last time, that kid almost got bulging eyes from my anger." Yu Xingchen took a sip of water and said calmly, "Zhou Chong, let's end our cooperation here." Chapter 30. I broke up. Zhou Chong paused, his hand holding the water glass still, his brows furrowing. He asked slowly, "What's wrong? Did I misbehave? Did he not believe me?" Yu Xingchen shook his head with a gloomy face. "You performed too well." Zhou Chong asked, puzzled, "Isn't that perfect?" Yu Xingchen looked at him and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry. He was the one who caused trouble for your company this time. I didn't know he would be so extreme as to directly target your company and cause you this kind of trouble. I'm really sorry. He will only stop when our relationship ends." Zhou Chong let out a soft breath. "So that's how it is. No wonder." Yu Xingchen gave a wry smile. "I was too naive. I never thought he would be so crazy. I will compensate your company for the losses caused by the delivery delay. I just hope it didn't cause you too much trouble." Zhou Chong fell silent. If it were only a matter of his own interests, he would be willing to take the risk for a woman like Yu Xingchen. However, he was just an employee, and he had no right to let his company and colleagues suffer because of his own desires. Zhou Chong said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help you." Yu Xingchen shook her head. "If you say that, I really feel ashamed." Zhou Chong didn't continue with the pleasantries. He said, "I hope we can end this relationship and become true friends." Yu Xingchen smiled and said, "You are a very good person. Sister Su has been praising you to the skies. It is my honor to have a friend like you." Zhou Chong raised his water glass. "Let's drink to our new relationship." Yu Xingchen nudged him. "Things will be resolved soon. Relax and have a good meal." After a few days apart, Zhou Chong had visibly lost weight, presumably because he was exhausted from work. Yu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief as she left the restaurant. To be honest, she was nervous when acting, and it wasn't a pleasant experience. Besides, on her first day of acting, she was trapped in Chu Shanhai's car and almost made a mistake again. It wasn't early. It was already 8 p.m. Although the time wasn't convenient, she still called Chu Shanhai. When it involves other people's interests, she cannot afford to delay for even a moment. Chu Shanhai's voice carried a false gentleness. "Xingchen, you called me again." Yu Xingchen stood in the wind, feeling that her voice was somewhat obstructed. "Chu Shanhai, I've broken up with Zhou Chong. I want you to stop your despicable methods immediately." Chu Shanhai responded decisively. "Okay." He then hung up the phone on his own initiative. About half an hour later, Yu Xingchen received a call from Zhou Chong saying that the freight issue had been resolved, and Yu Xingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Zhou Chong hung up the phone and Yu Xingchen got into her car, Chu Shanhai called again. Yu Xingchen stared at the string of numbers for several seconds, then turned off the engine and answered the call. Chu Shanhai spoke as if reporting a task. "Xingchen, I've already spoken to them over there, and their troubles should be resolved." Yu Xingchen's voice was indifferent. "I understand." Chu Shanhai's voice suddenly turned cold. "You found out? He told you? You're still in contact?" "Yu Xingchen, he told me the outcome of the matter. Is that too much to ask? Does he expect me to never see him again?" Chu Shanhai, "This is exactly the result I wanted." Yu Xingchen snorted coldly. "Chu Shanhai, even if Zhou Chong and I can't be together, I will never be with you. I will never fall in love with a stubborn devil like you." Before Chu Shanhai could finish speaking, she hung up the phone. She drove alone through the streets, her mind in turmoil. She is rather oblivious when it comes to personal feelings. She has never expected love, and now that Chu Shanhai treats her this way, she is even more wary of relationships and marriage. She could go her whole life without dating or getting married, but that shouldn't be because she's afraid of Chu Shanhai. Yu Xingchen wandered aimlessly for a long time, thinking of a solution. Finally, he parked the car on the side of the road, took out his phone, and typed 3 words into the search engine, Suiner. The The first message that popped up was a report that Su Yiner had just won an award for a new movie. Su Yiner is a popular artist at Shanghai Entertainment, considered a top star, and the company has been promoting her. Zhuang Yu also had a role in this film, but it was just a small cameo. Yu Xingchen remembered that Zhuang Yu had gossiped with her about how, when Su Yiner was filming this movie, he once saw her kissing a man wearing a hat in a corner of the set, completely absorbed in the moment. Su Yiner presented herself as single and maintained a pure and innocent image, so Zhuang Yu was startled and quietly slipped away. Yu Xingchen stared at Su Yiner's smiling face on his phone, a malicious smile curling at the corner of his lips. Those who dare to be intimate on set are either incredibly bold and unrestrained, or they are deeply in love and can't wait to get together. In any case, there's bound to be something about her that will interest the public and give Chu Shanhai a headache. Unlike Chu Shanhai, Yu Xingchen cannot fabricate things out of thin air, but she will not hesitate to use any pretext to her advantage. The next day, Yu Xingchen went to Shanghai Entertainment. Coincidentally, she ran into Su Yiner as soon as she stepped out of the elevator. Also with her was another person who gave Yu Xingchen a headache, Song Qinghwan. Yu Xingchen greeted them with a professional and polite smile. Miss Song, Miss Su. Song Qinghwan asked bluntly, "What are you doing here?" The hostility was palpable. Su Yiner was quite polite. "Hello, you are." Yu Xingchen smiled at Su Yiner and said, "I'm your fan. Your newly released movie, Genius School Beauty, is really amazing." Su Yiner, "Thank you." Yu Xingchen then turned to Song Qinghwan. "I'm here to see Zhuang Yu. Miss Song, please don't misunderstand." Song Qinghwan snorted coldly and warned, "I advise Miss Yu to find her place and stop daydreaming." Su Yiner was completely confused, but she didn't ask any questions. She had no desire to get involved in the young lady's mess. Yu Xingchen smiled politely. "I'm just here to visit a friend. You guys go ahead with your work, I won't bother you any longer." Song Qinghwan pulled Su Yiner away. After taking only 2 steps, Yu Xingchen heard the person behind him suddenly gag. Gag. Her brows furrowed slightly as she heard Song Qinghwan's concerned voice. "Yiner, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Yiner smiled and said softly, "My stomach is a little uncomfortable. I guess it's gastritis." Sigh. With this job, we don't eat every meal we want, and our stomachs are all ruined. Song Qinghwan chimed in. Who says otherwise? The two walked away slowly, but Yu Xingchen stared at Su Yiner's back, lost in thought. Zhuang was filming a cosmetics commercial when Yu Xingchen found him. He was posing with the product in his hands. He seemed a little surprised to see her. Yu Xingchen sat to the side waiting, but her mind was elsewhere. Based on her own experience, Su Yiner is most likely pregnant. Chapter 31 You Sacrifice, I Take Over. During the few minutes Yu Xingchen waited, she had already come up with some ideas, and a rare smile returned to her face. When Zhuang Yu finished her work and came over, Yu Xingchen greeted her with a smile. "Zhuang Yu, why did you suddenly come to the company to see me?" "I'm flattered." Yu Xingchen clicked his tongue in admiration. "You're quite handsome when you're working. I just can't understand why you're not more famous." Zhuang Yu lowered his voice and joked. "It's possible that someone rejected someone else, and I was put down by that person." Yu Xingchen shoved him. "Get lost. That person dumped someone else on someone else the other day, and that person hasn't even settled the score with that person yet." Zhuang Yu said with a smile. "Hey, to be honest, did you go back and check the surveillance footage in the car? It was quite a sight. If it weren't for someone's status at the time, I would have recorded it and used it to my advantage for life." Yu Xingchen looked unconvinced. "TCH, I've been with countless men. Teasing a little brother is just standard practice." Zhuang laughed a few times, gave her a thumbs up and praised. "It has to be you, Yu Xingchen." Before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately became serious. He looked past Yu Xingchen's shoulder and looked behind him, respectfully calling out, "President Chu." Yu Xingchen laughed even more exaggeratedly. "Your acting is all right. Once I make some money this year, I'll spend a fortune to promote you in a movie." "Oh, you've been with countless men?" Chu Shanhai's voice and his presence appeared before her at the same time, and Yu Xingchen's smile froze on her face. This stinking plague has really arrived. She rolled her eyes at Chu Shanhai in a very impolite manner, completely ignoring him, and then twisted her waist to take Zhuang Yu's arm. "Come on, let me take you to eat." Chu Shanhai's expression was cold and stern as he looked at the 2 intimate figures in front of him, focusing his gaze on her hand that was wrapped around his arm, and he chuckled. The laughter, though low, was filled with chill. Zhuang Yu understood his boss's displeasure. He swallowed a few times, pushed Yu Xingchen's hand away, and said in a low but serious voice, "Don't hold my arm. It'll be troublesome if the paparazzi take pictures of us." Yu Xingchen was so angry that she smacked him on the head with a roasted chestnut. "What kind of paparazzi are you working for? Can't you have some self-respect?" Zhuang Yu was about to cry, looking pitifully at Yu Xingchen. "It's hard to find a job these days. This place has 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and I don't want to lose my job." Chu Shanhai nodded smugly. Director Zhang's film is missing a second male lead. "Zhuang, you should audition for it tomorrow." Zhuang Yu couldn't believe his ears. The boss had given him special treatment. You know, Director Zhang always picks stars like Su Yiner for his films. Even someone with connections like Song Qinghuan can't get in. And now it's his turn. He was almost crying with joy. Really, Mr. Chu? I can really audition." Chu Shanhai narrowed his eyes slightly. "What, can't you hear? Then you might not meet his casting criteria." Okay. I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow." Zhuang Yu was practically begging Chu Shanhai to kneel down and hug his leg. Chu Shanhai smiled faintly. "Now, call your friends, and let's go have dinner together." Yu Xingchen glared at Chu Shanhai with hatred and said coldly, "I won't go." Chu Shanhai didn't say anything, only glanced at Zhuang Yu, who immediately grabbed Yu Xingchen's sleeve and begged, "Please, remember the sanitary napkins I gave you back in high school." Yu Xingchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Zhuang Yu." Zhuang chuckled and lowered her voice, saying, "We're best friends, so just think of it as sacrificing for your sister's advancement." "Yu Xingchen, you're the one who wants to take the position, so why am I the one who has to sacrifice? If anyone should be sacrificed, it should be you," Zhuang Yu said in a frivolous tone. "Isn't it because President Chu isn't interested in men? Otherwise, do you think I wouldn't want to?" The two teased each other about their unrestrained speech, and at Zhuang Yu's pleading, Yu Xingchen reluctantly agreed. "In any case, it's only a matter of time before I face off against Chu Shanhai." The 3 of them went to the elevator. Zhuang and Yu Xingchen were in front, and Chu Shanhai was behind. Yu Xingchen was still wearing high heels that were more than 10 centimeters high and a knee-length dress. She walked with a graceful sway, making his heart flutter. He had been thinking about this person for 3 years, and that night could only be considered a hasty ending for him. It was far from enough. Having not been close to her for so long, he was indeed feeling restless. Once inside the elevator, he stood slightly behind and to the side of Yu Xingchen. The familiar scent of perfume was faint, making his mouth water. Chu Shanhai glanced down. Given the height difference, he could see right through her chest. Chu Shanhai felt a surge of chaotic power within his body and hurriedly moved his head away. Upon arriving at the garage, Yu Xingchen had just unlocked her car when Chu Shanhai opened the passenger door and got in. Yu Xingchen slammed the car door shut again and looked at Zhuang Yu on the other side. "Zhuang Yu, I'll ride in your car." Zhuang Yu shrugged. "The car keys are still with my assistant, and she's not at the company." Yu Xingchen gritted his teeth and said, "Then you drive." "Zhuang Yu, I have a slight wrist sprain, so I can't drive." He brushed his sleeve up and saw that it was indeed a little red and swollen. Yu Xingchen had no choice but to angrily open the driver's side door again and get in. Chu Shanhai turned to look at her, smiled, and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Yu Xingchen stepped on the gas and made a sharp left turn as soon as he exited the garage. Zhuang Yu gripped the roof railing tightly in fright, while Chu Shanhai remained unmoved, watching Yu Xingchen go mad. His gaze showed no sign of abating as he brazenly scrutinized her. Her red lips were luscious, her neck was slender, and her collarbone was sexy, but her teeth were tightly clenched, and her face looked sour. Like a disobedient little wildcat. It's both alluring and captivating. Once on the road, Yu Xingchen slowed down again. She wouldn't lose her mind because of Chu Shanhai. After all, she still had a lovely and mischievous daughter to raise. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yu Xingchen learned from her previous experience of dining together and waited until Chu Shanhai was seated before sitting down diagonally opposite him. Chu Shanhai understood perfectly. A slight smile played on his lips. He understood everything, but said nothing. Zhuang sat next to Yu Xingchen, habitually setting out the table for her and chatting casually. "Why did you come to see me today? Weren't you supposed to be busy?" "Yu Xingchen, isn't it your birthday in a few days and you won't be here? I said I'd treat you to dinner today as a birthday celebration." Zhuang Yu pouted. "You're being too sloppy. You're just going to fob me off with a meal." "Yu Xingchen, anyway, your fans will send you gifts. You won't be able to open them all." Chu Shanhai was engrossed in replying to messages and didn't join their conversation. Just as all the dishes were served, two more people entered the restaurant. Yu Xingchen was sitting in the seat directly facing the door. As soon as she looked up, she saw the person who came in, and a smile instantly appeared on her face. Before the newcomers even saw her, she stood up and greeted them. "Miss Su, Miss Song, are you here for dinner too?" The joy on his face was definitely not faked. Chapter 32: The Dinner Party. Song Qinghuan's expression changed instantly when she saw her and Chu Shanhai. She was initially filled with hostility, feeling that this woman was too arrogant and that greeting her was clearly a provocation. But when he saw Chu Shanhai turn around, his face lit up with joy, and he became the obedient rabbit he remembered. Two women walked over, and Yu Xingchen smiled. "Want to eat? Let's eat together." Song Qinghuan rarely had the chance to dine with Chu Shanhai except at family dinners. Now, seeing the empty seat next to Chu Shanhai, she readily agreed. "Okay." She carefully sat down next to Chu Shanhai, who was frowning, while Su Yin'er sat to the side, right next to Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen pulled out a chair for her, and she returned Yu Xingchen's polite smile. After exchanging greetings, Yu Xingchen handed the menu to Su Yin'er. "Miss Su, we haven't started eating yet. Would you like to order a few more dishes?" Su Yin'er, a celebrity like her, is used to being fawned over by fans when she's out in public. But in front of Chu Shanhai, she was very low-key and said with a slight smile, "I'm fine with anything. Let Qinghuan order." Song Qinghuan's eyes, filled with affection, were fixed on Chu Shanhai. It was rare for her to sit so close to him. Upon hearing this, she waved her hand and said, "No need, no need. Don't you have a bad stomach? Just make do with it. I'm fine." Upon hearing this, Yu Xingchen said gently, "You can't be careless if you have a bad stomach. You have to take it slowly to heal." Su Yin'er smiled and nodded, then buried her head in ordering food. Yu Xingchen saw that she had indeed ordered 3 very light dishes, the same ones she had eaten when she was pregnant and feeling suffocated. Yu Xingchen smiled but remained silent. They chatted, waited, and ate, but Su Yin'er couldn't bring herself to eat the greasy dishes on the table, and her face showed suppressed discomfort. Yu Xingchen recalled that when she was pregnant with Yin, she couldn't stand eating greasy food. In the first 3 months, she felt like vomiting as soon as she heard the word oil. If we're talking about hardships, this must have been the most difficult period of her pregnancy with this precious baby. She glanced at Su Yin'er's flat shoes, feeling puzzled. Su Yin'er is currently enjoying immense popularity. Judging from this, could it be that she wants this child? Yu Xingchen almost burst out laughing when she imagined Chu Shanhai's headache at that time. While she was fawning over Su Yin'er, Song Qinghuan wasn't idle either. As if afraid others wouldn't know about her relationship with Chu Shanhai, she cautiously looked at him and asked, "Second brother, Godfather said there's a family dinner on Friday night. Do you have time to go back?" Chu Shanhai showed her no respect, maintaining his curt tone. "If you really want to know my itinerary, go ask Chun Lian." Song Qinghuan was speechless, so she silently drank her soup. Zhuang Yu couldn't afford to offend anyone here, so he could only act like a silent quail. He couldn't speak, but his hand under the table was gripping Yu Xingchen in a fit of rage. Song Qinghuan believed the information he'd given her last time was false, which had lowered her guard against Yu Xingchen, allowing her to easily climb into Chu Shanhai's bed. Therefore, Song Qinghuan was full of hostility towards him and tried to trip him up at the company. If Director Zhang's audition goes well tomorrow, Zhuang Yu will at least have some standing in the company and won't have to put up with a nobody who has connections but no acting skills and is arrogant and domineering. He could have used the meal as an opportunity to probe Chu Shanhai about the viability of this opportunity, but now that Song Qinghuan has arrived, he no longer has a chance to interject. He only thought that Yu Xingchen had deliberately sent Song Qinghuan to cause trouble in order to get rid of Chu Shanhai. Little did he know that her target was Su Yin'er. In front of everyone, Chu Shanhai openly focused his gaze on Yu Xingchen, but his gaze was cold, making Su Yin'er, an outsider, unsure of their relationship. Yu Xingchen pretended not to see anything and continued eating her meal calmly, occasionally chatting with the people on either side of her. Later, she got up to go to the restroom, and less than a minute later, Chu Shanhai stood up. In her haste, Song Qinghuan blurted out, "Second brother, where are you going?" Chu Shanhai glanced at her. "You're smoking. Want to smoke with me?" Song Qinghuan would never smoke, and besides, if he did smoke and the media caught him, it would be on the news. She waved her hand. "Second brother, smoke less. Smoking is bad for your health." After Chu Shanhai left, Song Qinghuan reverted to her usual aloof demeanor, crossed her arms, and asked Zhuang Yu across from her, as if interrogating a criminal. Zhuang Yu, how come my brother is with her? Suppressing his impatience, Zhuang Yu replied. Xingchen came to see me. We just happened to run into President Chu. Song Qinghuan was somewhat skeptical. A big spender like Chu Shanhai and a married woman with a child like Yu Xingchen would be scrambling to get together. Would she really come to the company just to see Zhuang Yu? Could it be a pretext? If so, then her methods are quite sophisticated. She knows how to seduce men. Song Qinghuan knew she wouldn't get anything out of him, so she turned to chat with Su Yiner. Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Su Yiner smiled faintly and said, I've already had a bowl of soup. I'm trying to control my weight lately, so I can't eat too much. Song Qinghuan laughed and said, no wonder you're so popular. You're so strict with yourself. Su Yiner retorted, that's because you don't want to work hard. If you were serious, you'd be winning awards left and right. Song Qinghuan loved flattery. Being praised by top celebrities made her feel very comfortable. She complained in a pretentious way. Ugh, every time I want to work hard, my godfather tells me to just have fun and be happy. It's so discouraging. Chu Yuntian and Song Qinghuan's father were longtime friends, and since he had no daughter of his own, he naturally doted on her and took good care of her. She often flaunted her status in his name when she was out in the world. On the other side, in the corridor outside the restaurant's restroom, Yu Xingchen had just come out of the bathroom when she saw Chu Shanhai leaning against the wall. Her expression changed slightly, and she said bluntly, what are you doing standing outside the bathroom? Didn't you eat enough at the table earlier? She walked away from him as she spoke. Chu Shanhai grabbed her wrist, forcing her to stop. He looked at her with a smile. Quick-witted, you're quite the talker. Yu Xingchen was in a good mood and was willing to exchange a few words with him. She pulled her hand away from his, created some distance, and looked up at him slightly. I hope you're not joking about Zhuang Yu's audition. He and I are just friends of many years, and our relationship is perfectly clean. You don't need to target him. She had experienced Chu Shanhai's domineering and unreasonable behavior firsthand, and she couldn't let Zhuang Yu be made a fool of because of her. Chu Shanhai looked at her red lips and said with a wicked smile, you're so protective of him, and you still say your relationship is clean? Yu Xingchen, just because you don't have friends like that doesn't mean others don't. Chu Shanhai, how I treat him depends on how you treat me. If you are gentler and more compliant with me, he might even get the lead role in this drama. Yu Xingchen smiled. So you think I'm the kind of woman who would sacrifice my looks for a friend? Chu Shanhai, then it seems your relationship isn't strong enough. What if I get upset and blacklist him? Yu Xingchen shook her head and explained with a smile. No, what difference does it make whether he hides or not? He just gets minor roles in various flops or plays the male lead or second lead in some web dramas without making a splash at all. So don't bother. Chu Shanhai looked at the eloquent yet stubborn woman in front of him, who was so infuriating that he raised an eyebrow. Yu Xingchen smiled charmingly. Zhuang and his family are not short of money. He just likes acting in Shanghai and takes the opportunity to get the benefits. Seeing Chu Shanhai's discomfitured expression, she felt completely relieved and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, after taking only one step, he was pushed by a strong force and immediately dragged to a dark place. She instinctively screamed, but the sound was stuck in her throat, because a pair of warm, strong hands were firmly covering her lips. Chapter 33, He's Willing to Be My Dad. The disparity in physical strength between men and women left Yu Xingchen unable to move. She continued to struggle, mumbling incoherently. Chu Shanhai, you bastard. The fire escape was dimly lit and empty, and her muffled voice echoed in the hallway. Chu Shanhai moved closer to her, his voice low and full of helplessness. Your mouth is already gagged. Can't you be quiet? What am I supposed to do with you? Yu Xingchen's high heel stepped on his foot without any politeness, causing him to hiss in pain and look down. Goodness, you're so cruel. Are you trying to puncture my shoe? Chu Shanhai moved his foot a few times to ease the pain, but he couldn't bear to punish her with his hands, so he could only complain a few times. His palms were already damp from Yu Xingchen's breath, tickling him and making him feel aroused. With a gentle smile, he leaned closer and said, let's stop arguing and live a good life together, okay? Yu Xingchen hated this kind of violent suppression. She could never gain the upper hand. Now, her resentment towards him had grown even stronger. Her face flushed red as she yelled, who the hell wants to live with you? Let go, you filthy scoundrel, you rapist. Chu Shanhai leaned down slightly, looking into her eyes. I've been calculating the time. Isn't our daughter's birthday coming up soon? When is it? Yu Xingchen stubbornly turned her head to the side, refusing to answer. Chu Shanhai. Even if you don't tell me, I'll find out. Don't forget, she's still attending our family's early education class. He released his grip, and Yu Xingchen let out a long breath before coldly warning. You dare to harass her? Chu Shanhai. Don't put it so harshly. She's my biological daughter. It's only right that I go see her. Yu Xingchen was now truly panicked and annoyed. Chu Shanhai. If you dare to spout nonsense in front of Yin, I guarantee you'll regret ever knowing me. Chu Shanhai smiled brightly. Even if you are her mother, you have no right to deprive her of the right to spend time with her father. Yu Xingchen shoved him hard, and Chu Shanhai took 2 steps back. Yu Xingchen gritted her teeth and warned. Chu Shanhai, Yin is my life. If you dare to compete with me for her, I can't guarantee what I might do. After saying that, she opened the heavy fire door and stormed out. She had been in the bathroom for far too long, and besides, Chu Shanhai had also disappeared. Song Qinghuan was already restless in her seat. Just as she was about to stand up and go out to see what was going on, Yu Xingchen returned with a livid face. Song Qinghuan's complexion became even worse than hers. Chu Shanhai also entered leisurely, sat back in his original seat, his gaze unreadable, but he kept looking at Yu Xingchen. Song Qinghuan wanted nothing more than to tear Yu Xingchen apart. This woman claimed to have nothing to do with Chu Shanhai. Not only did she sleep with him, but she also openly seduced him in front of so many people. She was utterly shameless. Everyone says that those near the water get the moon first, and her parents were also keen to marry her into the Chu family. She never imagined that Chu Shanhai would have an affair with another woman right under her nose. She absolutely couldn't tolerate it. The atmosphere at the dinner table changed. Yu Xingchen didn't speak, and everyone was as quiet as chickens. The dinner party ended quickly, and while Song Qinghuan was busy with Chu Shanhai, Yu Xingchen pulled Zhuang Yu away and slipped away. In the car, Zhuang Yu looked at Yu Xingchen, who was still furious, and asked, "What just happened between you two?" Yu Xingchen slammed his fist on the steering wheel. "That bastard harassed my daughter." Zhuang sat up straight, somewhat incredulous. "You can't just say things like that. What's going on?" Yu Xingchen then realized that Zhuang Yu was unaware of the relationship between Yin and Chu Shanhai. She calmed down and said in a low voice, Yin is attending early childhood education at the Chu family's educational institution. He might be trying to win over my daughter behind my back. How shameless. Zhuang Yu disagreed. That means he truly loves you. Xingchen, actually, President Chu is a very good person. His work ability goes without saying. He's only been in charge of the company for about a year, and he's managed it exceptionally well. My resources this year are significantly more than in previous years. And from what I know, besides that clingy adopted sister, he doesn't have any other women around him. You might want to. Yu Xingchen glanced at him sideways. Don't you know my situation? Do you think there's any possibility between him and me? Besides, I really hate him right now. She knew that when things were serious, Zhuang Yu was not encouraging her to be with Chu Shanhai for his own career prospects. He wanted her to find a good man. Yu Xingchen was extremely annoyed. Don't mention him. She sighed. Don't mention him in front of me again. Zhuang Yu sighed and shook his head. He really couldn't interfere in the relationship between the two of them. Yu Xingchen added, I can't guarantee he won't make things difficult for you because of what happened to me. Good luck to you. Zhuang Yu disagreed. President Chu is not that petty. Yu Xingchen smiled, thinking of what Zhou Chong had encountered, and remained silent. After dropping Zhuang Yu off at home, she drove back to her own home. Yin is drawing. She's only 2 years old, but her drawing is quite decent. Looking at her daughter's small figure, Yu Xingchen's heart melted, and a gentle smile gradually appeared on her face. This is her precious darling, her everything. She would never let her daughter see the ugly side of her parents. She crouched down, wiped the watercolor paint off Yin's cheek, and asked with a smile, Yin, who did you paint? The drawing paper shows the outline of a human figure. Yin answered in her childish voice, Daddy. Yu Xingchen frowned. You've never even met your father. How do you know how to draw him? Yin answered decisively. I know. Yu Xingchen kissed her forehead. Then try drawing. Mommy is really looking forward to it. Yin nodded. Mommy, wait a moment. It will be ready soon. Yu Xingchen gave the child enough space. While Yin was drawing, she moved her laptop next to her and started working online. When the mother and daughter are serious, they are both very focused and do not disturb each other. About half an hour later, Yu Xingchen raised her head and stretched her neck, then rubbed her sore shoulder with her other hand. The table in this little girl's room is too low, and she feels uncomfortable crouching there. She glanced at the canvas and then stopped in her tracks. The person in the painting looks so much like Chu Shanhai. Yu Xingchen leaned closer, steadying her breathing. "Yin, is this Daddy?" Yin was still carefully drawing eyebrows on the person in the painting. "Okay, it'll be ready soon." Yu Xingchen sat cross-legged beside her. "But why do I feel like this person looks a bit like Uncle Chu?" "Yin, I drew it based on Uncle Chu's drawing, didn't I?" Yu Xingchen stiffened, regained her composure, and asked, "Why?" After finishing the last stroke, Yin looked at her painting and smiled with great satisfaction. "Because Uncle Chu said he's willing to be my dad." Chapter 34 Heaven Helps Me. Yu Xingchen clenched her fists secretly, wishing she could crush Chu Shanhai to death. She had no idea that her daughter and Chu Shanhai were actually in contact in private. She asked, "When did he come to see you? Why didn't you tell your mother?" Yin looked up at her mother and said, "Uncle didn't look for me. He called me." Yu Xingchen, make a phone call? Yin, last time, Mommy got lost at the airport and Uncle left Yin's phone number. Yu Xingchen, so what did he say to you on the phone? Yin tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "Yin should listen to Mommy." Yu Xingchen, is there anything else? Chu Shanhai is so shameless. I wonder what he said to Yin. Yin also asked if he could make poop, and he said yes. Yu Xingchen frowned. Why did you ask that? Yin, my dad is dead. I want a new dad. Yu Xingchen sighed, seeing that she wouldn't get any information out of her, and led her daughter to wash her hands. Has he come to see you? Yin was unusually well-behaved. No. Uncle said that if he came to see her, Mommy would be unhappy, so he could only call me. Yu Xingchen stamped her foot. That's what he said? When did Chu Shanhai become so principled? Yin nodded. Mommy, did you and Uncle have a fight? Yu Xingchen, no. Next time he calls you, you should tell your mother immediately. She played with Yin absent-mindedly for a while. Then, after coaxing her to sleep, she went back to work. After working for a while, she realized that a folder she needed was left in another apartment. Not feeling sleepy, she went out and drove to get it. The apartment was close to the company, and sometimes when she was busy, she would stay there for one night, but she rarely went there. As I entered the elevator, a couple happened to come over as well. Their voices grew louder as they approached. The man was the main speaker, his voice low. Listen to me. We don't need it now. There will be plenty of opportunities later. The man and woman stopped when they saw someone in the elevator and did not step in. The voices stopped. Yu Xingchen was looking down at her phone when she saw their actions. She looked up and saw a pair of familiar white flat shoes before the door closed. Yu Xingchen frowned. She had seen these shoes earlier today. They were next to her at the restaurant. It's Su Iner. Yu Xingchen smiled and thought for a long time before finally remembering the name of the male singer Zhuang Yu had mentioned. She immediately took out her phone and searched for Zhaoqi Tianjuan, and actually found a few results. So, it's this man who lives here, and Su Iner came to find him. It was already past 10 p.m., and there weren't many people using the elevators. After getting out of the elevator, Yu Xingchen immediately checked all 3 elevators and found that one of them was slowly rising and finally stopped on the 12th floor. Yu Xingchen's hair was down, and she had been looking down at her phone earlier. She had also changed her clothes, so she was confident that Su Iner hadn't recognized her. She couldn't help but sigh. If what Zhao Qi had just said was about the pregnancy, then he was really a scumbag. Zhuang Yu once said that Shanghai company values reputation and image and is very strict in managing its artists. In order to maintain fan loyalty, no male or female star under the age of 30 is allowed to date. Su Iner, who follows the pure and innocent image, is pregnant. It's estimated that she'll stay on the trending topics list for at least a week. Moreover, the public relations fees paid by Chu Shanhai are probably in the 8 figures. Yu Xingchen felt increasingly cheerful as she thought about it. It was truly a stroke of luck that she discovered such a bombshell at this time. Wasn't Chu Shanhai just trying to trip up others for his own selfish desires? Well, she would have to teach Chu Shanhai a lesson in return. Shanghai Entertainment. Song Qinghuan ran into Chun Lian at the company and approached him with a smile. Brother Lian, what are you carrying? Are you taking it to second brother? Chun Lian remained respectful and polite to her. Ms. Song, this is a product report for President Chu. Song Qinghuan reached out to take it. What report? Let me see it. Unexpectedly, Chun Lian gestured aside, and Song Qinghuan didn't even touch the edge of the folder. Chun Lian maintained his business-like tone. President Chu doesn't like others touching his things. Song Qinghuan puffed out her cheeks. He's my second brother. Why can't I touch him? Chun Lian smiled faintly. Miss, this is official business. Please don't make things difficult for me. Song Qinghuan had dealt with Chun Lian a few times and knew that although he seemed amiable, he was actually just like her second brother, a man of his word. So she didn't act presumptuously anymore, but followed him into Chu Shanhai's office. Chun Lian had no right to stop her. Chu Shanhai was engrossed in his work when Chun Lian knocked on the door. President Chu, the documents are here. Chu Shanhai didn't even look up. Okay, put it there. Tell the streamer that the live stream the day after tomorrow absolutely cannot have any mistakes. Chun Lian placed the folder on the side of his desk. Okay. Chu Shanhai. Do you think you can arrange a meeting with Xingchen? I'd like to meet her in person. He looked up at Song Qinghuan next to Chun Lian, and his voice stopped abruptly. He lifted his eyelids to look at her, his voice turning cold. What are you doing here? Song Qinghuan felt extremely wronged. She didn't understand why her second brother always had such a sour expression whenever he saw her. She twisted her fingers. My godfather said he couldn't get through to you on the phone, so he sent me to come and see you. Chu Shanhai leaned back in his chair. Okay, I've seen it. Get out. I need to work. Song Qinghuan glanced at the folder from earlier and, connecting it with what Chu Shanhai had told Chun Lian, knew that it must belong to Yu Xingchen's company. It's just a small, rundown live stream from a tiny company. Why is he so concerned about it? Song Qinghuan bit her lip. Then I'll go back first. She left Chu Shanhai's office and went directly to the floor where the anchor Xiao Xiao was located. Upon seeing her arrive, Xiao Xiao greeted her warmly. Sister Huan. Song Qinghuan asked with a smile, how are the preparations for the live broadcast the day after tomorrow going? Xiao Xiao, absolutely no problem. I've made similar products before, so don't worry, I'm very experienced. Song Qinghuan nodded in satisfaction. That's good. President Chu takes this very seriously, so you mustn't mess it up. Xiao Xiao, a small-time streamer, would never have had the opportunity to interact with high-level management like Chu Shanhai in the past. Now that Song Qinghuan is repeatedly monitoring this live stream, Chu Shanhai is also taking it seriously, and Xiao Xiao dares not be careless at all. If you perform well, your boss might be pleased, and you could even get a promotion. Xiao Xiao was full of confidence, while Song Qinghuan's smile held a deeper meaning. It wasn't surprising that Yu Xingchen received a call from Chun Lian inviting her to a live stream. They had been communicating and confirming the live stream details on the online platform for the past 2 days. Chun Lian said that Chu Shanhai wanted to meet with her to discuss the details, and Yu Xingchen readily agreed, even saying that she would take the initiative to go to his company to find him. Chu Shanhai was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the appointment to go so smoothly. He was waiting in his office with a smile on his face. When he heard the knock on the door, he stood up to greet him personally. To his surprise, when the door opened, in addition to Yu Xingchen, 3 of her planning department employees appeared in front of him. Yu Xingchen smiled radiantly and extended her hand to Chu Shanhai. President Chu, thank you for your trouble. I'll have our planning department colleagues communicate with you. That will definitely be more efficient. Chu Shanhai's face visibly turned green. Chapter 35 Your exclusive streamer. Next, Chu Shanhai brought in the live streaming team's employees and forced them to sit aside and communicate with Yu Xingchen's employees. Yu Xingchen stood leisurely to the side, and before Chu Shanhai could notice, she actually slipped out of the office. She asked around and then went to Su Yiner's floor. She was clutching a hearing aid tightly in her palm. On the day of the live broadcast, Yu Xingchen and her staff arrived early at Shanghai's live broadcast room to set it up. This was her company's first live stream, and she took it very seriously. She planned to start the live stream at 7 p.m., and she arrived very early. Seeing that everyone was working hard, Yu Xingchen ordered coffee and milk tea for them. It's rare to encounter such a generous product provider, and everyone in the live stream was very happy, working even more meticulously and diligently. By the time Shanghai's assistant bought drinks and distributed them, there was only half an hour left before the broadcast started. Everyone had finished their preparations, each holding a drink, and relaxed to chat. Xiao Xiao's live streaming assistant handed her latte. Sis, it's hot. Xiao Xiao was a little surprised, but her eyes were filled with joy. I was so busy just now that I forgot to tell you. I was actually looking for something hot to drink. Thank you, Xiaodi. Assistant Xiaodi said. I just ran into Sister Huan downstairs. She said you've started your period and asked me to bring you some warm food. Xiao Zhao's smile deepened. Sister Huan is so thoughtful. She hadn't expected that Song Qinghuan, despite her aloof demeanor, would be so thoughtful and considerate. She had taken a painkiller yesterday because of her severe menstrual cramps, and Song Qinghuan had noticed and casually asked about it. Surprisingly, Song Qinghuan remembered it. After drinking half a cup of coffee, her stomach felt warm and comfortable. She thought that she would definitely take the opportunity to thank Song Qinghuan tomorrow. More than 10 minutes before the broadcast started, all the cameras and staff were in place, but no one saw the anchor, Xiao Xiao. Someone asked the assistant, Xiao Di, where's Xiao Xiao? The broadcast is about to start. Xiao Di was organizing the products when she heard this. She looked up and looked around. They were just here. She stopped what she was doing and looked around, but there was no sign of Xiao Xiao, neither in the live broadcast room nor in the dressing room of the streamers. Xiao Di had no choice but to call her, and thankfully, the call went through. Sis, where did you go? The broadcast starts in a few minutes. Xiao Di was getting anxious, and her tone became urgent. Normally, at this point, Xiao Xiao should be sitting in front of the live stream camera. Xiao Zhao's voice was weak and feeble. Xiao Di, my stomach hurts. I might not be able to broadcast hiss. Xiao Di was struck dumb. At this point, Xiao Xiao said the show couldn't be broadcast. This wasn't just a blank screen. Their team's reputation and the company's prestige would all be affected, and the partner wouldn't let it go easily. The compensation would be substantial. Moreover, she heard that this partner was Song Qinghuan's friend. How could they afford to offend them? Xiao Di, what do? We don't have a substitute anchor. Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth and endured the pain. Go tell Director Lu quickly. He will make arrangements. Xiao Di didn't have time to ask about her physical condition. She immediately ran back to the live broadcast room and whispered the situation to Director Lu, who was in charge of the broadcast. Although Yu Xingchen had never participated in a live stream before, she knew that the host should be in place at this time. She looked at the flustered Xiao Di, went over and asked, what's wrong? She gets very serious when she encounters problems, and since she hasn't seen the streamer, she has already keenly sensed that there might be a problem with today's live stream. Her face is both cold and dark, and Xiao Di can't help but shiver when she sees her. Director Lu didn't hide anything. The anchor can't go on air because of health problems. Yu Xingchen frowned and said in a deep voice, bring the substitutes on. The quality of her live stream is no longer her primary concern. Being able to stream normally is her top priority right now. Their company has already spent money on promotion, and that money can't be wasted. Moreover, they can't afford to damage their company's reputation by breaking their promise. Fortunately, their company had communicated with Shanghai and only said that this time it was a mystery anchor without naming names, so that the audience wouldn't feel anything was wrong if a substitute was brought in. To everyone's surprise, Director Lu shrugged and said, there won't be any substitutes for the live broadcast. Yu Xingchen gritted her teeth and sneered. You guys are pretty bold. She now deeply regrets it. Because of Chu Shanhai, she didn't want to have much contact with him before. Even though she knew this project was important, she didn't follow it closely and left it all to her colleagues in the planning department. Otherwise, she wouldn't be standing here without even a plan B. With 2.5 minutes left before the broadcast, Yu Xingchen was determined not to allow a gap in the schedule. She turned to Zhou Lingzi beside her and instructed, Lingzi, you come here. As the head of the planning department, Zhou Lingzi was very familiar with the products they were collaborating on this time, and she was also clear about the live broadcast situation. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Lingzi waved her hand with a bitter face. President Yu, I'm not good at speaking. I can write a proposal, but I can't express it verbally, so I won't be able to attract netizens. The thought of sitting in front of the camera and stammering makes her heart tremble. Yu Xingchen understood that she was telling the truth. Zhou Lingzi was a pragmatic person, but she was not good at verbal expression. She couldn't very well ask her to go up and give a PowerPoint presentation to the audience and netizens. She pondered for 2 seconds, then frowned and said, I'll do it. You sit next to me and help. She is very familiar with her family's products. Although she rarely does live presentations in front of the camera, she is more experienced than Zhou Lingzi and is more relaxed. However, she is completely clueless about live streaming techniques. Zhou Lingzi nodded. She sat in the assistant's seat, with 30 seconds left before the broadcast. Yu Xingchen took a deep breath, looked in the mirror, and sat down in the anchor's seat. Let's try anything, even if it's a dead end, and leave it to fate. I'll do it. A clear, cool male voice cut through the crowd and reached Yu Xingchen's ears. She frowned and turned her head to look at Chu Shanhai, who was approaching calmly. What are you talking about? You don't. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Shanhai grabbed her by the collar and stood her up. Before she could react, Chu Shanhai sat down in the anchor's seat. She was pushed aside. Director Liu was already gesturing to start the countdown, so Yu Xingchen had to quickly slip out of the frame. She was on tenterhooks, fearing that Chu Shanhai would directly harm her. He ruined her live stream, damaging her brand reputation, reducing orders, forcing the company to lay off employees, and ultimately leading to financial difficulties and the company declaring bankruptcy. After all, her small company was probably not worth mentioning in Chu Shanhai's eyes. If his company goes bankrupt, he will have the right to fight for custody of his daughter. And at that time, she will be reluctant to part with her daughter and will definitely compromise with him. Then he will have achieved his goal. Yu Xingchen truly admired herself. At this critical moment of life and death, she was actually able to think of so many feelings of love and hate. After all, Chu Shanhai always has a stern face in public, hardly the type to try and please viewers and netizens. Aside from his face, which might pique netizens' interest in chatting with him, he has no real ability to keep people interested. If you let him stream, the footage might be A4 paper, made with environmentally friendly materials, and affordable. Buy it for me. Buy me an automatic stapler that can staple 180 documents per minute. Buy me a ballpoint pen that never fades, the kind used for signing contracts worth 2 billion. Yu Xingchen groaned at the thought of the cold, domineering CEO forcing her to shop. But there is no other way now. She took a deep breath and mustered her courage to focus her attention on Chu Shanhai. The live stream had just started, and there weren't many viewers yet, so the product introduction hadn't officially begun. These first few minutes were basically just the host keeping the audience entertained. Chu Shanhai placed the logo of Yu Xingchen's company in front of him, his long, beautiful fingers casually resting on its edge, a gentle and sincere smile on his handsome face. Today he was wearing a beige casual suit, and his hair wasn't combed as neatly as usual. Instead, bangs were loosely scattered across his forehead, making him look like a friendly neighbor chatting casually, sunny and dashing. Now, not only Yu Xingchen, but also the other employees who usually had some interaction with Chu Shanhai were all stunned. It's already unusual for a boss to do a live stream himself, but the change in his image is even more surprising. Chapter 36. I'm shipping couples. I visited their factory myself, and the materials they use are very environmentally friendly. Because a large portion of their customers are students, Xingchen prioritizes environmental protection and health over profit in their production philosophy. You can choose them with confidence. Chu Shanhai spoke eloquently in front of the camera, leaving Yu Xingchen somewhat stunned. The last time he went to the factory with Jing Yuan's people, she did give them a detailed introduction to the company's situation. I didn't expect him to actually remember it. Seeing how earnest and sincere he was, Yu Xingchen's anxiety slowly subsided. She took out her phone and entered the live stream, where she saw many netizens leaving comments. She read through them one by one, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Why are all these people commenting things like, "The streamer is so handsome. How many A4 sheets is your waist? Let us see. How many streamers will I get as a free gift with this order? Does the streamer have a private account? Please give us a push notification." Yu Xingchen shifted her gaze from her phone screen to Chu Shanhai's face. He was introducing the product with focused professionalism, occasionally replying to a comment, showing no signs of distance. That face was indeed flawless. If you said he was a newly debuted male celebrity, people would believe it to be 70 to 80%. Chu Shanhai. The host doesn't have a personal account yet, so please pay more attention to our products. We've been using their office supplies for a long time, so of course we have to recommend good things to everyone. If your company needs to make bulk purchases, you can contact our customer service through the backend. Our customer service ladies are also very lovely. Yes, I use this kind of pen every day. It's the same one used by the live streamer. Don't just stand there, order now. This is already the lowest price, and we can't change it anymore. But if you place an order, please leave a note, and I'll have customer service send you a small gift. Chu Shanhai introduced himself and chatted as he spoke, appearing very relaxed and at ease. The live stream's popularity has been soaring. In less than half an hour, it had already accumulated 1 million viewers, and the number of followers on their account was also increasing rapidly. Even the number of followers on Yu Xingchen's company account is constantly increasing, and customer service is already struggling to keep up. A smile finally appeared on Yu Xingchen's face. The live stream exceeded her expectations. Previously, She thought that Chu Shanhai's excessive involvement in the live broadcast was driven by personal motives, and she looked down on him. Now, however, she felt somewhat fortunate. If Chu Shanhai hadn't been so eager to take care of her project, her losses this time would have been immeasurable. Yes, Mr. Yu from Xingchen is also in the live stream. If you get 3 million likes, I'll have Mr. Yu introduce you to everyone personally. Of course, she's beautiful. She's gorgeous and incredibly capable. Yu Xingchen stood to the side, her face serious, and gave Chu Shanhai a meaningful look, signaling him not to tease her in front of so many people. But Chu Shanhai looked up at her, smiled, and continued, "President Yu just said that she was a little nervous." As she spoke, she looked in Yu Xingchen's direction in front of everyone, her eyes gentle, seemingly comforting him. "Don't be nervous. These are all little cuties." But Yu Xingchen felt that this was blatant flirting. Chu Shanhai looked at the camera again and continued, "Link number 5. Everyone hurry up and place your orders. There are still 3,000 orders left." He held a pen in his hand, seemingly casually twirling it between his slender fingers, and the comment section exploded again. "I can handle this. Hey handsome, kill me. Hand fetishists, help. These hands are just too beautiful." Chu Shanhai knows how to do live streaming. He used his advantage to play this little trick. Now, looking at the comments, he smiled at the camera and said, "Do you like it? If you like it, place an order. Link number 5, there are still 800 orders left." The post has already received 3 million likes, and some netizens are commenting that they want to see President Yu. Chu Shanhai tilted his chin up, looked at Yu Xingchen standing off camera to the side, and called out to her with a smile, "President Yu, we've got 3 million likes. Come and say hello to everyone." As he spoke, he patted the empty seat on the other side of himself. With so many people around, Yu Xingchen couldn't refuse, especially since it was a live stream related to her company. The person next to her helped her straighten her clothes and hair. She took a deep breath, sat down in the seat next to Chu Shanhai, and smiled as she waved to the camera. "Hello everyone. I am Yu Xingchen from Xingchen. Thank you for your support." As soon as she appeared, the comment section exploded again, with one comment after another popping up. "Wow, this lady is so pretty. She has such great style. Beautiful boss. I have to say, they're actually quite a good match for the streamer. I'm shipping this couple first." Chu Shanhai and Yu Xingchen, one wearing a beige casual suit and the other wearing a light lotus root soft dress, looked quite harmonious in terms of color alone. Their good looks and sincere smiles made for a beautiful scene. Chu Shanhai looked at the comments, and the corners of his mouth almost curved to his ears. He knew that once Yu Xingchen sat down there, these bored netizens would definitely not miss the opportunity to tease them. Some things are subtle and gradual. Maybe if Yu Xingchen hears them talking about being a couple a lot, she will slowly accept herself. He was terrified when he heard that the anchor was absent. It wasn't that he couldn't bear the consequences of such a live broadcast accident, but rather that he had ruined Yu Xingchen's first live broadcast, which would definitely offend her quite a bit, and he didn't know how to appease her. He couldn't upset her. He only thought for a few seconds before making a decisive decision to take the stage himself. Fortunately, he had participated in some language-related activities during college and had some experience in this area. Moreover, he had recently gained a thorough understanding of this project and was familiar with the entire live streaming process. Live streaming isn't difficult. The challenge lies in pleasing Yu Xingchen. Now that Yu Xingchen was sitting next to him, he felt very happy and introduced the products with even more enthusiasm. The interaction also shifted from the comments section to Yu Xingchen, and he would occasionally mention her. Yu Xingchen's response to him in front of the camera was more gentle and patient than ever before. During the 2-hour live stream, the atmosphere between the two became more and more harmonious, and when it ended, Chu Shanhai still felt that it was not enough. As soon as the camera turned off, Yu Xingchen almost collapsed in her seat. Chu Shanhai handed her a tissue to wipe her sweat, then brought her a water glass. "Have some. It's all over now." He maintained his gentle demeanor in front of the camera. Yu Xingchen took the water glass and drank several mouthfuls before letting out a long breath and sincerely thanking Chu Shanhai. "Thank you for today." Chu Shanhai sat down next to her. "This is our problem. We should be the ones apologizing." "Yu Xingchen, what's going on with that streamer?" "Chu Shanhai. Chen Lian has gone to investigate, and there will be results soon. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. The live stream went much better than she expected. She just checked the data and today's orders were mostly from individual customers, and the number was about the same as in the previous month. Many other companies have contacted them, preparing to discuss bulk cooperation. This was beyond her expectations, so she didn't intend to hold the anchor Xiao responsible. Yu Xingchen, that's an internal matter for your company. Chu Shanhai looked at the data and said with a smile, I've helped you sell so many goods. It's not too much for me to ask you to treat me to a meal, is it? Yu Xingchen clearly distinguishes between public and private matters. Chu Shanhai had helped her a lot today, so she readily agreed. Let's have dinner. Chu Shanhai smiled and said, okay. He was having a good time when Chun Lian called. He glanced at Yu Xingchen and answered the call in front of her. What exactly is that streamer? Before she could finish speaking, Chun Lian interrupted him with an unprecedented urgency. President Chu, Su Yiner has been revealed to be pregnant, and it's already trending on social media. Chapter 37. Favoritism sends me to the top of the trending list. Chu Shanhai suddenly stood up. What? His voice suddenly turned cold, and his face turned ashen. Su Yiner is Xinghai's top courtesan. If she were to cause such a scandal, Xinghai's reputation would be damaged, and its stock price would plummet. Even someone as arrogant as Chu Shanhai frowned. Yu Xingchen also heard Chun Lian's voice, and her face turned pale, her hands clenching tightly. Chu Shanhai ignored Yu Xingchen and strode out. After taking only a few steps, he turned back to look at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen's gaze was somewhat evasive. Her lips moved a few times, but she ultimately didn't say anything. Chu Shanhai's gaze was ambiguous. He looked at Yu Xingchen for 2 seconds, and then he really left. Chu Shanhai asked Chun Lian behind him, where is she now? Chun Lian, in her lounge. Chu Shanhai. Has this been confirmed? Is it true? Chun Lian. She didn't say anything, but judging from her reaction, it should be true. He followed Chu Shanhai and reported. The public relations department is already trying to suppress the hype, but her fame is just too great, and it's impossible to suppress it. So many people are forwarding it, and we can't keep up with deleting all the posts. Chu Shanhai didn't stop walking and ordered in a deep voice, release the news that I'm doing a live broadcast for Xingchen today. Chun Lian rarely hesitated. Is this appropriate? Chu Shanhai has always kept a low profile. When he returned to the Chu family that year, Chu Yintian wanted to throw him a grand welcome party so that relatives, friends, and business partners could get to know him and pave the way for his future career, but Chu Shanhai refused. He quietly returned to the Chu family, and only his close relatives knew about it. Later, he took over Shanghai Entertainment and got involved in some other businesses of the Chu family, and people in the business world gradually got to know him. Now, in order to suppress Su Yiner's trending topics, he is actually willing to reveal his identity, which is indeed surprising to Chun Lian. Chu Shanhai. Only by breaking an even more explosive piece of news can we suppress the momentum of this scandal. During his live stream today, many netizens speculated about his identity. Occasionally, someone mentioned that he looked like the second young master of the Chu family. At the time, someone refuted this, saying that they had seen the second young master of the Chu family before and that his temperament was completely different. The son of S city's richest man is live streaming. Isn't this more sensational than a top female star getting pregnant? Although Chu Shanhai wasn't sure if this matter had anything to do with Yu Xingchen, it didn't stop him from continuing to favor Yu Xingchen. I'll definitely boost Xingchen's company's orders by doing my live stream. As long as she's happy, what's wrong with being a little mischievous? Not to mention that he has loved her in his heart for so many years. Just the fact that she worked so hard to give birth to such a lovely daughter for him means that he must pamper her for the rest of his life and always make her happy. However, he was not entirely unpleasant. After all, this incident had damaged Su Yiner's reputation. Even though she was a top-tier celebrity who had seen many ups and downs, it was impossible for her to emerge unscathed from this storm anytime soon. Yu Xingchen's revenge is one thing, but why do women have to make things difficult for each other? That's so capricious. Chun Lian went to coordinate the matter of getting Chu Shanhai trending on social media, while Chu Shanhai went to Su Yiner's restroom. There were 2 other people inside, the public relations manager and Su Yiner's agent. They both had livid faces as they stared at the silent Su Yiner. Seeing him come in and call out President Chu, they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The master has finally arrived, and they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Su Yiner's matter is really difficult to handle. If the boundaries aren't properly managed, it can be very troublesome. Chu Shanhai didn't have their patience. The incident had already been going on for 10 minutes, and if it continued to escalate, more and more people would find out, making it increasingly difficult to manage. He pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Su Yiner, asking coldly, "Is it true?" Su Yiner was always docile, But now she turned her head to one side, refusing to answer, her eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly pitiful. But Chu Shanhai showed no mercy. His voice rose an octave. I'm asking you, is it true? Although he is usually aloof, few people have ever seen him lose his temper. Now he is clearly angry. The two people behind her were too scared to say a word, and Su Yin'er still didn't answer. Chu Shanhai said sternly, Su Yin'er, are you stupid? Putting aside the fact that you've done something so foolish and ruined your reputation, think about the reality. How many brands are lining up to terminate their contracts with you? You? How much money will you have to pay? How much money will the company have to pay? How could you be so stupid? Su Yin'er's tears rolled down her cheeks. That broken and tragically beautiful appearance was truly pitiful to behold. Su Yin'er slowly turned her head and looked up at him. This is an implicit agreement. Chu Shanhai. Who is that man? She didn't say anything. Chu Shanhai turned to the public relations manager and asked, Manager Wang, has anyone responded online? Manager Wang kept scrolling through his tablet. Not yet. Yin'er's matter has already been removed from the trending topics. Chu Shanhai. Go find Chun Lian. Don't respond to this matter yet. If anyone acknowledges the man's information, contact them immediately. After Manager Wang left, Chu Shanhai looked at Su Yin'er again. I'll ask one last time. Who is that man? Su Yin'er said in a trembling voice, Zhao Qi. Chu Shanhai. Who is Zhao Qi? He had spent a considerable amount of time in the entertainment industry, but he had never heard of Zhao Qi. They are either ordinary people or unknown celebrities. Su Yin'er, a singer. Chu Shanhai took a deep breath. He really was someone from this circle. He yelled, You're incredibly stupid. You're only 24, and you've ruined yourself like this for a man like this. Have you even thought about how you're going to live your life? Don't tell me you're rich. If this is proven true, you'll be completely drained of your resources. After all, she previously cultivated an innocent girl image and always claimed to be single. With tears welling up in her eyes, Su Yin'er said, I love him, and I'm willing. Chu Shanhai sneered. Naive. Su Yin'er stubbornly turned her head to one side. Chu Shanhai said coldly, Break off with him, issue a statement denying it, and say that the person in the recording isn't you. Send a lawyer's letter to the person who leaked the information. This is the only way to protect your future. Su Yin'er, her eyes red, cried out, No. Chu Shanhai, don't want to? It's been so long since then. Has he called or texted you? The agent has taken away Su Yin'er's phone, but it's just sitting there. Her private number hasn't rung yet. The light in Su Yin'er's eyes was fading. Chu Shanhai, you don't need to worry about this. The public relations department will handle it. Hand over your account, and someone will help you manage it for a while. Once things calm down, take a break and get rid of your pregnancy. Su Yin'er's eyes widened. You want me to abort it? Chu Shanhai teased. Are you going to keep him around for the new year? Can't you see what kind of attitude that guy has? If he really cared about you, he wouldn't have gotten you pregnant. If he really cared about you, he wouldn't have stopped contacting you for so long. What kind of man hides away like that? Su Yin'er cried uncontrollably. I don't believe it. He said he loves me. Chu Shanhai stood up. You'll believe it someday. He straightened his clothes and asked a casual question. Are you and Yu Xingchen very familiar? Su Yin'er, Yu Xingchen? Seeing her reaction, Chu Shanhai already knew the answer. The one who sat next to you at dinner that day. He was wondering that day why Yu Xingchen was being so attentive to Su Yin'er. Su Yin'er. I met him once at the company, and he said he was a fan of mine. Chu Shanhai nodded, got up, and left. As soon as she opened the door, she bumped into Song Qinghuan, who was standing at the door with a worried look on her face. Chu Shanhai frowned slightly. What are you doing here? Song Qinghuan was flustered when she suddenly saw him come out. I came to see Yin'er. She must be very sad right now. Chu Shanhai said in a deep voice. Go back, and don't get involved in this. Song Qinghuan stuck out her tongue, gave a muffled, oh, and then looked up at Chu Shanhai, excitedly saying, Second brother, you're trending. Is chapter 38 related to you? Chu Shanhai remained silent with a cold expression, showing no interest in the fact that he was trending on social media. Song Qinghuan tentatively asked, Second brother, have you found out anything about Yin'er's matter? Who leaked it? Chu Shanhai still ignored her, so she started babbling on and on. Yin'er has a lot of connections in the industry. I wonder who would do this to her. She's been spending most of her time at the company lately. Could there be a mole within the company? Or is it someone from outside? Chu Shanhai stopped and looked at her. If you're very free, your contract is about to expire, so you don't need to renew it. Song Qinghuan's face turned pale. Second brother, I. If she doesn't renew her contract with Shanghai, she won't have the same glamorous, star-studded experience at other companies, and it will be even more difficult for her to see Chu Shanhai. Chu Shanhai remained silent, and even though Song Qinghuan had many grievances against him for doing the live stream for Yu Xingchen today, she dared not utter another word. She bit her lip and lowered her head. I understand. I'm going back. Yu Xingchen's live stream had ended, and her people and Shanghai's people had communicated about the aftermath and had basically all left, but she remained still. She sat to the side scrolling through her phone, but instead of the headline, Chu Group's second Young Master live streams for Jiaqin, she was looking at a few places behind. Jade girl Su Einer suspected of being pregnant. Recording exposed. The original post has been deleted, and the recording is also gone, but Zhou Su found her a copy. Yu Xingchen listened with headphones on, and it was indeed the voices of Zhao Qi and Su Einer. 80% of the comments online are negative, with all sorts of insults flooding in. Some say Su Einer's image has collapsed, criticizing her for being pretentious. Others say she is shameless, and still others have said even harsher things, such as being promiscuous. It's safe to say that no normal woman could withstand such fierce criticism, especially since Su Einer was pregnant, and her emotions were already more volatile than the average person. She somewhat regretted going to see Su Einer that day. She bit her thin lips and thought for a moment, but in the end she still went to Su Einer's lounge. Su Einer's manager was waiting for her inside. When she saw Yu Xingchen arrive, she was taken aback and turned to look at Su Einer. Su Einer was also quite surprised to see Yu Xingchen. She said softly, Sister Yao, I'd like to have a few words with Miss Yu. Could you please step out for a moment? Li Yao looked at her with concern, then at Yu Xingchen. She had a feeling that the woman who came in was related to what happened today. Good. Not long after she left, Song Qinghuan appeared at the door of the lounge. Indistinct conversations could be heard coming from inside the closed door. Song Qinghuan didn't push the door open. Instead, she pressed her ear against it. Why? It was Su Einer's sorrowful, questioning voice. Sorry. Song Qinghuan was taken aback, recognizing the person inside as Yu Xingchen. Su Einer, how could this happen? Happen? Why did you do this to me? Why? Wah. Her cries were muffled, each one piercing to the heart. Song Qinghuan had known her for so long, but she had never seen her so vulnerable. Yu Xingchen, I can only say, I'm really sorry if it weren't for me. Song Qinghuan's heart was pounding. Could it be that Yu Xingchen leaked this information? No wonder she was so attentive to Su Einer on those two occasions. She found it strange at the time and even subtly inquired with Zhuangyu. Yu Xingchen didn't have any idols at all, so how could she be a fan of Su Einer? Therefore, her approach to Su Einer was entirely motivated by ulterior motives. Song Qinghuan wore a triumphant smile. She remembered Chu Shanhai's extremely sour face just now. This time, a lot of public relations expenses were spent, and Shanghai's reputation was also affected. Even Chu Yuntian called to ask about the situation. If Chu Shanhai knew that Yu Xingchen was the one who did this, he probably wouldn't have a good impression of her anymore. Even if he still protects this woman, the Chu family will not accept such a vicious daughter-in-law. She had originally come to find Su Einer to sound her out, but now that she understood everything, she was overjoyed and quietly left. Although Chu Shanhai had just scolded her, she was now incredibly excited and was determined to submit a petition to Yu Xingchen, even at the risk of being reprimanded. Chu Shanhai and his colleagues from the Public Relations Department were in the conference room, finalizing the public relations plan. When they came out, they saw Song Qinghuan leaning against the wall by the door, clearly waiting for him. He glanced at her, then left without lingering for a moment. Song Qinghuan jogged after him, calling out, Second brother. Chu Shanhai. I'll say it one last time, your second brother is not in the company. Song Qinghuan didn't mind and changed her words, saying, President Chu, I have something to tell you. She followed Chu Shanhai into his office. Chu Shanhai sat in his office chair, turned on his computer, and looked at the trending news, lost in thought. Song Qinghuan stood in front of him and tentatively asked, President Chu, have you found the person who leaked the information? The account that leaked the information was a new one. Although the IP address was found, the person could not be located or contacted, which was a real headache for Chu Shanhai. This whistleblower is a ticking time bomb. We don't know what other information he has, or whether he will continue to leak information. Therefore, their public relations department has not dared to make any statements so far, afraid of being proven wrong. He hesitated for a while, wondering whether to ask Yu Xingchen directly. Based on her reaction just now, He knew that this matter must be related to her. Chu Shanhai looked at Song Qinghuan. What do you want to say? Song Qinghuan swallowed hard, then boldly said, I know who leaked it. Chu Shanhai frowned as he looked at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. You know? Song Qinghuan. It's Yu Xingchen. She saw that Chu Shanhai's expression had indeed changed. She continued, Second, Mr. Chu, listen to me. I just want to find Su Yin'er and found Yu Xingchen inside. She apologized to Yin'er, and Yin'er questioned her about why she treated her like that. I felt something was off with Yu Xingchen a few days ago, but I never imagined she would be so hypocritical and vicious. Chu Shanhai stood up, neither confirming nor denying her words, and said coldly, I've said it before, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you continue to meddle, you'll have to leave Shanghai. He left after uttering that warning. Song Qinghuan followed, saying, President Chu, this woman is not as simple as you think. Don't be fooled by her. Chu Shanhai turned around and looked at her coldly, which frightened her into shutting her mouth tightly. Seeing that the annoying tail behind him was gone, Chu Shanhai then called Yu Xingchen. His voice was colder than ever before. Where are you? Yu Xingchen had her hands on the steering wheel, preparing to go back, when she received a phone call. She was also very tired. Garage. I've come to find you. After saying that, Chu Shanhai went to the garage. While waiting for Chu Shanhai, Yu Xingchen made a phone call to Su Yin'er. 3 minutes later, Chu Shanhai found Yu Xingchen's car in the garage. He opened the passenger door and got in, exuding a chill. Without wasting words, he asked directly, Su Yin'er's matter has nothing to do with you. Yu Xingchen looked at him for a long time, then let out a cold laugh. Chapter 39 Acknowledgement. Yu Xingchen smiled faintly as she looked at Chu Shanhai. The little harmony that had just been established between them has now vanished. Yu Xingchen sneered. Chu Shanhai, how does it feel to suffer an undeserved calamity? Chu Shanhai's eyes held a hint of doubt. Is it really you? Yu Xingchen, to be honest, I've never felt so guilty in my life since I found out that Zhou Chang's company's troubles were caused by me. Just consider this as Su Yin'er suffering this misfortune because of you, and let's call it even. She was smiling, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. She now sees Chu Shanhai troubled by this, but she just can't feel happy. She doesn't like to see suffering. Chu Shanhai frowned deeply. Su Yin'er is a woman. Do you know what kind of impact your revelations will have on her? She might never be able to recover her reputation for the rest of her life. Yu Xingchen's voice was icy. She's just one of your employees, and you feel so sorry for her? Have you ever thought about it? Zhou Cheng is my boyfriend. You just have a few stinking bucks, yet you make things difficult for him like this. What did he do wrong? How upset and guilty I feel. Chu Shanhai roared. Don't mention him to me at a time like this. Yu Xingchen took a deep breath, sneered, and turned her head back. Chu Shanhai. Oh, Chu Shanhai. How can he be so self-centered? Chu Shanhai stared intently at Yu Xingchen, then took out his phone and made a call, using the company's and Su Yin'er's accounts to deny this matter. After saying that, he hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair. His voice was a little hoarse. He streamed live for 2 hours today, talking for 2 hours straight. Right after the stream ended, he was busy running around because of Su Yin'er's situation, talking and holding meetings. His voice couldn't take it anymore. Xingchen, we shouldn't be like this. We used to be the closest people, with the closest relationship. Even my grandmother, she treated you like one of her own. We also have a daughter. We shouldn't be hurting each other like this. Yu Xingchen snorted coldly, her words sharp. Chu Shanhai, you were the one who acted presumptuously first. How dare you now adopt a condemning attitude? Can't you handle a game? Chu Shanhai, I don't want to play with you. I just want to be good to you. Yu Xingchen raised her hand to stop him. Stop. Do you think we can be good in our current situation? If you hadn't attacked Zhou Cheng back then, we could still be friends and partners. You were the one who was ruthless first, so don't pretend to be sentimental about our relationship now. Chu Shanhai still has many things to deal with. Besides Su Yin'er, he also needed to investigate why Xiao Xiao was temporarily not going live. Moreover, several family members had called to ask him why he was going live today. His fingers rested on the doorknob. I won't pursue this matter with you. I remember you promised to treat me to dinner. Yu Xingchen never expected things to turn out this way. He was still thinking about that meal. She warned. Chu Shanhai, although I don't have the power of the Chu family, let me tell you, I, Yu Xingchen, will avenge any wrong done to me, no matter what our past relationship was. If you mess with me again in the future, you'd better think twice. I'm not a soft-hearted person. Chu Shanhai listened to those words with his back to her, then pushed open the door and got out of the car. No sooner had he landed than Yu Xingchen stepped on the gas and drove off. Chu Shanhai felt that if he had walked any slower, he would have been run over by the wheels. Just how much does Yu Xingchen hate herself? From the initial report to the subsequent clarification, less than an hour passed. Although traces of Su Yiner's pregnancy still lingered online, the buzz surrounding it quickly died down. It has to be said, having money really makes things easier. Yu Xingchen's joy at the surge in orders was shattered by Su Yiner's incident, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. She soon threw herself back into her work, and in the second week, she went directly to the factory to oversee quality and progress. Chu Shanhai called her, and she would still answer, but if it was to discuss personal matters, she would hang up without hesitation. Playing with men is nothing compared to making money, and besides, this man isn't fun at all. She had just returned to the hotel from the factory when she received another call from Chu Shanhai. She was busy all day, feeling irritable and exhausted, and seeing the incoming call number only made her more upset. When she came out of the shower, her phone was still ringing. Yu Xingchen held a towel in one hand to dry her hair and picked up the phone with the other, then answered, "What is it?" Chu Shanhai didn't exchange pleasantries. "I need to talk to you about the unexpected situation the anchor had that night." Yu Xingchen got so busy that she forgot about that matter. She turned on speakerphone and went to get a hairdryer to dry her hair. "I said I won't pursue what happened that day. You can handle it yourselves." Chu Shanhai. "It might also be related to your people." Yu Xingchen paused, somewhat surprised. "What? My people?" Xiao Zhao's incident was clearly not an accident, but it shouldn't be that there was a mole among her own people, right? The people she brought that day had all been with the company for more than 3 years, and although Yu Xingchen was strict as the boss, he was always generous with money. She had no grudges against them, so there was no reason for her to be betrayed. Yu Xingchen said decisively, "My people are fine. Don't try to shift the blame onto me." Chu Shanhai. "There's no point in arguing about this over the phone. Where are you? I'll come find you, and we can talk face to face." Yu Xingchen. "It's inconvenient." Chu Shanhai. "Are you home? I'll come to your house." Yu Xingchen warned. Chu Shanhai. "I haven't even pursued the matter of you making a phone call to my daughter without my permission. If you dare to come to my house, don't blame me for being vengeful." Chu Shanhai said helplessly, "I really just wanted to talk to you about work. I was worried you'd be too tired to come out after going home. I'm being so considerate, but you think I'm trying to harass you? Please don't think so badly of me, okay?" Yu Xingchen didn't like hearing this. She said coldly, "You're not allowed to go while I'm not home." Chu Shanhai. "Speaking of which, why can't I get through to Yin on the phone?" Yu Xingchen would never mention that she changed Yin's phone number after she found out that Yin had been in contact with him in private. Yu Xingchen. "I'm out of town. This has already happened, so don't worry. I'll call you when I get back." She trusted her employees, but since Chu Shanhai suspected that this matter was related to her people, she wanted to find out the truth. The phone call lasted for about 10 minutes, and Yu Xingchen's hair was dripping with water, and her bathrobe was quite wet. "My head is aching slightly because I didn't dry my hair in time." She cursed, "Damn it," and picked up the hairdryer again. Chapter 40 Fear. Chu Shanhai has been having a tough time lately. After dealing with Su Yiner's matter, he returned to the Chu family's old residence after being urged by Chu Yuntian repeatedly. Chu Shanhai didn't like going back to this home. When he was a child, he only felt that this uncle took good care of him, even more so than his parents. Although the two families lived far apart, his parents would take him to see this uncle, who lived thousands of miles away during festivals. At that time, he thought it was because Chu Yuntian was rich that the Chu family valued him. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In fact, because of Chu Yuntian's success in the business world, he even became a role model for Chu Shanhai's struggle. He enjoyed chatting with Chu Yuntian, who encouraged him. "If there's anything you want to do, just go for it. I'll always be your support." Young Chu Shanhai was deeply moved. Everything changed when I turned 18. Chu Yuntian visited Chu Shanhai's small city for the first time, accompanied by his grandparents and other senior members of the Chu family, which made Chu Shanhai very apprehensive. Only then did he realize that the uncle he had called for over a decade was actually his biological father. In just a moment, he felt a great distance between himself and this group of people. These close relatives, for 18 years, never revealed a single word about his background. After he officially returned to the Chu family, Chu Yuntian had already prepared a house for him in advance. He really didn't stand on ceremony and didn't stay at the old house for a single night. He would only come back for festivals or family banquets, where he would sit obediently in a corner. Thinking about these old stories, Chu Shanhai drove to the old house. A servant was already waiting in the yard, took his car keys, and led him inside. Second young master, the master is waiting for you in the study. Chu Shanhai grunted in agreement, walked through the hall, and went up the stairs to the second floor. He knocked on the door, and Chu Yuntian's voice came from inside. Come in. Chu Yuntian was in his early 50s, but he was very well maintained and looked only a little over 40. He had thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes, and exuded an air of authority. He was currently sitting at his desk, looking at some documents. His success was not accidental. Despite his achievements, he remains disciplined and hardworking, spending most of his time at home in his study handling work. After Chu Shanhai went in, he called out, "Dad," then sat quietly on the sofa to the side without saying a word. Chu Yuntian looked up at him, then continued with his work. About 20 minutes later, Chu Yuntian closed the folder and picked up the teacup on the table, which was almost cold. Is everything taken care of? During this period, the only thing Chu Shanhai needed to deal with was Su Yiner's matter. Everything else was just routine. The two men spoke as if they were leaders of two countries, each more serious than the last. Chu Shanhai, it's all taken care of. Su Yiner is currently in the early stages of pregnancy, and there are no visible changes in her body. To avoid suspicion, she continues to work. Chu Shanhai has already arranged for her to have an abortion at the Chu family's private hospital once the storm has passed. Chu Yuntian nodded. It's not much trouble. It's just that this is your first time dealing with something like this. I thought we'd have to pay some money out of pocket. Chu Shanhai, no. Chu Yuntian took a sip of tea, frowned, and the servant waiting at the door immediately came in and took the teacup out. Chu Yuntian leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped in front of him. Yu Xingchen, what's your relationship with her? Chu Shanhai frowned slightly. Chu Yuntian had changed the subject too quickly. He suppressed his emotions and said in a calm tone, Partner. Chu Yuntian, in what area are we partnering with? Chu Shanhai, regarding work. Chu Yuntian, it's that simple? Chu Shanhai pondered for half a second, then confessed, I like her. Chu Yuntian, so you're jealous and fight over her, even withholding other people's goods for her sake, and going on live streams for her, selling goods like a clown? Chu Shanhai was very dissatisfied with his wording, but he didn't say anything. His stubbornness was a tacit admission. Chu Yuntian snorted coldly. My son, Chu Yuntian's son, is not only selling goods on live stream, but he even bought trending searches. Are you afraid that people won't know that you've taken a fancy to a woman with a child? So many people are waiting to see me make a fool of myself, and you've really made me look good. Chu Shanhai rarely talked back to him. What's wrong with selling goods? My company has so many live streamers, isn't that what I do? Chu Yuntian's voice suddenly rose. How can that be the same? Chu Shanhai, I didn't feel any difference. Chu Yuntian always kept his word, and this was the first time Chu Shanhai had been so impolite and disobedient. A fierce glint flashed in Chu Yuntian's eyes. I heard that the incident involving that female celebrity was exposed by this woman named Yu Xingchen. Shanhai, I'm not afraid to tell you directly. Our Chu family will absolutely not tolerate a woman like her. Chu Shanhai narrowed his eyes slightly. I heard? From whom? Song Qinghuan. Chu Yuntian. That's not the point. Chu Shanhai scoffed. Then which kind would you tolerate? Someone like Song Qinghuan. Chu Yuntian bluntly stated. Huan is very cute, but she is not the daughter-in-law I want. Chu Shanhai's lips curled into a playful smile. Oh? Which one do you prefer? Chu Yuntian knew he wouldn't be so obedient and would look for someone according to his own standards, but he still said, a good wife should come from a respectable family, be knowledgeable and capable, be able to help you in your career, be virtuous and proper, and be able to manage a family. Chu Shanhai nodded and said something outrageous. So Dad likes this kind of woman? Then you can marry another one according to your standards. Before Chu Yuntian could get angry, he stood up leisurely and said, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. The maid hadn't expected him to come downstairs so quickly. She had already parked his car in the garage. Seeing him come down and walk out, she wasn't sure what he was up to. Second young master, what brings you here? Chu Shanhai, I'm going back now. He was in a bad mood the whole way. He didn't dare tell Chu Yuntian that he would only ever want Yu Xingchen. He was still wary of his father. He understood the saying, old ginger is spicier. He held the steering wheel with one hand and couldn't help but call Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen's factory has prepared sufficient stock for this live stream, so she is not currently overwhelmed. However, the workers have been working overtime recently, as the number of orders has exceeded expectations. She stayed at the factory for 3 days to arrange everything before driving back to S City alone. Not long after the car started driving, it began to rain. It's autumn now, and when the drizzle comes, the roads are wet and slippery. Yu Xingchen had been working intensely for 3 consecutive days and wasn't in good shape. She was thinking about Yin and didn't want to wait until the next day. She had already set off when it was almost dark, and now it was raining, which would be another test of her energy. She cursed inwardly, but forced herself to stay alert, not daring to let her guard down for a moment. The phone rang, and Yu Xingchen glanced at it. Chu Shanhai. She answered the call. What's up? She always spoke to him in this businesslike tone. Chu Shanhai asks himself every day, are you back? His voice sounded tired. Yu Xingchen kept switching between the front and the rearview mirror, while the windshield wipers were slowly turning. She drove very carefully. No. Is there anything else? I'm busy. Chu Shanhai dawdled. What are you busy with? Yu Xingchen had no interest in arguing with him. Drive. Chu Shanhai. What a coincidence, I'm driving too. He chuckled to himself. Yu Xingchen thought this person was incredibly boring. He said he wanted her, but the way he pursued her and the things he said were so corny. Yu Xingchen smiled and said, that's all. I'm hanging up now. Chu Shanhai hurriedly said, something's wrong. Yu Xingchen said stiffly, speak. Chu Shanhai asked in a low voice, are you back from your business trip? Yu Xingchen hummed in agreement. Chu Shanhai, I'm waiting for you. I want to see you one last time. Before he could finish speaking, the call was disconnected. Chu Shanhai smiled and changed course at the next intersection to go to Yu Xingchen's house. He parked his car on the main road near her house, then sat in the car watching his watch and waiting for her. 2 hours passed, and Yu Xingchen still hadn't appeared. Chu Shanhai frowned. The factory is only a short distance from here. Even if she had just set off when we talked on the phone, she should have arrived by now. Chu Shanhai glanced at the drizzling rain outside and dialed Yu Xingchen's number. But no one answered the phone. Chapter 41, Unexpected. His heart was pounding wildly. It seems that people are like this. As soon as they can't contact someone they care about, they can't help but think the worst. Chu Shanhai was extremely worried, hoping that Yu Xingchen had guessed he was waiting here and had gone elsewhere. He remained relatively calm and eventually found Zhou Su's phone number and called her. It's past 9 o'clock at night now, and he doesn't care whether he'll disturb others. Hello. Zhou Su didn't have Chu Shanhai's contact information, and she remained as polite as ever when she saw the unfamiliar caller ID. I am Chu Shanhai. Has Xingchen returned? Chu Shanhai's voice was urgent and filled with worry. Zhou Su knew that Yu Xingchen disliked Chu Shanhai and assumed that the two were having another argument because Yu Xingchen wasn't answering his calls. She spoke in a businesslike tone. Hello, Mr. Chu. I don't know. How could Chu Shanhai not understand her thoughts? He roared angrily. I called her 2 hours ago, and she said she was on her way back, but she still hasn't come home, and I can't get through to her on the phone. He sighed. I'm worried something has happened to her. Zhou Su's body stiffened. Yu Xingchen left a little after 6 in the afternoon. They talked on the phone then, so there's no reason she shouldn't be home by now. Besides, she's been away from home for so many days. She would definitely go straight home when she gets back and wouldn't go to any other house, since Yin is still at home. She said, let me ask. She hung up the phone and immediately dialed Yu Xingchen's other private number. It has been switched off. Zhou Su felt cold sweat breaking out all over her body. Whether as a daughter, a mother, or a leader, Yu Xingchen is someone who gives people a strong sense of security. She would never cause anyone to worry unnecessarily. Zhou Su calmed herself down and called Yu Xingchen's home again. The maid said that Yu Xingchen had indeed not returned home. Zhou Su was usually calm and collected, but now she was really panicking. She had a bad feeling. She immediately called Chu Shanhai back. Have you made contact? Chu Shanhai's voice was extremely cold and stern. No, we can't get through to any of her phones. Her family says she hasn't gone back. Chu Shanhai. Think about it. Is it possible that she went somewhere else? He simply couldn't believe that Yu Xingchen would be in trouble. Zhou Su shook her head while holding her phone. She left a little after 6. Even if she drove slowly because of the rain, she should have arrived by now. She changed her clothes as she spoke, saying she was going out to look for something. Chu Shanhai's heart sank to the bottom, and he felt panicked and afraid. He cannot lose Yu Xingchen again. He promised that he would always go along with her from now on and would never upset her in the slightest again. Zhou Su, President Chu, you have a wide network of connections. Could you please check and see if you can find out her whereabouts? I'll go to her apartment to take a look. Chu Shanhai has a wide network of connections, but he doesn't really have any in this area, since he hasn't been based in S City for very long. He paused for a moment, then dialed a number. A pleasant young man's voice came through the receiver. Shanhai. Chu Shanhai. Brother, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Chu Shanhai didn't beat around the bush. Go on. Chu Shanhai. Could you check for me whether there has been any car accident on the Chungcheong Expressway from 6 p.m. today until now? If so, could you please ask for the list of injured people? Chu Shanhai's aura remained completely calm. Who exactly is it? Chu Shanhai gritted his teeth and uttered 3 words. Yu Xingchen. Okay. Chu Shanhai hung up the phone without asking any questions. For the first time, Chu Shanhai felt helpless. Losing someone was such an easy thing. It turns out there are times when I feel powerless. He slumped over the steering wheel for a moment, then opened the car door, got out, and rang Yu Xingchen's doorbell. The maid came out to open the door and was slightly surprised to see him. Mr. Chu, the servant said respectfully, but made no move to let him in. Chu Shanhai didn't mind. He knew without a doubt that Yu Xingchen had instructed them. He asked, "Is Yin asleep?" The servant was even more surprised. This person came and didn't look for Yu Xingchen, but instead asked about the little girl. Since it wasn't important, she answered truthfully, "I'm already asleep." Chu Shanhai nodded, took out a business card and handed it to her. "Xingchen hasn't come back. If anything happens at home, just call me." The maid was a little confused by what she said, but she still took the business card and said politely, "Okay." Chu Shanhai turned and left. He had just driven off when Chu Shanhai called. He paused for a moment, slowed down the car, and answered the call. "Elder brother. Mountains and seas." Chu Shanhai's voice was hesitant, which made Chu Shanhai feel very uneasy. He stopped the car, took a deep breath, and said, "Brother, what is it?" The few simple words were trembling with an unprecedented intensity. Chu Shanhai. There was indeed a car accident on the Chengdu-Chongqing Expressway today. A truck rear-ended a BMW, causing a chain reaction collision. Chu Shanhai felt a sharp pain in his heart. Yu Xingchen owns a BMW. Where is he? Bro, where is he? Chu Shanhai. The identities of the dead and injured have not been confirmed. The victim was a young woman, and the injured woman is in the 2nd Municipal Hospital. Chu Shanhai hung up the phone and drove off with trembling hands. He felt short of breath and his body was shaking uncontrollably, making it impossible for him to drive. He could only call Chun Lian and ask him to come pick him up at a nearby intersection. Fortunately, this area is a villa district, and it was nighttime, so there weren't many vehicles coming and going, which allowed him to drive his car safely to the intersection. His mind was still sharp enough to process the time. He figured Yu Xingchen should have been almost off the highway by then, and he wondered if his phone call had affected her. Back then, Yu Xingchen left with the words "a year later." He waited for half a month, but she didn't contact him again. He felt empty inside and endured it for many more days. He tried calling Yu Xingchen using an unfamiliar number from another city, but the number was disconnected. He paid the phone bill and tried calling again. The phone was off. "She hasn't replied to any questions about my online account." He waited a year, filled with longing and suppressed emotions, to contact her again, only to find the number was no longer in service. Those days were too dark. He never wants to experience them again in his life. He refused to admit that Yu Xingchen was a fraud, and that he was like Yang Gua, waiting in vain for all those years, only for others to hope that they would forget that person. He was abandoned once again. Love, hate, and resentment all at once. He thought that if he ever saw Yu Xingchen, he would definitely slap her twice across the face, and slap her for being a heartless con artist. "If I ever see her again, I will do everything in my power to make sure she doesn't have a single day of peace. If I see her, regardless of whether she is married or has children, I will definitely make her life miserable. I will definitely take my revenge on her." But why, after more than 1,000 days and nights, did he still not see her? When will I be able to meet her again and get my revenge? Chen Lian was quite surprised to see him looking so shaken. He started the car and drove off, asking, "President Chu, what's wrong?" Chu Shanhai seemed to have all his strength drained away and said weakly, "Xingchen, it's possible Chu was in a car accident." Chen Lian didn't ask any more questions and sped off towards the 2nd Municipal Hospital. Chu Shanhai stood in the crowd in the elevator, his eyes fixed on the changing floor numbers. Chu Shanhai called again. "Elder brother." "Chu Shanhai. I went to the funeral home and checked. It wasn't Yu Xingchen." Chu Shanhai's eyes welled up with tears, his nose stung, and he almost cried. "Thank you, brother, thank you." Her voice trembled. Chun Lian, standing beside Chu Shanhai, looked at him with surprise and reached out to support his arm. He always felt that Chu Shanhai, who was as cold and unyielding as an iron plate, was about to collapse. Chapter 42 Arrangement. Chu Shanhai looked at Chun Lian, his lips moving as he murmured, "It wasn't her. It wasn't her." Chun Lian tightened his grip. The sign in the emergency room was lit, displaying 3 bright words, "Operation in progress." There were police officers guarding outside. Chu Shanhai strode over, losing all composure. "Excuse me, is there a woman named Yu Xingchen inside? I'm her family member." The police officer looked him over and said slowly, "The victim's identity has not yet been confirmed." Chu Shanhai asked urgently. "A woman, about 25 or 26 years old, with long hair, and she was the only one in the car." The 2 policemen exchanged a glance. There is such a person. Chu Shanhai didn't know whether to feel relieved or heartbroken. He only felt a dull ache in his heart. How badly is she injured? The police didn't hide anything. Both of them went in were quite seriously injured. "We'll know the specifics after the doctor comes out. Sir, could you please come this way so we can register your situation?" Chu Shanhai went with the police and has been waiting outside the operating room ever since. He stood frozen in place for a long 3 hours until the door to one of the operating rooms opened. Chu Shanhai only realized his legs were numb when he moved. He didn't care about that and rushed over. The injured person was wearing an oxygen mask and had many horrifying tubes inserted into their body. At a glance, Chu Shanhai recognized the unrecognizable person as Yu Xingchen. He parted his thin lips slightly. The stars. His heart ached so much that he almost bent over, and his eyes stung with tears. How could his stars have turned out like this? Chu Shanhai grabbed a doctor. "Doctor, I'm her family member. How is she?" The doctor glanced at him, then looked at the police standing by, and said, "He has multiple fractures, soft tissue contusions, and most importantly, a severe concussion. He's been in a coma, and his condition isn't optimistic. He'll be under observation in the ICU. You need to be prepared and go pay the medical bills first." The doctor's words made Chu Shanhai feel more and more upset. What's not optimistic? He won't allow it. He couldn't go to the ICU, so he could only watch that person intently through the glass. His long, slender fingers pressed against the glass. "Get up, ruin my entire company, as long as you're happy. Get up now." However, the person inside did not move at all, and even their breathing was so faint. Chu Shanhai stared at Yu Xingchen blankly for a long time before leaving. Chu Shanhai received the message and rushed to the hospital, where he saw Chu Shanhai looking distraught. "Shanhai, how is she?" Chu Shanhai looked up at Chu Shanhai. "The situation isn't good, brother. I'd like to transfer her to our local hospital. Their family's private hospital is the best in the area, with top-notch medical resources. But even if he could get Yu Xingchen in, Chu Yuntian would definitely interfere. Yu Xingchen is no match for this kind of torment right now. However, if Chu Shanhai intervenes and protects his younger brother, Chu Yuntian will give him that face. After all, he has always been steady in his work and has never made a mistake." Chu Shanhai replied without hesitation, "That's what I was planning to do too. I've already contacted Dean Shun, and he'll communicate with the people here to make the arrangements." Chu Shanhai looked at Chu Shanhai gratefully. "Thank you, brother." Chu Shanhai patted him on the shoulder. "I'll go ask about the situation." Chu Shanhai came downstairs and encountered Zhou Su and Zhuang Yu, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Zhuang Yu disregarded formalities and grabbed Chu Shanhai's arm, demanding, "Where's Xingchen?" Chu Shanhai's voice was deep. "In the ICU." Zhuang's eyes reddened. How could this happen? How could this happen? He was a man, but he was full of emotions. He and Yu Xingchen had been best friends for more than 10 years. Now he looked like he was about to cry, which made Chu Shanhai feel even more distressed. Zhuang Yu knew how difficult Yu Xingchen's journey had been. She should continue to be an iron woman, like before. How could she lie in a place like this? Zhou Su stood to one side, her hands tightly gripping her trouser legs, her face also deathly pale, only slightly calmer than Zhuang Yu. Chu Shanhai looked at her, his voice low and steady. "Assistant Zhou, Xingchen has suffered a severe concussion and won't be able to get up for a while. You and the vice president need to manage the company's affairs well. I think you should know about my relationship with her. If there's anything the company can't handle, come to me." Zhuang looked bewildered. He felt that the phrase "my relationship with her" was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, because in his view, they were just a pursuer and the pursued. Chu Shanhai then looked at Zhuang Yu. "What about her family? Have you contacted them?" Aside from Yinin, Chu Shanhai knew nothing about Yu Xingchen's family members. Zhuang and Zhou Su exchanged a glance, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. Chu Shanhai frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "They're not here." Zhuang Yu's lips moved slightly, and he finally confessed, "Her parents are divorced. She hasn't been in contact with her father for more than 10 years. Her mother is in a nursing home." Chu Shanhai, "A sanatorium?" Zhuang Yu nodded. "She has some mental issues and has been living in a sanatorium for many years. We haven't told Xingchen about it. There's no need to tell her. Yu Milan is sometimes lucid and sometimes confused. Telling her would only increase her sadness when she's lucid." Chu Shanhai's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought that his own background was a joke and that he was at the mercy of others, but he never expected that Yu Xingchen was the one who had truly suffered. He himself had no worries about food and clothing, and his elders had harmonious relationships and good health. His self-pity was just a case of whining without cause. He said, "Then I have to take Yinin away to take care of her. I can't let her live with the nanny forever. She's smart and will find out about Xingchen's abnormalities sooner or later, but I can't tell her for now." Zhou Su blurted out, "No way." Chu Shanhai frowned as he looked at her. From Zhou Su's reaction when she first met him, he knew that this person was aware of his existence, so she must know about Yinin's background. But now, Yinin's mother is lying in a hospital bed, and it is unknown when she will wake up. Shouldn't her father be taking care of her? Zhou Su shook her head. Xingchen will not allow anyone to take Yinin away. She spoke with absolute certainty because she knew that Yinin was Yu Xingchen's life, and she would not allow anyone to touch her. Chu Shanhai, "She needs someone to take care of her." Zhou Su, "I can take care of her. Yinin and I are very familiar with each other." Chu Shanhai, "Don't you know how busy you are? And now at Xingchen, you'll only be busier than before. Orders are increasing, and there will be more and more partners. Can you find the time? I have to take Yinin with me." Zhou Su's attitude was also firm. "Yinin can't go with you." Chu Shanhai knew what she was worried about. Although he wanted to keep his daughter with him, not now, taking advantage of her vulnerability. He said, "I promise, once Xingchen is better, I will send Yinin back." Zhou Su's expression softened slightly. A person like Chu Shanhai wouldn't lie. "Chu Shanhai, I will arrange for someone to take Xingchen to another hospital for treatment. I have a house near the hospital, so we will stay there for the time being. When Xingchen's condition improves, it will be more convenient for me to take Yinin to see her. The nanny who takes care of Yinin will go with us, so you don't need to worry." Zhou Su slowly lowered her head. After a long pause, she said in a muffled voice, "President Chu, Yinin absolutely cannot be harmed. She must return to Xingchen's side safely." Chu Shanhai nodded solemnly. "I will not do anything to hurt her again." Zhou Su, "Also, Xingchen probably doesn't want your family to meet with Yinin." Zhuang looked at the two of them with suspicion. Chapter 43 stars, get well soon. Zhou Su and Zhuang Yu went to see Yu Xingchen, while Chu Shanhai left the hospital. When he arrived at Yu Xingchen's house, it was still dark. He parked the car outside, reclined the seat, leaned back wearily, and stared at the dark gate. People are capable of compromise. He used to think that whether he tripped her up or treated her gently, as long as he could win her over, he would be happy to do it. In any case, the little trouble he caused her was not a big deal. But now, he is willing to go along with her in everything. Even if she wants to pluck the moon from the sky, he will build a ladder for her. Whether it was an obsession or he genuinely loved Yu Xingchen, he simply couldn't bear to lose her. What's more, they have such a lovely daughter, and he wants to build a warm and cozy little home that truly belongs to them. A genuine home, a home that no one can control. Star, get well soon. Chu Shanhai slowly closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, a ringtone sounded, and Chu Shanhai suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately sat up straight. It was already dawn, so he turned off the alarm clock. I rinsed my mouth with mouthwash first, then tidied my hair in the car mirror, forced a bright smile, and then rang the doorbell. The maid quickly opened the door, staring blankly at the man who had appeared at the door so early. The maid said respectfully, "Mr. Chu, Miss is not home." Although Chu Shanhai knew that Yu Xingchen was definitely not there, he still felt a pang of sadness upon hearing those words. If Xingchen really is in this house, then it would be good to instruct the servants to stop him like this. He looked at the kind-faced maid in front of him, who was around 50 years old. He remembered that Xingchen had called her Aunt Zhang before. She treated him very kindly and must be an old maid in the family. Chu Shanhai asked gently, "Where is Yinin?" "Aunt Zhang, Yinin just woke up. Mr. Chu, please come another day." I have to take care of Yining. I'm so sorry. Chu Shanhai reached out and stopped the courtyard door from closing, saying slowly, Xingchen is in trouble and is in the hospital. What? How could this be? Zhang Ma was shocked and her voice rose several decibels, losing her composure. But halfway through the question, she realized that Yu Xingchen had said she would come back last night, but she hadn't seen her or heard from her. So she called Zhou Su to ask, but Zhou Su only said that she was working overtime at the company and might not be coming back. Zhang Ma didn't think much of it and had no choice but to finally coax Yining, who was looking forward to her mother's return, to sleep. But now that I think about it, Zhou Su's voice last night, with an unprecedented tremor and urgency, must have been a lie. How is Chunchen? Where is she now? Aunt Zhang had practically watched Yu Xingchen grow up, and later she took care of Yining for her. She was practically family to her, so in her haste, she called her by her nickname. Chu Shanhai looked at Zhang Ma, whose eyes were filled with sorrow. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times, and he said with difficulty, she was in a car accident last night and had surgery. She's still in a coma in the hospital. You're someone Xingchen trusts, so you have to take care of things at home. Zhou Su and I have discussed it. I'll bring Yining to my place for a while, and you can arrange for 2 people to go and take care of her. Once Xingchen's condition has stabilized a bit, we'll tell her the truth. Although Zhang Ma was grieving, she remained rational. She looked into Chu Shanhai's eyes and said, Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, I need to confirm this with Assistant Zhou. Her caution only made Chu Shanhai feel more at ease. He nodded. Aunt Zhang quickly took out her phone to make a call and returned to Chu Shanhai a moment later, sighing, Mr. Chu, please come in with me. Yining was still brushing her teeth when she heard Chu Shanhai's voice. She ran out with her mouth full of foam, calling out, Uncle. Chu Shanhai looked at the little girl with her messy, disheveled hair, and his eyes welled up with tears. He crouched down and picked her up. Yining is brushing her teeth. With a toothbrush in her mouth, Yining wrapped her soft arms around his neck and nodded, Chu Shanhai carried her to the bathroom and put her on the floor. Can you do this by yourself? Yining took the toothbrush out of her mouth. Of course. She picked up her mouthwash cup, cleaned the foam from her mouth, then took off her towel, stepped onto the children's ladder, and washed her face with hot water. Chu Shanhai watched her quietly from the side. My daughter is not even 3 years old yet, but you can tell that she moves so smoothly and naturally. Obviously, she has done it countless times before. What child her age is so independent? He thought to himself that Yu Xingchen had raised their daughters so well. Only when one person is good enough can another person become better as a result. After hanging up the towel, Yining pouted and looked up at Chu Shanhai, saying in a childish voice, Uncle, but Yining doesn't know how to braid hair. Chu Shanhai blurted out in a moment of impulsiveness, Uncle will help you. Great. Uncle is awesome. Yining clapped her hands happily, almost jumping up and down. Chu Shanhai had never experienced being praised by a little child before, and he felt a great sense of accomplishment and full of confidence. 20 minutes later, Yining, wincing in pain, turned her head and asked Chu Shanhai cryptically, Uncle, have you never braided your hair before? Chu Shanhai's arms were sore from raising them. He never expected that what seemed like a simple pair of braids would be such a big challenge. Either the hair is tied crookedly, or it's too loose, or there's always a tuft of hair sticking out unruly. He had never felt so useless. Zhang Ma, who had been watching silently, shook her head. She glanced at the time and said, Mr. Chu, let me do it. Yining is going to be late. Chu Shanhai awkwardly handed her the comb and said to Yining, I'm sorry, Yining. Uncle will study hard when I get back and braid your hair into the prettiest braids in the future. Seeing Zhang Ma take the comb, Yining actually breathed a sigh of relief and comforted Chu Shanhai. It's okay. Uncle, you did a very good job. It's just. She hesitated for a long time, but in the end, she couldn't bear to say a single word that would hurt Chu Shanhai. Chu Shanhai's heart melted at her words, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Uncle will take you to class today. He stood aside, watching intently as Zhang Ma parted Yin's hair with a comb. Really? That's great. So happy. How about I take you tomorrow too? Of course. Yin really likes Uncle. Yin took the opportunity to confess. Chu Shanhai felt as sweet as honey. No matter what, he had already taken care of his daughter. His car didn't have a child seat, so he left it behind and drove off in Yu Xingchen's other car. Zhang's mother accompanied Yin to her early education class. Along the way, the child was so happy that she danced with joy, but the 2 adults forced smiles and were preoccupied with their own thoughts. Halfway there, Chu Shanhai received a phone call from Chu Shanhai. Brother. Okay, thank you, brother. What did the doctor say? Okay, I'll go see her later. The conversation was brief. After hanging up, the two adults exchanged a glance in the rearview mirror. Chu Shanhai looked away and put on a smile. Yin, how about we go to Uncle's this afternoon? Yin hesitated clearly. She lowered her head and remained silent for a while before saying in a muffled voice, Mommy said that I can't run around after school and I have to go home. Mentioning Yu Xingchen felt like a dull pounding in Chu Shanhai's heart. Uncle will tell Mommy, and she'll definitely agree. Okay, of course. The child's eyes sparkled with excitement once again. She laughed for a while, then lowered her head and whispered, Why isn't Mommy back yet? Yin misses Mommy. Chu Shanhai's nose suddenly stung with tears. Zhang Ma turned her head away from Yin and wiped away her tears with her sleeve. Chapter 44, Don't Let Her Bear the Injustice. After seeing Yin off, Zhang Ma finally couldn't hold back anymore. With red eyes, she looked at Chu Shanhai and said, Mr. Chu, I want to go see the stars. Chu Shanhai nodded. He had already planned to do so. Xingchen has been transferred to Quanren Hospital. I'll take you there. Yu Xingchen was transferred to the ICU of their family's hospital. Zhang Ma and Chu Shanhai, dressed in sterile gowns, could only watch her from afar, not daring to get too close. Yu Xingchen's face was still swollen, and her exposed skin was covered with bruises. To be honest, she looked terrible in her current state, and could even be described as so disheveled that she was completely unattractive. But Chu Shanhai just wanted to hug and kiss her. Zhang Ma covered her mouth tightly, stood there for less than 2 minutes, and then ran out. Chu Shanhai heard the old woman's suppressed sobs coming from outside, which was very distressing and heartbreaking. He stared intently at Yu Xingchen for a long time before finally leaving. Zhang Ma collapsed against the wall in the corridor, one hand dangling from it, sobbing uncontrollably, murmuring, Xingchen, your life is so hard. Chu Shanhai dislikes physical contact with others, especially with someone he doesn't know well like Zhang Ma. But now, he couldn't help but reach out to support her. Zhang Ma, let's go downstairs first. Aunt Zhang grabbed Chu Shanhai's arm and couldn't help but say, Mr. Chu, our Xingchen is so pitiful. How could she be so unlucky? She's only a few years old, and she has to suffer like this. What will happen to Yin? Chu Shanhai's lips twitched, and he said, From now on, I will take good care of them, mother and daughter. Zhang Ma looked at him with teary eyes. At her age, she's seen a lot of people. Anyone can say nice things, but she could tell that the person in front of her wasn't just saying polite words. She held back her tears and let Chu Shanhai help her down. In the doctor's office downstairs, Chu Shanhai, Zhou Su, and Zhang Ma, who had calmed down, sat inside. Dr. Huang, the most important thing right now is the concussion, and she also has a blood clot in her brain. She hasn't woken up yet, so we don't dare to operate on her for the time being. Chu Shanhai's voice was calm and steady. Can you estimate when he will wake up? Dr. Huang shook his head. No. We can only wait for her to wake up first, and then we can proceed with further treatment. Everyone left the doctor's office with heavy hearts. Zhang Ma went to Chu Shanhai's new house to tidy up and prepare, as she and Yin would be moving in. Chu Shanhai and Zhou Su went to the hospital's rest area. Regardless, Jiaqin's work must continue, especially now that a large number of orders are coming in. Zhou Su dares not let her guard down. Chu Shanhai, is the company currently being managed by the vice president? Zhou Su nodded. He wanted to come see Xingchen, but I didn't allow it. The company is busy, and it's not advisable for Xingchen to be in contact with too many people right now. Chu Shanhai, tell me if there are any problems. I haven't had any contact with him. You'll have to coordinate this. Otherwise, if something really goes wrong, I don't want to waste my time arguing and dealing with him. Zhou Su, I understand. Actually, Chu Shanhai's temporary help with Jiaqin's live stream had a significant impact. All of Jiaqin's employees knew Chu Shanhai and had a very good impression of him. In addition, he was the boss of Shanghai, and with his status and strength, it was impossible for Jiaqin's vice president to have a conflict with him. Chu Shanhai brought up another incident. During that live stream, the host had an accident because someone had laced her drink with an acute medication. Besides her assistant, one of your employees was also in contact with the drink at the time. Zhou Su frowned. Our employees? Chu Shanhai. I asked the anchor's assistant, and she said it was someone named Zhang Jing. Zhou Su. I know Zhang Jing. She's from the planning department, but there's absolutely no way she could be. Zhang Jing has been recognized as an outstanding employee of the team for 2 consecutive months. She is highly motivated at work and would never do anything to harm the company's interests. Chu Shanhai narrowed his bright eyes slightly. There is absolutely no way our employee would do such a thing. Like Yu Xingchen, he was someone who couldn't tolerate any wrongdoing. Moreover, he had personally inquired about Xiaoti's situation, and her reaction didn't seem like she was lying or hiding anything. He murmured, "Then who else could it be? It can't be that the streamer directed and acted it all himself." Moreover, those people had no conflict of interest with Jiechen, nor any personal grudges. He had considered that it might be Song Qinghuan, but then he felt that she wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. If she really did it, Chu Shanhai would definitely not tolerate her, so she wouldn't seek her own death. Another person with a grudge against Yu Xingchen is Su Yiner, but the anchor incident came first, and Su Yiner's pregnancy incident came later, so the timing doesn't match up. Zhou Su said bluntly, "President Chu, please forgive me for speaking out of turn, but Miss Song has always been full of hostility towards Xingchen." Chu Shanhai, "I will ask her, but it shouldn't be her." Zhou Su couldn't help but chuckle softly. This person is really protective of their own. Chu Shanhai didn't bother with her rude attitude and continued, "How much do you know about Su Yiner?" Zhou Su frowned. "How much do I know? I just glanced at it online." She only saw it when Chu Shanhai's live stream made headlines, but she was busy with work and didn't look into it carefully. She doesn't like to follow gossip in the entertainment industry. Chu Shanhai was somewhat surprised. "You didn't know? Xingchen didn't tell you?" Zhou Su was completely confused. "What did you say?" Chu Shanhai, "The matter of Su Yiner's pregnancy." Zhou Su was even more confused. "President Chu, I still don't understand what you're talking about." Chu Shanhai, "Xingchen revealed Su Yiner's pregnancy. She must have done some investigation before finding out. Su Yiner may have sensed something beforehand and became hostile towards her, which is why she—" "Impossible." Zhou Su stood up abruptly and retorted firmly. "Xingchen is definitely not that kind of person." Chu Shanhai knew she was eager to protect her master, so he said slowly, "Let's just discuss the facts. I need to investigate the live broadcast thoroughly. Besides, Xingchen has already admitted to Su Yiner's matter." Zhou Su still didn't believe it. Xingchen would never do anything that harms others without benefiting herself. It's true that she doesn't like you, but she wouldn't do anything to hurt innocent people just to annoy you. Chu Shanhai lowered his head, gave a bitter smile, and said, "I was the one who wronged her first, forcing her to break up with that man, which is why she did this." Zhou Su was unaware of this hidden connection between them. Even so, she still didn't believe it. Jia Chen's business is only small, but she spends a lot of money on charity every year. She also established a foundation in Yin Yin's name to specifically support impoverished students. She is ruthless in her career, but she still has a soft and kind heart. How could she possibly make a fuss about someone else's pregnancy? Zhou Su said solemnly, "President Chu, I don't know what happened between you and Xingchen, but I don't believe that it has anything to do with her. I hope you will put in some effort to investigate and find out the truth, so that she won't be wronged for someone else's sake." Her certainty made Chu Shanhai wonder if this matter was truly unrelated to Yu Xingchen. Could it be that I misunderstood her? What was her motivation for admitting it at the time? How desperate she must have felt at that moment. Chapter 45. Have you and Mommy made up? Chu Shanhai went straight to the company after leaving the hospital. Chen Lian followed him into the office. Chu Shanhai leaned back in his office chair, pinched the bridge of his nose, and said coldly, "Where is Song Qinghuan? Call her here." Although he didn't believe the live stream was related to her, he still had to ask her in person just to be sure. Chen Lian put his hands on his waist. "I'm going to record the challenge variety show that I just invested in. I'm not expected to be back until the beginning of next month." Chu Shanhai, "Going on a variety show again?" His displeasure was evident in his expression. This Song Qinghuan, relying on her powerful background, has few notable film and television works, but she appears in one variety show after another, making her practically a variety show expert. Chen Lian, "Yes." Chu Shanhai, "Where do we participate?" Chen Lian, "Qizhou." Qizhou is more than 200 kilometers away from S City. Chu Shanhai didn't ask any further questions. Chen Lian didn't know why Chu Shanhai would ask about Song Qinghuan today, but his intuition told him it must be related to Yu Xingchen. At times like this, only Yu Xingchen could stir Chu Shanhai's heart. Chu Shanhai thought for a moment and said, "I won't be spending much time at the company lately. Unless it's something particularly important, you don't need to tell me." Also, please book me a plane ticket to Chizhou for tomorrow. He couldn't have waited that long, but he remembered that he had promised Een to pick her up from school today, and besides, Een was coming to his house tonight, so he had to help her get acquainted with the new environment. Chu Shanhai. Was Zhuang Yu's recent work arranged? Chun Lian. Preparing for director Zhang's film. Chu Shanhai raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, you were selected? Chun Lian. Yes, director Zhang is very picky about people, but he said that Zhuang Yu is very much to his liking. Chu Shanhai nodded. I didn't expect this kid to actually have some talent. Give him a personal assistant and find him a suitable agent. We'll arrange that for him after this drama is finished filming. Chun Lian was secretly surprised. The company has many male and female celebrities of Zhuang Yu's caliber, but none of them receive the same treatment as him. The artists at Shanghai are naturally all highly skilled. Someone like Zhuang Yu, who is usually unknown in the company, would definitely have a manager and assistant in other companies. But it's different at Shanghai. Now that his treatment has been improved, it's impossible that Chu Shanhai's affection for him is not a factor at all. Song Qinghuan is Chu Shanhai's godsister. She has never received any resources different from others under Chu Shanhai's command. However, Zhuang Yu is merely a friend of Yu Xingchen, yet Chu Shanhai personally recommends her to the director. No matter how you look at it, it seems rather irrational. Chun Lian asked bluntly, President Chu, is this appropriate? Zhuang Yu has always been a relatively unknown figure in the industry. Given his current achievements, if the company were to provide him with such resources, other artists would inevitably gossip. In the end, it would be Chu Shanhai's reputation that would be damaged. If Song Qinghuan found out about this and reported it to Chu Yantian, it would be Zhuang Yu who would truly suffer. Chu Shanhai knew what he was thinking and said slowly, I've seen all of Zhuang Yu's films from the last 2 years. He doesn't pick and choose roles, and he acts quite well. He can handle all kinds of genres. I believe he can do a good job in director Zhang's film. By then, his reputation and achievements will be worthy of what he has received. Chu Shanhai wasn't stupid. When he said he would introduce Zhuang Yu to director Zhang that day, it seemed like he was just saying it casually, but in fact, he had done his homework beforehand. He wouldn't ruin his company's reputation. Since he said so, Chun Lian just needed to do as he was told. After Chun Lian left, Chu Shanhai spent the morning in his office processing documents. At noon, he left the company and went to Quanren Hospital. Yu Xingchen was still lying there with her eyes closed, just like always. Chu Shanhai looked at her quietly, feeling both uneasy and at ease. He was uneasy because Yu Xingchen's future was unpredictable, but at ease because this person was right in front of him, and he could see her whenever he wanted. Xingchen, be strong. Your daughter and I are waiting for you. We haven't had a proper talk yet. When you wake up, can you talk to me properly? So far away, and with his voice so low it sounded like he was talking to himself, Yu Xingchen couldn't hear him. Everything is fine at home, and everything is fine at work, so please don't worry. I'll bring my daughter to see you again in a few days. He was afraid that Yu Xingchen's bruised and swollen face would frighten Een. Chu Shanhai poured all his tenderness into these words. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he appeared outside Yin's classroom on time. Een obediently lined up behind the other children, waving excitedly at them through the glass. Chu Shanhai also raised his hand and waved. After Een came out, she threw herself into his arms. Uncle. Her little face was beaming with a smile, and you could tell she was really happy. Chu Shanhai carried her outside, saying, Are you hungry? Let me take you to get something to eat. Een nodded. I'm hungry. Let's call Mommy to go together. Chu Shanhai's body stiffened for a moment. Then his expression returned to normal. Mommy isn't here. She's away on a business trip and said she won't be back for a while. Although Een was clinging to him, she still moved away a little when she heard this. Uncle lied to me. Her voice was firm and resolute, and her big, smiling eyes, which had just been beaming, were now misty with tears. Chu Shanhai felt a pang of panic, and seeing the little girl like this made him even more distressed. His voice lowered considerably, and he sounded less confident. Really? Uncle won't lie to you. Mommy called me and said I've gone abroad. Een shook her head, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling as she said, No, Mommy said she'll be back soon. Een is waiting for Mommy. She was too young to have a concept of time like today and tomorrow, but she remembered that her mother said she would be back soon and bring her a gift. Chu Shanhai took out his handkerchief to wipe away her tears, but the more he wiped, the more tears she shed. He was a grown man, yet he was moved to tears by a little girl. He suppressed his frustration his throat aching terribly. He pressed Yin's head against his shoulder, listening to her sobbing, and felt as if his heart was being pierced by needles. It took him a long time to calm down before he could control his emotions and forced a smile as he looked at Yin. Uncle didn't lie to you. She was supposed to come back yesterday, but something came up and she went on a business trip to another place. He carried the girl out, slowly fabricating a story to deceive her. Mommy and Uncle did a live stream recently, and the company's orders increased a lot. Mommy was so busy. Uncle promises that Mommy will come back soon after this busy period. Okay. Yin only understood the phrase, Mommy will be back soon. She looked at him with red eyes and asked, Really? Uncle, you can't lie to me. Chu Shanhai. Of course it's true. Mommy said that Yin can stay with Uncle for a few days. I'll show you the live stream video when we get back, and Mommy will be on it too. A glimmer of light finally appeared in Yin's eyes. Really? Uncle and Mommy made up? Chu Shanhai frowned. Make peace. Yin. Mommy said before that Yin wasn't allowed to contact Uncle, so I knew you two had a fight. So now have you made up? Chu Shanhai thought to himself. No wonder he couldn't get through to Yin on the phone all this time. It turns out Yu Xingchen gave the order. He sighed helplessly. Of course they made up. Otherwise, how could Mommy be doing a live stream with Uncle? Yin became happy. I want to see. Chu Shanhai. Of course, we'll watch it after we eat. After placing Yin in the child's seat, Chu Shanhai finally let out a soft sigh of relief. This little girl isn't easy to fool. Chapter 46. Mr. Chu is here to see you. After the two had dinner, they returned to their house in Olive County. Chu Shanhai's apartment is a large single-level apartment. When he returned to S-City, Chu Yintian gave him a lot of properties, but he didn't pay much attention to them. This is the first time he has lived here. It has 4 bedrooms, a huge living room, a study, a kitchen, and a reception room. When Chu Shanhai entered the house, he found that Zhang Ma had tidied it up and there were many more children's items inside. He was impressed by Zhang Ma's thoughtfulness. Another maid, known as Sister Wen, came with them. She was mainly responsible for daily housework. Chu Shanhai chatted with the two of them for a while, made arrangements for their future work, and then took Yin to watch the live stream he had mentioned with Yu Xingchen. Yin sat obediently on the sofa in the study, waiting, while Chu Shanhai turned the projector around and chatted with her. Yin, your teacher told me you're being very good now, and all the other kids love playing with you. Yin was overjoyed to receive the praise and proudly raised her head, shouting, Of course. I also got a good treasure card. Wow, you're amazing. Mommy must be so happy. Yin lowered her head again, her voice also softening. I haven't told Mommy yet. I'm going to show her when she comes back. Chu Shanhai sat down next to her. No rush. Let's accumulate more reward cards and show them to Mommy together later. Yin nodded seriously, her eyes fixed on the screen. Chu Shanhai fast-forwarded the video to the moment Yu Xingchen appeared. She appeared in the shot, smiling and greeting the camera with grace and poise, then seemingly calmly sat down next to Chu Shanhai. It's Mommy. It's Mommy. Yin was so happy, she almost jumped for joy. She hadn't seen or heard Yu Xingchen for many days, and she missed her terribly. The little face was smiling, but tears rolled down her cheeks. I miss Mommy so much. Chu Shanhai looked at the poor little girl and quickly picked her up and put her on his lap to watch the video. Don't cry, sweetie. You'll see Mommy soon. Look, she's so pretty. He pointed to the screen, and the little girl's attention was indeed diverted. He had replayed the video many times, and he felt that he and Yu Xingchen looked really well matched. A rare smile appeared on his lips. He wanted Yin to sleep next to him that night, since children need time to adapt to a new environment. However, considering that Zhang Ma and the others didn't know about his relationship with Yin, he didn't dare to make that request. He only left her room after coaxing Yin to sleep, and then went to the hospital. Yu Xingchen was still the same, unchanged. Chu Shanhai murmured for a long time, reporting to her about picking up Yin today, before leaving the hospital and returning to Olive County. The next morning, he flew alone to Chizhou to find Song Qinghuan. He had confirmed her schedule with the production team in advance. There was no recording this morning, and the artists were free to do as they pleased. Although they are supposed to be free to move around, due to their status, they basically stay at their residences and cannot wander around for reasons other than work. The production team rented a villa for them, and all 8 participating artists lived together. Although Chu Shanhai didn't explicitly emphasize it, he knew Chen Lian wouldn't publicize his whereabouts. Upon arriving at the airport, he went directly to the villa where Song Qinghuan was staying. This variety show has some physical challenges, And since the celebrities rarely get a day off, most of them sleep in to recharge. Director Liang from the production team took Chu Shanhai to the villa where the staff lived, which was next to the artist's villa. Only then did he send someone to call Song Qinghuan. Song Qinghuan hadn't gotten out of bed yet. Hearing the knocking, she became very impatient and shouted in a grumpy voice, "Who is it? Can't a person sleep a little longer this early in the morning?" The investors in this show are the Chu family. Relying on her background, she acts like a princess on set and is not very polite to people. Only when she is in front of the camera does she become proper and restrained. The person knocking on the door was one of her assistants, named Xiaobing. Xiaobing frowned through the door and said in a gentle tone, "Sister Huan, Director Liang said you need to go next door." Song Qinghuan became even more impatient. "Didn't I say there were no plans for this morning? If there's something he can't do himself, why do I have to go to him?" Chu Shanhai only went to the next room because he didn't want other celebrities to see him, so as to avoid causing unnecessary gossip. Xiaobing didn't dare to say it outright, and besides, Song Qinghuan's voice was so loud that she was afraid other artists would hear, so she could only continue to whisper, "Sister, it's quite important. It's good news. Why don't you go and take a look? They're waiting for you." She knew that Song Qinghuan liked Chu Shanhai, and that Chu Shanhai had secretly come to see her. How could Song Qinghuan not be overjoyed? Song Qinghuan, still in her pajamas and bleary-eyed, opened the door. "What good news?" Xiaobing simply said, "You'll see when you go, sis. Let me help you pack up. Hurry up and go." The door to the next room had already opened, and a female celebrity came out. Xiaobing greeted her respectfully. "Good morning, Sister Tong." Nie Tong greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Xiaobing." "Xiaobing, breakfast is ready and in the kitchen." Nie Tong smiled and thanked her, then got up and walked downstairs. Song Qinghuan leaned against the door, still looking confused. "What is it? Can't you just tell me directly?" To please the young lady, Xiaobing saw that Nie Tong was almost down to the first floor before whispering, "President Chu is here, waiting for you next door." Song Qinghuan instantly regained her senses. Before Xiaobing could stop her, she shouted, "Second brother came to see me? Why didn't you say so sooner?" With that, he turned and ran into the room. Xiaobing glanced at Nie Tong's figure out of the corner of her eye and paused for a moment before continuing to walk down. She prayed she hadn't messed things up and went inside. Chu Shanhai checked his watch several times and waited for about 20 minutes before Song Qinghuan's voice came from outside. "Second brother. Second brother." His brows furrowed slightly, a hint of impatience in them. When Director Liang saw Song Qinghuan come in, he stood up quickly and said, "President Chu, I have some things to attend to, so I'll go ahead and take care of them. We can have lunch together later." Chu Shanhai said, "No need. I'll be going back soon." Song Qinghuan ran over, completely ignoring Director Liang, and went to Chu Shanhai's side, grabbing his arm and pleading, "Brother, I missed you so much." She knew perfectly well that Chu Shanhai didn't like her touching him, but she also knew that he definitely wouldn't embarrass her in front of outsiders. Besides, Director Liang was part of the production team, and he might exaggerate their relationship for publicity. If that happened, that would be great. She was calculating her plans, but Chu Shanhai showed her no respect at all. He coldly shook off her hand and said rudely, "Don't you ever learn?" Song Qinghuan let go of her hand, feeling uncomfortable inside, but feigning grievance. "I missed you so much." Seeing this, Director Liang quickly slipped out, and Xiaobing also left the hall. Chu Shanhai looked at Song Qinghuan and emphasized, "Song Qinghuan, I don't care what your relationship is with my family, but I'm warning you. Don't have any ulterior motives towards me, and don't try any tricks, or don't blame me for being impolite." Song Qinghuan's eyes filled with tears, and she said with a wronged expression, "Second brother, do you have to be so cruel? I just like you. No, I didn't give you permission to like me. If you dare to do anything inappropriate, don't blame me for being rude and saying hurtful things." Chu Shanhai had many female classmates pursuing him since junior high school, and he had a knack for rejecting women. If it weren't for Song Qinghuan's special status, she would have disappeared from his sight long ago. Chapter 47 Interrogation. Chu Shanhai didn't waste any words with Song Qinghuan. He looked into her eyes and suddenly asked, "Was the Starry Sky live broadcast incident you're doing last time?" Song Qinghuan's brows furrowed slightly. She hadn't expected Chu Shanhai to travel so far just to question her about this matter. With an incredulous look on her face, she retorted, "You doubt me? Chu Shanhai, I'm only asking you, did you do it?" He spoke very slowly, which made Song Qinghuan panic. She shouted defiantly, "No." Chu Shanhai coldly replied, "No? Then why are you so nervous?" Song Qinghuan was almost in tears. "Your doubts about me make me feel bad. It's not that I'm nervous." Chu Shanhai, "I asked Xiao Xiao's assistant, and you helped her carry milk tea that day." Song Qinghuan argued, "She's not available, but we're all colleagues. What's wrong with me helping her out?" Chu Shanhai snorted coldly. "Whether you're a helpful person or not, you know it yourself." It's not surprising that someone as high and mighty as Song Qinghuan would help an unknown assistant. Song Qinghuan choked, biting her lip, her face full of grievance. "Xiao Xiao and I are friends. You can ask her if you don't believe me. I was just helping her assistant carry some milk tea, and you're questioning that." Chu Shanhai didn't blink. He wanted to find a flaw in her expression. Song Qinghuan lowered her head, her voice trembling with tears. "Second brother, even if you don't like me, there's no need to think of me this way. Grandma knows what kind of person I am, and Godfather knows too. I just like you. It's not like I'm some kind of heinous villain." Chu Shanhai also began to doubt whether he had really misunderstood Song Qinghuan. She didn't have the guts to provoke him. Besides, while she could be a bit annoying, she hadn't really done anything outrageous. But who else would target Yu Xingchen? Or is someone targeting Xiao Xiao? Song Qinghuan sniffed and sighed. "I thought my second brother came to see me, but it turns out he just came to interrogate me. Are you done questioning me now? If you are, I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving now." She had just turned around, wiping away her tears, when she heard that softer voice behind her. "Wait a minute." A sly smile flashed across Song Qinghuan's face, but she said calmly, "President Chu, is there anything else you want to question? Ask all of it at once. After all, flying back and forth like this must be tiring for you." Chu Shanhai, "Why did you say that Xingchen was behind Su Yiner's affair?" Song Qinghuan thought he called her because he felt guilty and wanted to have a meal with her to make amends, but she didn't expect him to keep asking her questions. She made no attempt to hide her resentment, letting out a cold snort. "So you came here today because of Yu Xingchen, is that it?" Chu Shanhai didn't give her an answer and asked again, "What I'm asking is, why do you say she did it?" His voice had become much colder. Song Qinghuan roared, "I already said it. It was Yu Xingchen herself who said it. Yiner asked her why she treated her that way, and she herself apologized. What does this have to do with me? I was just standing outside the door at the time." She was consumed by jealousy. This man had gone so far, all for Yu Xingchen. Chu Shanhai said, "If I had known that this matter was related to you, you should know the consequences." Song Qinghuan's shoulders trembled slightly, and a soft sob of grievance came from her, but Chu Shanhai showed no pity and strode past her. Song Qinghuan watched that resolute and upright figure disappear, wiped away her tears, and her face turned cold. She picked up her phone and made a call. While Chu Shanhai was still on the plane back to S City, news of his visit to his godsister Song Qinghuan on set had already spread online, with the words containing ambiguity. Netizens were divided into two camps. One side supported their sibling relationship, saying they would eventually get married. The other side supported him and Yu Xingchen, saying they were a perfect match. After all, Chu Shanhai has always been low-key, and the only women he's ever seen with, besides Song Qinghuan, are Yu Xingchen. And in front of Yu Xingchen, he's witty, charming, and gentle. It all seems rather genuine and appealing. When Chunlian picked him up at the airport, he explained the situation to Chu Shanhai, but Chu Shanhai didn't pay any attention. He just leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and said two words, "Delete it." Chunlian, driving the car, said, "Okay, I'll contact the public relations department right away." He sent a message with one hand, then looked at the tired Chu Shanhai in the back seat and tried to drive the car more smoothly. He thought Chu Shanhai had fallen asleep, but after about 10 minutes, Chu Shanhai's voice slowly came from behind. "Go find Su Yiner." "Okay," Chunlian replied. Chu Shanhai opened his eyes, straightened his body, and asked, "You've had some dealings with Xingchen, so give me an objective evaluation of her." Chunlian almost broke out in a cold sweat. Is it human to comment on the woman the boss likes? If you flatter the boss and he's happy, but you're not the kind of person who does that, he might kick you out of your current position once his initial excitement wears off. To put it bluntly, if the boss is unhappy, he might remember your foul mouth whenever he sees you in the future, and eventually, your job will be in jeopardy. But not commenting. That's clearly disobeying orders. Chunlian coughed lightly, paused for a moment, and said, "President Yu is a capable and decisive person, and she is kind and approachable. She is very easy to deal with and very comfortable. Chu Shanhai wasn't entirely satisfied with this official answer, but at least it was all positive, so he was still happy. He then asked, "So, do you think she's the kind of person who would do bad things?" Chen Lian dodged the question, saying, "It's hard to define what constitutes a bad thing, and it depends on the cause. Besides, I really don't know her very well." He was telling the truth. If someone kills another person, you would certainly call them a bad person. But if they kill someone because that person severely harmed their family, can you still call them a bad person? Chu Shanhai asked. Then do you think it's possible that she was the one who leaked information about Su Yin'er? Chen Lian frowned, a rare occurrence, and said uncertainly, "That can't be." Chu Shanhai leaned forward. "Why?" Chen Lian, "My sister once said that only pregnant women truly care about other pregnant women because they know the hardships of pregnancy. President Yu herself has children, and from my limited experience, she would never make a fuss about someone else's unborn child." A rare smile appeared on Chu Shanhai's face as he said, "That's what I think too." Chen Lian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Shanhai was silent for a while, then asked, "You just said that pregnancy is hard. How is it hard?" Chen Lian, "Some pregnant women experience morning sickness in the first 3 months. They can't stand oily food, have no appetite, and vomit whatever they eat. But they have to force themselves to eat for the sake of the fetus's nutrition. My sister was like that. In the later stages of her pregnancy, she felt heavy and had difficulty moving around. Her hands and feet were swollen, and she would sometimes have leg cramps. My brother-in-law told me that my sister often had cramps in the middle of the night and would cry. He could only hold her feet in his arms and slowly massage them for her." Chu Shanhai was terrified upon hearing this. "It's that serious?" When Chen Lian talked about his family, a gentle smile appeared on his lips, and he became more talkative. "That's not all. Childbirth is the real ordeal. Although there is painless childbirth now, it is not suitable for every woman in labor. My sister started bleeding before her due date and stayed in the hospital for 2 weeks before giving birth. She said that during contractions, she was in so much pain that she almost jumped off a building. She gave birth shortly after contractions started. You can imagine the level of pain experienced by those who take more than 10 hours to give birth." Now it was Chu Shanhai's turn to break out in a cold sweat. His hands gripped the back of the chair tightly, as if he were talking to himself. Is childbirth really this hard? Chapter 48 Admit. Lu Chushan remained silent for the rest of the journey. Chen Lian only saw his sullen face and unpleasant expression in the rearview mirror. Su Yin'er was filming a jewelry advertisement when she saw Chu Shanhai and was somewhat surprised. Although she was Xinghai's top courtesan, she didn't have much contact with Chu Shanhai. The only time he took the initiative to contact her was when it made headlines. She was somewhat apprehensive. She was still filming and only glanced at Chu Shanhai before returning her attention to her work. Chu Shanhai stood aside, quietly observing her. Almost 10 days have passed since the pregnancy incident, and Su Yin'er has calmed down. Now, under the lights, she looks as professional and confident as ever and cooperates very well with the photographer. The filming ended not long afterward, and Su Yin'er followed Chen Lian to the dressing room to meet Chu Shanhai. Chu Shanhai, unusually, asked a casual question. "Is your body able to handle it?" Su Yin'er didn't understand what he meant, so she could only answer truthfully, "It's all right." Chu Shanhai, "Just hang in there a little longer. I'll be on vacation tomorrow." Taking a leave of absence means her child will be leaving her. The hospital has already been arranged. It's a private hospital owned by the Chu family overseas. Su Yin'er lowered her head slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the result. Chu Shanhai, "Have you really broken up with that person?" Su Yin'er pursed her red lips and said calmly, "It's over." Chu Shanhai nodded. He had already warned the singer that if he dared to say anything out of line, he would face consequences he couldn't afford. Chu Shanhai asked, "Was the person who leaked this information really Yu Xingchen?" Su Yin'er tilted her head slightly. "I don't know." Chu Shanhai, "You have a grudge against her?" "No. I've only seen her once before at the company. The time we had dinner together was the second time. Mr. Chu should be able to tell that we're not familiar with each other." Chu Shanhai stared into her eyes. "Yu Xingchen didn't do this." Su Yin'er swallowed and touched her lower abdomen, saying, "President Chu, this matter is over. I don't want to pursue it anymore, nor do I want to mention it again. Could you please not ask about it again in the future?" You can tell she's holding back her sadness. Chu Shanhai didn't let it go, saying, "But we still haven't found the person who leaked the information. I don't know what else he has, and what if he uses something to threaten you in the future? At that time, The public won't be as easily fooled as they are now. Su Yiner, no more news will be leaked. Chu Shanhai raised an eyebrow. Oh, so sure. Su Yiner. Otherwise, why doesn't he just let them go all at once? What's the point of playing me like this? Chu Shanhai. I also want to know, so I came to ask you. Su Yiner. I really don't know. Chu Shanhai. Then do you believe that Yu Xingchen did it? Su Yiner whispered. I have no grudge against her. She did not give a direct answer. Chu Shanhai was truly helpless with these women. One after another, he couldn't get anything out of them. After all, it's really not easy to get the true thoughts of an actress. But it wasn't all for naught. At least Su Yiner's expression and wording weren't entirely without flaws. He stood up. This wasn't done by Xingchen. If you have any clues, tell me immediately. What I need to do is find the bomb, not just wait for it to explode before cleaning up the scene. Su Yiner, I understand. Chu Shanhai. If you conceal this from us. Su Yiner's back was stiff. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Shanhai left. He worked nonstop all day, even taking 2 flights, and didn't even have lunch, but now he doesn't feel hungry at all. He asked Chen Lian to drive to Quanren Hospital. He needed to see Yu Xingchen. The car turned around abruptly halfway and headed back to the company. He received news that there was a result regarding Xiao Xiao's live stream. The person involved took the initiative to admit their mistake. Chu Shanhai's face was as dark as a storm cloud. Chen Lian used all his driving skills and completed the 15-minute journey in 10 minutes. Chu Shanhai hurried upstairs and forcefully pushed open the conference room door. With a loud bang, everyone inside shuddered. They all looked up at Chu Shanhai, who was radiating a chilling aura. Inside were Xiao Xiao, her assistant Xiaodi, and Wang, the public relations manager. Chu Shanhai sat down in the main seat, his cold gaze sweeping over the 3 of them, and asked, "Where are they?" Manager Wang looked at Xiaodi. Shivering, Xiaodi glanced up at Chu Shanhai, but was immediately frightened by the chill in his eyes and lowered her head again, her voice trembling with tears. "President Chu, I was just confused. I'll never do it again." Chu Shanhai frowned and looked at her. "It's you?" Xiaodi. I was really just confused. Please, Mr. Chu, don't hand me over to the police. I promise I'll never do it again." She couldn't speak clearly, which annoyed Chu Shanhai. He looked at Manager Wang. "Manager Wang, what is it?" Manager Wang. Xiao Xiao scolded Xiaodi a few times over a trivial matter before. "I didn't expect that girl to hold a grudge like that." During that live stream, she deliberately sabotaged Xiao Xiao, trying to ruin her career. "I questioned everyone who was present that day, but no one admitted it." Xiao Xiao stayed in the hospital for 5 days. She had menstrual cramps and diarrhea, and her condition was very bad. Today, Assistant Chun said that if it is found that someone is from our group, we will hand them over to the police. There might be charges of intentional assault, but if they confess voluntarily, the company will handle it itself. Xiao Di was scared, so she confessed to Xiao Xiao. Chu Shanhai turned his head to look at Chen Lian, who reported, "After you left this morning, I discussed it with Manager Wang and gave the person who caused the trouble an ultimatum." Chu Shanhai stood up and approached Xiao Di, commanding in a deep voice, "Raise your head." Xiao Di looked panicked and scared, but dared not disobey. She slowly raised her head and looked at Chu Shanhai. Chu Shanhai said softly, "Did you really do this?" Xiao Di is only in her early 20s, but she is now so frightened that her face has turned pale and her lips are trembling uncontrollably. "I was just so angry. I never imagined the consequences would be this serious." Chu Shanhai sighed and turned around. Normally, such matters wouldn't fall under his jurisdiction, but since Yu Xingchen's interests were involved, he coldly ordered Chen Lian, "Handle it severely." He then left the meeting room. Behind me came Xiao Di's trembling sobs. After the matter was investigated and clarified, he felt a little relieved and then went to the hospital. Chen Lian stayed at the company to handle the aftermath, while Chu Shanhai drove to the hospital alone. Only when he saw Chu Xingchen did a faint smile appear on his face. "Xingchen, when you were pregnant with our daughter, did you ever think of me for even a moment? Did you also experience morning sickness and nausea? Did you experience swelling or leg cramps? Did you blame me too?" He chuckled softly. "It's all your own fault for being so playful." He was supposed to take precautions at that time, but Yu Xingchen said that her period had just ended and she was safe, saying that this would allow her to enjoy herself more. He was young and impetuous and could hardly resist temptation. "Chu Shanhai, you must have blamed me before. I promise I will never do that again." "Xingchen, open your eyes quickly. We still have so much to say." You have no idea how much I've longed for you all these years. Chapter 49, She's the Only One. Chu Shanhai didn't stay long. He asked the doctor about Yu Xingchen's condition that day, and then hurried home. Yin was still waiting for him at home. Yin was overjoyed to see him and immediately rushed over to him. Chu Shanhai also put on a smile and played along with her. Zhang Ma could see that Chu Shanhai looked exhausted and asked, "Mr. Chu, have you eaten?" Chu Shanhai held Yin in his arms and then realized that he hadn't eaten a single meal all day, but he didn't feel hungry at all. Chu Shanhai, is there any food at home? Aunt Zhang, yes, I'll heat it up. Chu Shanhai, thank you. Zhang Ma went to the kitchen, and Chu Shanhai held Yin and teased her. Yin, have you eaten? Yin nodded. Yin has eaten. Is Uncle hungry? Chu Shanhai rubbed his stomach. It seems a little bit. Uncle hasn't eaten yet today. Hearing this, Zhang Ma, who was heading to the kitchen, sighed softly. Yin broke free from Chu Shanhai and ran away. A moment later, she came out carrying a pile of food. Uncle, these are Yin's snacks. Uncle, have some. Chu Shanhai looked at the things in her arms. Milk tablets, cheese, milk powder, children's biscuits, yogurt. Holding the little girl in his arms, Chu Shanhai felt a warm comfort in his heart. He picked out a carton of yogurt and couldn't help but whisper, "My good daughter, you really love your dad." Yin pouted. "Mommy won't let Uncle be my daddy." Chu Shanhai squatted down, opened the yogurt, gave the little girl a sip, and then drank some himself. Why? Yin licked the yogurt from her lips, thought back, and slowly said, Mommy said that even if anyone else makes poop, we can't let Uncle make it. Chu Shanhai looked aggrieved. Mommy doesn't like me that much, and what she said hurt me so much. Yin, mimicking an adult, touched his face to comfort him. It's okay. Yin likes you. Chu Shanhai laughed. My Yin is so good. He blamed himself, saying, it's because my uncle did something wrong to my mom in the past. I need to behave well now and hope that my mom can accept me soon. Yin nodded. But why hasn't Mommy sent me a video today? She used to send one every day. Chu Shanhai's mood dropped again. Mommy went abroad this time, so there's a time difference. When we're sleeping, she's working over there, so the time doesn't match up. Yin was still sullen. Oh, is that so? But I really miss Mommy. Chu Shanhai felt a pang of sadness looking at the pitiful little thing in front of him. Aunt Zhang came over to call him for dinner, and Yin sat at the table with him. Zhang Ma brought out all the dishes, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Chu Shanhai asked, Zhang Ma, is something wrong at home? Aunt Zhang, Mr. Chu, you need to take care of your health. Miss is still here. No matter how busy you are, you still need to eat. Chu Shanhai gave her a grateful look. I know. I was just too busy today. I'll be more careful. After Yin fell asleep, Chu Shanhai lay on his own bed, feeling a slight relief from his exhaustion. After thinking for a while, he called Chun Lian. President Chu, check Xiao Di's information. Good. The phone vibrated again as soon as I hung up the call. The three characters, Chu Yuntian, appeared on the phone screen. Chu Shanhai glanced at it and let it ring a few more times before picking up his phone. His brows furrowed with reluctance. Dad, that woman surnamed Yu was in a car accident. Chu Shanhai stood up straight, his tone unchanged. Who told you that? Chu Yuntian's authoritative voice came through the receiver. That's not important. I've also heard that you're now in charge of her company. Yu Xingchen was staying at the Chu family's hospital. Even if news of her hospitalization reached Chu Yuntian's ears, he hadn't even told Chu Shanhai about the company's affairs. How did Chu Yuntian know? Chu Shanhai said coldly. Did Song Qinghuan say that? Chu Yuntian, don't worry about who said it. Putting aside the fact that she has a child and comes from a humble family, your association with a woman like that is a disgrace to the Chu family. Just look at what happened with that female celebrity. This woman surnamed Yu is capable of doing such a thing, which shows that she is malicious. I, Chu Yuntian, will never tolerate such a person. Chu Shanhai. She didn't do this. Besides, what do you mean by small family business? They're a legitimate business. How many women can compare to a woman who can support an entire company? Chu Yuntian had rarely been disobeyed in his life, but this second son, whom he was not very close to, had provoked him time and time again. His anger flared, and his voice suddenly rose. Are you a scavenger? What's so great about a woman like that that you should like? With your father's status and your own, you could have any kind of woman you wanted. The word rubbish thoroughly enraged Chu Shanhai. His precious treasure, how could it be junk? He lost his temper and declared sharply. Then let me tell you, I will never marry anyone but Yu Xingchen. Chu Yuntian snorted coldly and issued an ultimatum. If you insist on being with her, then get out of the Chu family. Chu Shanhai laughed and said, You think I wanted to come back? Chu Yuntian took a breath. Don't force your father to touch her. I want to see if you can protect her then. Chu Shanhai clenched his fists. You dare. The father and son were locked in a fierce battle of wits, their tension palpable. The call was disconnected. Chu Shanhai angrily threw his phone down, ignoring his fatigue, and hurriedly changed his clothes before heading out. Hearing the noise, Zhang Ma put on her coat and came out. Mr. Chu, are you going out? Chu Shanhai, I'm going to look at the stars. As he changed his shoes, he suddenly looked up and instructed, Zhang Ma, after school, Yining shouldn't run around. Go straight home. If you need anything, just tell Chen Lian and he'll prepare it. Zhang Ma's face showed worry. Mr. Chu, has something happened? Chu Shanhai stood up. No, it's just that Xingchen is in the hospital right now, and I don't have much energy to take care of Yining. I'll trouble you to worry about her. Aunt Zhang sighed. I understand. Chu Shanhai made a phone call on his way to the hospital. It was already 10 o'clock at night when the voice on the other end of the line sounded delighted. Second brother, I told you that Xiao Xiao's matter had nothing to do with me, but you wouldn't believe me. Chu Shanhai didn't have time to listen to her nonsense and asked coldly, Did you tell my father about Yu Xingchen? Song Qinghuan's voice was hesitant and tinged with grievance. It was my godfather who asked me about her, and I just said a few words. You know, I can't ignore what my godfather says. Chu Shanhai sneered. Just said a few words casually? Xingchen's hospitalization is no secret, but not many people know that I've interfered in her company's affairs. If you hadn't inquired, would it have reached your ears? Song Qinghuan, you really don't take my words seriously at all. Song Qinghuan whispered. Second brother, this woman is really not good enough for you. I'm only doing this for your own good. Chu Shanhai, you really are meddling in other people's business. Mind your own business. He hung up the phone and dialed Chen Lian again. Chen Lian's phone call can be answered quickly no matter when you call, and his voice is always perfectly clear. Mr. Chu, what's the matter? Song Qinghuan's contract has been terminated, and she will receive all the compensation due. She will be paid a full amount. Apart from the variety show she is currently participating in, all other engagements of hers have been suspended. Chapter 50 Contract Termination. Chen Lian's voice betrayed surprise. Now, Chu Shanhai, did I not express myself clearly enough? Chen Lian, her contract is about to expire, and Mr. Chu is asking about it. How are we going to explain this? Mr. Chu, also known as Chu Yuntian. After Song Qinghuan's contract was terminated, she will definitely go to Chu Yuntian to complain, and Chu Shanhai will be the one to bear the pressure. Chu Shanhai, just do as I say, and I'll take responsibility for the consequences. I can't stand Song Qinghuan for even a second longer. Chen Lian knew that Song Qinghuan must have done something to displease Chu Shanhai again. During the year he had known Chu Shanhai, he knew that Chu Shanhai was a patient and reserved person. Although he didn't like Song Qinghuan jumping around him for several months, he didn't say anything or make any moves. However, after Yu Xingchen appeared, Chu Shanhai found Song Qinghuan displeasing in every way. The usually calm and collected Chu Shanhai had offended Chu Yuntian for the sake of a woman. This irrational behavior was something Chu Shanhai had never expected. But he is my master, so I just need to do whatever he tells me to do. Chu Shanhai called Luo Gu again. The background noise was loud, but Luo Ge's cheerful voice was incredibly loud. Hey, little Chu, what brings you to me so late at night? Chu Shanhai frowned. Go to a quiet place. I have something to tell you. Luo Gu, just wait. As he walked out, he teased Chu Shanhai. You've been making a lot of news lately. What? Not going for a low-key approach anymore. Going to enter the entertainment industry. Chu Shanhai drove without responding. Luo Gu. Tisk TSK, did you see your own live stream? You were smiling so slyly at that girl next to you. What's her name again? Yu Xingchen? Have you managed to win her over yet? Chu Shanhai couldn't help but ask again. Sexy? So obvious. Luo Gu. So flirtatious and a simp. He's practically overflowing the screen. Chu Shanhai was clearly being teased and ridiculed, yet he couldn't help but smile. Luo Gu. Next time you and your husband do a live stream, let me know, and I'll send you rockets and yachts. Chu Shanhai frowned again when he thought of Yu Xingchen, who was still lying in the ICU. I have something important to tell you. I remember you have a security company. Find me a few reliable people. When it came to serious matters, Luo Ge became much more serious. Find bodyguards, but who should they protect? Chu Shanhai. Find about 10 of them, the quick-witted ones. I'll discuss the details with you when we meet tomorrow. Luo Ge responded readily. No problem. Is there anything else you need, young Master Chu? Chu Shanhai knew he was probably out partying at some club again, and said, just a reminder, watch your kidneys. Luo Ge. Hey, I'm a 7 times a night man, don't worry about me. Chu Shanhai didn't continue joking with him and hung up. She went to the hospital and unexpectedly ran into Chu Shanhai. He was slightly surprised. He wasn't very close to this older brother by blood. Previously, when Chu Shanhai was studying abroad, they didn't have much contact. After he returned to China, they met occasionally, but they had both grown up. In addition, Chu Shanhai learned about his background and deliberately kept his distance from his family. It was only in the year he returned to the Chu family that the two met more often at work and at family banquets, and had some interaction. He wouldn't have wanted to trouble Chu Shanhai this time if he hadn't been forced to. Chu Shanhai. Brother, what brings you here? Chu Shanhai maintained his gentle and refined demeanor. I was just passing by and stopped to check on Miss Yu's situation. Chu Shanhai rarely felt the warmth of the Chu family, and he sincerely said, thank you, elder brother. Chu Shanhai patted his arm. We're brothers, no need to be so polite. Don't worry too much about Miss Yu. I just talked to Dr. Huang, and her condition is improving every day. I believe she will wake up soon. Chu Shanhai. Brother, you've gone to so much trouble, but… Seeing his hesitation, Chu Shanhai asked, what's wrong? You can tell me what's wrong, and we can all work together to find a solution. Chu Shanhai had no other reliable resources available, so he could only tell the truth. She probably won't be able to stay here for long. Dad has some issues with her, and he might. I'm thinking of transferring her somewhere else. Chu Shanhai knew Chu Yuntian's personality, and he had also heard about the relationship between Chu Shanhai and Yu Xingchen. Now that Chu Shanhai said this, he immediately understood. He reassured her, I'll take care of things with Dad, so don't worry. Miss Yu's current condition isn't suitable for being transferred around. Besides, where would you find better medical resources than here if you were transferred out? Chu Shanhai had considered all of these, but Chu Yuntian's men are everywhere here. If he gives an order, how many of these doctors would dare to worry about Yu Xingchen again? Chu Shanhai. Dad isn't as difficult to talk to as you think. It's just that you two have such similar tempers that things have escalated like this. I'll talk to him. No matter what, Dad won't make things difficult for a patient, especially since it's a matter of life and death. He was the eldest son of the Chu family, and he spoke highly of his father to his younger brother, hoping only for family harmony. After hearing what Chu Shanhai said, he felt much more at ease. He nodded. Brother, you should go back and rest. I'll go check on Xingchen. The only sound in the entire intensive care unit was the operation of the equipment. Yu Xingchen lay on the bed, not moving at all. At least the bruises on her face had subsided somewhat, and she didn't look so disheveled anymore. Chu Shanhai stared intently at her. In a couple of days, when you're feeling better, I'll bring your daughter to see you. You have no idea how much she misses you. She asks me every day where you are and why you haven't contacted her. If you can hear me, try your best to get better. He didn't put on protective clothing. He could only stand outside and watch, leaning gently against the wall, talking to himself. If you smile at me when you wake up, I'll feel like it was all worth it. You will fall in love with me, just as I love you. Stars, I miss you. He stayed at the hospital until almost midnight before going home. He still has a lot to do and needs to rest. I was so tired that I fell asleep very quickly after lying in bed. The next morning, he got up a little after 6 o'clock. He didn't want to disturb Yin, so he tiptoed out the door. But when he opened the bedroom door, he saw Aunt Zhang. Mr. Chu, please have some breakfast before you leave. It's all ready. Chu Shanhai was taken aback. Aunt Zhang, you're so busy with work, you need to take good care of your health. Chu Shanhai's Adam's apple bobbed. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang. It's made in a simple style. I don't know if it suits your taste. A steaming bowl of porridge, served with side dishes, eggs, and milk, looks incredibly comforting. Aunt Zhang, Miss likes to eat like this. Mr. Chu, if you have any preferences, you can also tell me. Holding the warm bowl of porridge in his hands, Chu Shanhai felt that the person standing in front of him was not a servant, but a warm elder. He swallowed a mouthful of porridge. I'm not a picky eater, Aunt Zhang. I went to see Xingchen last night, and his condition has improved, so don't worry too much. Aunt Zhang sighed. She'll definitely be all right. She's such a kind person, nothing will happen to her. Chu Shanhai dared not talk too much, fearing that saying too much would make the woman cry, and he himself would feel bad. He went back to the company to handle some necessary work before calling Luo Gu to meet up and discuss the bodyguard matter. You're going against your dad? Are you all right? Luo Gu widened her eyes dramatically, looking at Chu Shanhai in disbelief. Chu Shanhai ignored him and said seriously, we need to arrange people at the school and at home. There can be no mistakes whatsoever. Luo Gu, you really treat her like your own daughter? A woman who's married, has a child, and is now lying in the hospital. Is she really worth all this? Chu Shanhai glanced at him. Don't say so much. If anything goes wrong, I'll skin you alive. Luo Gu sighed. Honestly, if I were your dad, I wouldn't agree either. Chu Shanhai, be serious for once. Whether it's Xingchen or Yinin, they are both very important to me. Luo Gu, I know. Don't worry about me handling things. As the two were talking, Chun Lian's call came in. Chu Shanhai frowned, sensing that trouble was brewing again. What's wrong? The voice sounded somewhat impatient. Mr. Chu, Miss Tsong has returned to the company and is now insisting on seeing you. Chapter 51 Father and Son. Chu Shanhai. Do you need to tell me about this? You can handle it yourself. Chun Lian hesitated. She made quite a scene and even said. Chu Shanhai heard Song Qinghuan's voice in the background, shouting things like, I must see my second brother. The sound made Chu Shanhai's temples throb, and he felt dizzy and lightheaded. He pinched the bridge of his nose and asked, What did you say? Chun Lian lowered his voice and said, She said if you don't come, she will spread the word that President Yu is the whistleblower for Su Yiner. Chu Shanhai sneered, threatening me. Chun Lian, President Chu, what do you think? Chu Shanhai, she doesn't have the guts. I don't have time to deal with her right now. You handle it yourself. He wasn't completely ignorant of Song Qinghuan. This person was used to bluffing and had tested his bottom line time and time again, but dared not truly anger him. Moreover, the person who leaked the information was not Yu Xingchen. As for who it is, he will definitely find out. After hanging up the phone, Luo Gu asked, What's wrong? I think I heard your young lady's voice. Chu Shanhai made no attempt to hide his annoyance. Women are such a hassle. Luo Gu said with a smile. Tell me, what did I do to offend you this time? He knew that Song Qinghuan was somewhat clingy to Chu Shanhai, but he just loved watching the drama unfold. Chu Shanhai didn't have time for idle chatter. He went over the task of protecting Yinin once again. You have to keep an eye on this for me personally. I'm leaving now. His voice was filled with deep weariness. Luo Gu also stood up. Where to now? Let's go look at the stars. Luo Gu exclaimed excitedly. Me too. Me too. Chu Shanhai glanced at him. What are you going to do? She's in the ICU right now. It's not convenient to visit her. Luo Gu said seriously. She's still my sister-in-law. Isn't it basic etiquette for me to go and see her? Chu Shanhai knew he was used to sweet talk, but the words sister-in-law still pleased him. A smile played on his handsome lips as he waved his hand, saying, Go after she wakes up. Luo Gu didn't insist. Tell me what's wrong. After all, I've been around this place longer than you, so maybe I can help you. Chu Shanhai gave him a grateful look and nodded. Pay the bill. Then he strode away. Luo Gu hissed and cursed at the retreating figure. You fucking shameless thing to do. You asked me for a favor and I pay for it. Is this how you scrape together all your money? Chu Shanhai pretended not to hear. He was halfway there when he received another call from Chun Lian. For the first time, he snapped at Chun Lian. What is it now? Chun Lian almost held his breath. President Chu, Mr. Chu has come to the company. Chu Shanhai frowned. Did Song Qinghuan call you that? Chun Lian, I don't know, but I guess so. Chu Shanhai's voice was cold. You draft her termination agreement, He raised his hand to look at his watch. I'll be there in 15 minutes. He clearly heard Chun Lian breathe a sigh of relief. He returned to Shanghai and went straight to his office. As he expected, Chu Yuntian sat in his office chair, his face cold and stern. Song Qinghuan sat on the sofa beside him, her eyes red and occasionally sobbing. Although the Chu father and son had yelled fiercely on the phone, Chu Shanhai still greeted them respectfully when they met in person. Dad, there was plenty of respect, but not enough intimacy. Chu Yuntian gestured with his eyes to the seat next to him, and Chu Shanhai unbuttoned his suit jacket and sat down upright. Song Qinghuan's sobs started again. Godfather, you have to stand up for me. Wah. Chu Yuntian raised his hand slightly to silence the voice, his voice softening. Huan, go out and rest for a bit. I'll talk to your second brother. Reluctantly, Song Qinghuan stood up, gave Chu Shanhai a resentful look, and left. As the door closed, Chu Shanhai didn't waste any time. If you came here for her contract, then there's no need to talk. I absolutely will not want her anymore. He adopted the same rigorous and resolute stance he would take when negotiating with his father. Chu Yuntian remained unmoved. If I said I wanted to take back control of Xinghai, would you still insist on doing so? Chu Shanhai frowned slightly and looked at his father. I'm a little curious. Father, why are you standing up for her like this? Is it because you don't allow her to be with me, Yu Xingchen, or are you just too biased towards Song Qinghuan? Chu Yuntian asked calmly. What do you want to say? Chu Shanhai. I just feel that she seems to be the apple of your eye. He placed his hand on his knee, his slender fingers tapping lightly. I just want to terminate the contract of one of my employees in advance. According to the normal procedure, she won't be shortchanged by a penny in compensation. Father is busy with many things every day. She cried a few times, and you actually came here in person to take back your own son's management rights of Xinghai. He had heard from Chu Shanhai that Song Qinghuan had recognized Chu Yuntian as her godfather since childhood. Although he didn't believe his father could do something like cheating, and Song Qinghuan's family background was not bad, and it was said that her parents had a good relationship, he was now seeing Chu Yuntian go to such lengths for Song Qinghuan just to spite him. If you're having a hard time, then drag a few more people down with you. Discuss them one by one. To his surprise, Chu Yuntian was not displeased at all by his outrageous guess. Instead, he laughed. You and your mother are quite alike. You are usually rational and calm, but occasionally you have to be sarcastic and deliberately say something hurtful. In just a few words, his tone conveyed a deep longing for his deceased wife. Chu Shanhai hadn't expected this reaction. He turned his head to the side and said, Either I fired Song Qinghuan, or you take Xinghai back, as you said. I don't care. Thinking of his wife, Chu Yuntian's smile lingered, and his tone softened. So, now it's become my problem? Chu Shanhai remained silent. Even without Xinghai's help, he wouldn't have fared too badly. He had started several companies since college. At the time, he was too busy with his studies to put much effort into them, but perhaps it was his bloodline that made him so adept at business. Those companies had nothing to do with Chu Yuntian, yet they all did quite well. Chu Yuntian asked casually, Tell me, why do you insist on Qinghuan leaving? Chu Shanhai. She has wicked intentions. Chu Yuntian. Oh? You can accept someone like Yu Xingchen who reveals other people's pregnancies, but you can't tolerate Qinghuan? Besides, although Qinghuan is a bit pretentious, is she malicious? Is this just your prejudice against her? Meeting his father's gaze, Chu Shanhai emphasized again, word by word, Xingchen didn't do that. I don't want to hear you say that about her again, father. Chu Shanhai didn't understand why Chu Yuntian's smile deepened upon hearing those words. There was no sarcasm in that smile. His gaze drifted elsewhere, as if he were recalling some past event. Chu Yuntian. Okay, let's not talk about that. Tell me, how did Qinghuan become wicked? I always thought she was a simple and lovely child. Chu Shanhai scoffed disdainfully. The reason why the host couldn't go online during Jiuchen Company's live broadcast this time was because of Song Qinghuan. Chu Yuntian's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly revealing his doubt. Chu Shanhai became a trending topic because of his live stream, so he had looked into the details of the matter. Chapter 52, She is your weakness, not mine. Chu Yuntian. As a manager of a company, you need to provide evidence before you say such things. Chu Shanhai's face showed a mocking smile. Song Qinghuan is not as simple as you think. On the contrary, she is vicious. Chu Yuntian's smile faded, and he gestured for Chu Shanhai to continue. Chu Shanhai leaned back slightly, his hands clasped together. She disrupted Jiuchen's live stream, causing the streamer to be unable to go online on time. That's not all. When she saw I was going to investigate, she even found a scapegoat. Chu Yuntian's expression returned to its cold and stern state, and it was clear that he was somewhat surprised. Chu Shanhai. She gave that assistant 150,000 yuan to make her admit that she did it. If you want to see the transfer records, I'll have Chun Lian get them for you. He was also surprised when he first received the news. If Song Qinghuan hadn't brought up Chu Yuntian, he was prepared to simply terminate the contract and let it go. But who knew she would make a mistake and still have the nerve to call for help? In that case, he didn't need to save face for her anymore. With his confession, Song Qinghuan will likely not get any favors from Chu Yuntian in the future. Chu Yuntian remained silent, but it was clear that he was in a bad mood. It was somewhat like a feeling of disappointment and frustration. Seeing his father remain silent for a long time, Chu Shanhai stood up. As for the matter of Xingchen being the one who exposed Su Yiner, That's only Chongqing Huan's side of the story. Neither of the parties involved has explicitly admitted it. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and clear Xingchen's name. As for Chongqing Huan, I'll say it again. If you insist on keeping her, then so be it. I'll leave. He straightened his suit sleeves and said calmly, I have other matters to attend to. I'll be leaving now. He lifted his leg and walked out. Stop. Chu Yuntian's loud voice rang out, and he stood up as well. Her contract is about to expire. When that time comes, I'll send her abroad. He stared at the ramrod straight back. It really looks like me when I was young. Chu Shanhai chuckled lightly. So father is so unable to distinguish right from wrong. Chu Yuntian, she's a girl, and also your godsister. If you terminate the contract with her now, what will people outside think? How will she be able to hold her head high in front of others in the future? What will your Aunt Song and Uncle Song think? Shanhai, you need to consider things properly when you do things. Chu Shanhai gritted his teeth. That was also a girl. She was on her period at the time and had to stay in the hospital for 5 days because of it. I haven't revealed the truth, which is already giving her the most face. Chu Yuntian, she will not appear in the domestic entertainment industry for the next 3 years. This is the biggest punishment for her. Both men from the Chu family were adamant in their stance. Chu Shanhai sneered. The way you are makes me really curious about your true relationship. He turned to look at Chu Yuntian, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Chu Yuntian, I have never done anything to wrong your mother. Chu Shanhai, I don't care. He genuinely didn't care. He didn't have deep affection for his parents. Chu Yuntian nodded helplessly. I promise you, I won't make things difficult for that woman surnamed Yu until she gets better. In the end, the father took a step back. Chu Shanhai was taken aback. If Chu Yuntian could refrain from interfering in his affairs during this period, he would have more time to deal with other matters, which would be ideal. Song Qinghuan has finished filming her current variety show, and her contract is almost expired. The show is being filmed in another city, so they will hardly see each other. If she really obediently follows Chu Yuntian's arrangements, that would be fine. He stubbornly insisted, no one else can interfere in my affairs with Xingchen. Chu Yuntian smiled again. He walked over to his son and said, she's your weakness, but not mine. Chu Shanhai understood the veiled warning. He could only go along with it, but still left with the words, you'd better discuss this with Song Qinghuan. I don't want to see her again. He came out of the company building, let out a breath, checked the time, and went to Jichen. Most of Jia Chen's employees knew him, and they all nodded and greeted him when he came in. Chu Shanhai had been keeping a straight face as always, but when 4 or 5 people smiled and called him President Chu, he felt a little embarrassed, and a strange smile was forced onto his stiff face. It made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, but the employees' natural respect and deference gave him the illusion that this was truly his company. It seems that Yu Xingchen has a really good relationship with her employees. Chu Shanhai's smile grew even more natural, and he still couldn't stop when he saw Zhou Su. Zhou Su was somewhat surprised to see him and asked, President Chu, has President Yu woken up? Chu Shanhai, she's awake. The two looked at each other, Zhou Su a little confused. You seemed pretty happy. I thought it was her. Chu Shanhai's smile faded. Without explaining, he asked, is the company all right? Zhou Su, most of the employees have been working overtime recently. This has little to do with Yu Xingchen being in the hospital. She was often away on business trips and not in the company anyway. The main reason was the increased workload due to the increase in orders. Chu Shanhai, we need to calm everyone down. Zhou Su followed him into Yu Xingchen's office. Zhou Su, yes. There are more orders now, and we are obviously short-staffed. But President Yu is not here, and the Vice President and HR are unsure whether to hire more staff. After all, the current order volume is not permanent, but we really can't keep up with the current staff. Chu Shanhai sat on the sofa. Is the Vice President here? If so, please ask him and HR to come over so we can discuss this. Zhou Su, I'll go right now. The group sat on the sofa in Yu Xingchen's room and discussed the current situation of the company. Expanding staff is necessary. If the order volume really can't keep up later, Chu Shanhai will arrange to put Jiachen's link in their live broadcasts, which can also boost sales. Anyway, running a small company like Jiachen's with a few hundred employees is a piece of cake for him. The company matters were quickly discussed, and only Chu Shanhai and Zhou Su remained in the office. Chu Shanhai, carrying a cup of coffee that had gone lukewarm, stood up and walked to Yu Xingchen's desk. On the table is a photo of the mother and daughter. In the photo, Yin is wearing a birthday hat and has a very sweet smile. Chu Shanhai picked up the photo frame, looked at the person in the photo, and said, Yin's birthday is coming up again. Zhou Su stood to the side, unsure whether she should respond. Chu Shanhai, I hope Xingchen can wake up before her birthday. It's the first birthday I've spent with Yin, and I hope she's here too. Zhou Su, Xingchen is strong and determined. She will definitely recover soon. A phone vibrated. Zhou Su took out her phone, frowned slightly, and quickly answered the call. Hello? Oh, okay. I'll turn around right away. How is Aunt Yu doing lately? Okay. Thank you for your concern. After hanging up the phone, Chu Shanhai had already put down the photo frame. The name, Aunt Yu, caught his attention, and he asked, What is it? Zhou Su. It was a call from Xingchen's mother's nursing home. The fees for this month haven't been transferred yet. They probably couldn't get through to Xingchen, so they called me instead. She transferred the money. The doctor said Aunt Yu was lucid for a while a couple of days ago and asked about Xingchen. I need to go see her today and make up some excuse to fool her. Otherwise she'll cause trouble once she's lucid. She looked like she had a headache. Chu Shanhai. Is her mother's illness very serious? Zhou Su. Sometimes I can be quite extreme. She spoke very cryptically. Yu Milan suffered greatly in her marriage, living in constant arguments. At that time, she developed some mental problems. When they divorced, she did not have custody of Yu Xingchen, but Xingchen insisted on living with her. Because Little Star knew that if she didn't stay with her, she would break down even sooner. Back then, Yu Milan would occasionally burst into tears in the middle of the night for no apparent reason. Yu Xingchen would always wake up from his sleep and silently get up to take care of her. However, Yu Milan would vent her frustration from her failed marriage on her daughter, verbally abusing her or even grabbing her hair and hitting her. Although Yu Xingchen would shed tears from the pain, she never cried out once. These were all things she revealed to Zhou Su while drunk. So over the years, Zhou Su has been both her assistant and like an elder sister to her. Chapter 53 Dispute over Property. Chu Shanhai stood up. I'll go with you to see her. Zhou Su was slightly surprised, unsure whether to agree to his request to go with her. She saw all of Chu Shanhai's dedication to Yu Xingchen, but she had no right to make decisions for Yu Xingchen. She didn't mince words. President Chu, Xingchen probably doesn't want you to meet with her family, so please don't make things difficult for me. Chu Shanhai. I just wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help. Zhou Su understood his good intentions. Wait until Xingchen wakes up before you go. Having said all that, Chu Shanhai couldn't make things difficult for her any further. The two took the elevator downstairs together, both clearly in bad spirits, and remained silent the whole way. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Chu Shanhai heard a commotion in the lobby. The loud, harsh voice broke the tranquility of the lobby and made him frown. The receptionist visibly relaxed when she saw Zhou Su and jogged over. Assistant Zhou, this gentleman wants to see President Yu. Zhou Su stopped in her tracks, her brows furrowing slightly. Unlike Shanghai, where a company occupies an entire building, Jiaqin only occupies 2 floors here. As long as strangers cooperate with the registration, the front desk will swipe their elevator cards for them. However, it is clear that this unkempt man is somewhat disheveled, arrogant, and uncooperative with the registration, which is why the front desk is hesitant to let him go up. Looking at this unfamiliar and somewhat disheveled man, Zhou Su had a gut feeling that nothing good was coming of it. The receptionist led them to a rest area on the side. Zhou Su smiled slightly at the man. Hello, sir. May I ask who you are? The man's gaze darted around Zhou Su, and he said loudly and rudely, I'm looking for someone who can speak for Jiaqin Company. Who are you? Zhou Su. I am President Yu's assistant. President Yu is not available right now. If you need anything, you can tell me, and I will pass it on to her. The man gave a disdainful laugh. A mere assistant? What do I have to talk to you about? Call your vice president to see me. Chu Shanhai and Zhou Su exchanged a glance, their doubts deepening. This person is looking for the vice president. So does he know that Yu Xingchen is not here? Chu Shanhai's voice was cold. I am Jiaqin's vice president. Who are you? The man then looked at Chu Shanhai, who had remained silent. The sharp suit, light gray shirt, neat tie, and expensive-looking tie clip and cufflinks exuded an air of nobility, truly giving him the air of a leader. The man's attitude immediately improved, but he still maintained an arrogant and haughty demeanor. The man raised his chin. I am Xingchen's second uncle. She is currently lying in the hospital, her life hanging in the balance. The company needs someone in charge. Chu Shanhai's expression showed displeasure. To him, his fate is unknown, was utterly disrespectful. He looked at Zhou Su. Second uncle? Zhou Su shook her head slightly. She hadn't heard Yu Xingchen talk about her father's situation in detail. Chu Shanhai understood. He looked at the man and said, "So you are President Yu's second uncle. May I ask your name?" "Man, Tang Weiben." Chu Shanhai nodded and said with some difficulty, "To be honest, there have been several groups of people recently impersonating President Yu's family members to get involved in company affairs. I think you and President Yu look somewhat alike, so you shouldn't be an imposter. Would you mind if we showed you your ID card to confirm? After all, it's such a big company, and with President Yu not around, we employees don't dare to make decisions on our own." Tang Weiben saw that Chu Shanhai spoke with neither arrogance nor servility, and with sincerity. Without any defensiveness, he decisively took out his ID card and handed it over. Chu Shanhai took the ID card, glanced at it, and handed it back. "We'll let you know once we've confirmed your identity." Tang Wei insisted. "What's there to confirm? I am Yu Xingchen's real uncle. Her father is missing, her mother is mentally ill, and this company is owned by my older brother and Xingchen. It's my responsibility to take over. Your evasiveness is delaying the company's operations. Can you afford to compensate for the losses caused?" Zhou Su was so angry at the man's rude words that she almost slammed her fist on the table, but Chu Shanhai glanced at her and calmed her down. Chu Shanhai leaned back in his chair, his previous affected respect gone. "Mr. Tang, by saying this, you are not taking us, the managers of Jiachen, seriously." Tang Weiben was indeed enraged. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Jiachen is surnamed Tang. Whether you can control her or not, you're just employees. I am now the person in charge of the company." Seeing his shameless and scoundrel-like behavior, Zhou Su was so angry that her chest heaved. She couldn't help but stand up and say, "Xingchen is still in the hospital. If you really are her second uncle, shouldn't you ask about her health and show some concern?" Tang Weiben scoffed. "What good does it do whether I care or not? I'm not a doctor. Now that she's in trouble, all I can do is protect the Tang family's assets for my elder brother, so that when Xingchen is gone, the Yu family won't fight over them and make things ugly." Zhou Su raised her voice. "The stars are only temporary." Chu Shanhai stood up, kicked Tang Weiben's chair away, looked at him with cold eyes, and said in a chilling voice, "Try saying another word." The chair flew several meters away with a loud thud before landing on the ground. Tang Weiben was startled and looked at Chu Shanhai in disbelief. "You? What are you doing?" Chu Shanhai straightened his collar and said to the security guard beside him, "This guy is obviously a con man. Kick him out." Two tall, burly security guards stood behind Tang Wei. "Sir, please go out first." Tang Weiben pointed at the group of people, his eyes bloodshot. "I am Tang Xingchen's second uncle. How dare you stop me?" The security guard remained unfazed. "Sir, this is a public place. If you don't cooperate, we'll have to call the police." Upon hearing "call the police" twice, Tang Weiben's face paled and his arrogance subsided. As he walked out, he threatened, "You just wait, I won't let this go. My older brother and Xingchen are gone, and I am Jiachen's rightful heir. Once I take over the company, I'll fire you all one by one, and you'll be the first to be fired. You can all pack your things and get out." Tang Weiben left, cursing and swearing. Chu Shanhai glanced at Zhou Su, then sat down again. "Does Xingchen's father also own shares in this company?" Zhou Su calmed down a bit and sat down with a worried look on her face. When her parents divorced, she was still in elementary school. At that time, it was just a factory, and it was indeed registered under her father Tang Wei's name. After she turned 18, Mr. Tang gave her most of the shares, but he kept a portion for himself. Xingchen will transfer the dividends to an account every year. Chu Shanhai listened quietly. The more he learned about Yu Xingchen's situation, the more upset he felt. He was pampered from a young age, and even though he grew up in his second uncle's house, the couple had a harmonious relationship, and he grew up in a loving environment. He felt that learning about his background at the age of 18 was a tremendous blow, but he didn't know that Yu Xingchen, at 18, was already the pillar of the family. Even when she was a minor, she carried heavier and more loads than adults. "I'm being so dramatic," Zhou Su continued. "Although I have never met her father, I at least know that he exists, but I have never heard Xingchen mention this Tang Weiben. Chu Shanhai, he's no good person. He obviously doesn't know much about anything except that Xingchen is in a coma. I'll send someone to investigate. Next time he comes, just call me directly." Tang Weiben didn't even know Yin existed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that he was the heir. He sent the information he had just seen about Tang Weiben to Chen Lian, asking him to investigate. Then, he put away his phone and looked at Zhou Su. I want to see her mother. If she is sober now, perhaps we can learn something about the Tang family. After considering it for a while, Zhou Su finally nodded. Chapter 54 Mommy is dead. Zhou Su drove the car, and the two headed to the sanatorium. Chu Shanhai asked casually, when did you get together with Xingchen? Zhou Su, 8 years ago. She hadn't even graduated from university at that time. She thought he wanted to ask about the Tang family, so she didn't hide anything from him. Chu Shanhai turned his head to look at her. So you knew that she came to find me back then? Chu Shanhai paused on the steering wheel. She mentioned it to me later. She felt a little thirsty. She and Yu Xingchen had rehearsed their statements about this matter, but she had no experience in lying, and besides, Chu Shanhai was not the kind of person who could be easily fooled. Chu Shanhai, what did she say? His voice remained calm, and Zhou Su couldn't decipher his intentions. Zhou Su blushed slightly. I met a younger brother, and he's quite handsome. Chu Shanhai's knuckles twitched, then relaxed a few seconds later, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his face, as if he were talking to himself. Sure enough, it was just a game. He then asked, does she often play like this? Zhou Su immediately denied it. No. She lowered her voice a little. Xingchen is not that kind of person. The more she acted this way, the more Chu Shanhai felt she was lying to protect her master. He had noticed back then that Yu Xingchen's encounter that night wasn't her first time. In fact, her technique was quite skillful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to convince himself later that if he really couldn't find this person, he should just let it go. If he had known that her clumsy guidance was all learned from watching videos, Yu Xingchen's peaceful life would probably have ended a year later as agreed. Chu Shanhai sighed wearily. She listens to you. Tell her to behave herself, or I won't let her go. His deep affection made Zhou Su feel somewhat guilty. She sighed. Mr. Chu, you're a good man. But Xingchen and you, why waste your time? Chu Shanhai chuckled. You truly are her confidant. You say exactly the same things. But I won't accept this nice guy card. Zhou Su shook her head helplessly. Chu Shanhai, I'm different from her other suitors. Between us, there's also Yin. Zhou Su didn't speak. This is indeed the most troublesome part. How many biological parents can bear to part with their own children? The two stopped talking. When they arrived at the sanatorium, Yu Milan's caregivers were somewhat surprised to see Zhou Su. But when they saw the unfamiliar Chu Shanhai next to them, they blushed and lowered their heads. Chu Shanhai was like that. His face was exquisitely beautiful, and even a passionate girl would blush and her heart would race at just one glance. Zhou Su, Xiaoqi, how is Aunt Yu today? Xiaoqi smiled politely and said, Aunt Yu is in good spirits. Someone came to see her earlier, and she was having a good chat. She just fell asleep now. Zhou Su exclaimed in surprise. Who's coming to see her? Xiaoqi recalled for a moment. It seems to be a man named Tang. Tang something. There's a registration. Let me see. She said, and went to look for the registration card. Chu Shanhai stopped her. Are you around 50 years old? You're wearing navy blue pants, and you look a bit sloppy. Yes. Blue pants and a gray jacket. Xiaoqi chimed in. Chu Shanhai spat out 3 words through his teeth. Tang Weiben. It looked as if they wanted to chew that person up. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. That's the name. Chu Shanhai's face was icy. What did he and Aunt Yu talk about? Xiaoqi recalled. He only stayed for about 10 minutes, asking about Aunt Yu and Miss Yu's situation over the years. Aunt Yu was not very clear-headed, and the two of them couldn't connect. Chu Shanhai. Did they ask anything about property or anything like that? Xiaoqi said definitively. Yes, they asked Miss Yu how much she earns in a year, where her houses are, and so on. Miss Yu had told me beforehand, and I wanted to change the subject, but seeing that Aunt Yu wasn't giving any substantial answers, I kept quiet. The man got a little impatient and then left on his own. After Xiaoqi left, Zhou Su took Chu Shanhai to Yu Milan's lounge. Through the glass in the door, Chu Shanhai saw a woman lying on the bed in the room. Yu Milan looked kind and gentle and slept peacefully. It was hard to imagine that such a woman could have a moment of mental instability. Zhou Su, Aunt Yu usually takes a short nap of about an hour. Should we wait a bit? Chu Shanhai watched for a while, then stepped outside and said, let's talk outside. Once they reached the garden outside, the two sat on a bench. Chu Shanhai. Tang Weiben is actually eyeing her. It seems I need to teach him a lesson. His expression was sinister, sending chills down one's spine. Zhou Su muttered. How did this person suddenly appear? Chu Shanhai picked up his phone and made a call. Did you find anything? Chen Lian. I was just about to report to you that this guy is a gambler with no social connections. He has no children, no wife, and his 70-something-year-old father occasionally helps him out. He frequently borrows money from loan sharks and currently has 700,000 yuan in unpaid debts. He's hiding, but quite a few people are looking for him. Chu Shanhai sneered. No wonder he ran faster than a rabbit when he heard he was going to the police station. Chun Lian, President Chu, how do you know someone like that? Is there some trouble? Chu Shanhai. He is Xingchen's second uncle. Go and investigate him in more detail and find out his whereabouts. Chun Lian suddenly realized. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Chu Shanhai said to Zhou Su, he's just a nobody, nothing to worry about. I'll take care of him. Zhou Su heard Chun Lian's words and felt somewhat at ease. With the company so busy right now, she doesn't have the extra energy to deal with unwanted people. With Chu Shanhai's extensive connections, it would be best for him to lend a hand. Chu Shanhai, go check if Aunt Yu has woken up yet. Just as the two stood up, Zhou Su's phone rang again. Chu Shanhai saw her frowning and was about to ask her something when his phone rang. It's Zhang Ma. As soon as the call connected, Yin Yin's heart-wrenching cries came through the phone. Hearing his daughter's sobs, Chu Shanhai felt his heart break for a moment. He gripped his phone tightly and asked softly, Sweetie, what's wrong? Yin cried so hard she could barely breathe. Uncle, Mommy died. Wah. Chapter 55. The Tang family's past. Chu Shanhai's breath hitched, and his heart felt as if a muffled thunderbolt had exploded. His face turned deathly pale, and he stammered, What did you say? How could that be? When he visited Yu Xingchen before, she was lying obediently in the hospital bed, very quiet, with a rosy complexion. Even the doctor said she was getting better. I've only been gone a few hours. How could this be? Impossible. Yin sobbed uncontrollably. Mommy is dead. I want Mommy back. Uncle is a liar. Give me back my Mommy. The little girl's voice came through the phone's receiver, striking Chu Shanhai with each thud. He had never been so disoriented before. He was in a daze, and his senses were weak. He remembered what the doctor had said. Xingchen had a blood clot in her brain, which could compress her vital nerves at any time, causing a new round of danger. Could it be? Impossible. He and Yu Xingchen haven't even started dating yet. He absolutely won't let her go. A hand supported the swaying Chu Shanhai, pulling him back to his senses. President Chu, Tang Weiban, went to Yin Yin's school. Zhou Su's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Chu Shanhai stared at her blankly, feeling as if the sound coming from his throat was barely audible. What? Zhou Su. Tang Wei went to the school to find Yin, wanting to take her away, but the teacher wouldn't allow it. Chu Shanhai regained some of his senses and began to understand what had happened. His heart slowly calmed down, and he whispered to comfort Yin, who was crying on the other end. It's okay. Mommy is just sick. Uncle will come to pick you up soon and take you to see Mommy. Don't cry, baby. Yin couldn't hear what he was saying at all. All she knew was that the grandfather had said her mother was dead, that he wanted to be her guardian, and that she should go with him. I want my Mommy. I want my Mommy. Yin was practically screaming at the top of her lungs. Chu Shanhai gripped his phone tightly and ran towards the garage, with Zhou Su following in her high heels. Zhou Su was driving, while Chu Shanhai was still on his phone, quietly coaxing his little girl. Be good. Uncle will come to find you right away and take you to see your mother. Listen to Grandma and wait for me with her, okay? After finally calming Yin down, he breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still somewhat shaken. He didn't have much time to process his emotions, so he dialed the hospital's number again. What? He leaned forward from the back of his chair. Zhou Su almost slammed on the brakes. She couldn't stand this person's overreaction. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, glanced at Chu Shanhai, and looked at him with a questioning gaze. Chu Shanhai. Okay, I'm on my way. I'll be there soon. Seeing that he had hung up the phone, Zhou Su hurriedly asked, What happened? Was it Xingchen? Chu Shanhai is usually calm and composed, but today's series of panicked actions have made her lose her composure. Chu Shanhai. Xingchen has been transferred out of the ICU. Zhou Su, it means. Chu Shanhai's face showed a rare, faint smile. He should wake up soon. He glanced at his watch. Drive faster. Zhou Su had almost floored the accelerator until it was smoking. Chu Shanhai leaned back in his chair, feeling a sense of relief. He was just thinking about how Yin would face her mother, who had all sorts of random medical devices attached to her body. Now that Yu Xingchen has been transferred to a regular ward, at least for a child, her appearance as if she were just asleep is more acceptable. Yinyin was curled up in Zhang Ma's arms, still sobbing softly, her eyes red and swollen like small peaches, her hands tightly gripping Zhang Ma's clothes. Chu Shanhai pushed open the car door and ran towards her, taking her from Zhang Ma's arms and touching her little face. Mom is fine. She's just sick. I'm sorry. Uncle was afraid you would worry, so he took the liberty of lying to you. Yin's cries grew louder again, and she pounded Chu Shanhai's shoulder with her weak little fists. Uncle is bad. Uncle is bad. I want my mommy. Chu Shanhai. I'll take you to see her. At Quanren Hospital, Yu Xingchen, dressed in a hospital gown, lay quietly on the hospital bed, as if she were asleep. The wound on his forehead has healed a lot. Only a faint mark is visible, and it's barely noticeable unless you look closely, thanks to his hair. When Chu Shanhai saw her, he almost rushed over and hugged her immediately, but considering Yin's feelings, he didn't dare to show too much emotion. He suppressed his excitement and said to the person in his arms, "Look, Mom is here. She's just sick and can't come home for the time being." Tears welled up in Yin's eyes. She broke free from his embrace, ran to the bedside, and grabbed Yu Xingchen's hand. "Mommy, Mommy." She shook her mother's arm forcefully. Seeing this, Chu Shanhai quickly stepped forward to stop her, afraid that she would disturb the sleeping person. Dr. Huang, who was standing nearby, said, "A close person might be able to wake up a comatose patient. Why don't we let her try?" Chu Shanhai then stopped what he was doing and stared at Yu Xingchen without blinking. Yin cried her heart out, clearly feeling very wronged, and the adults all felt a pang of sympathy. However, no matter how she called out, no miracle occurred, and Yu Xingchen's eyelids did not twitch. Yin held on to Yu Xingchen's hand tightly. Chu Shanhai left the ward and looked at Zhang Ma, whose eyes were red, and asked, "Zhang Ma, what exactly happened?" The situation is similar to what Zhou Su said. It seems that Tang Weibin learned about Yu Yinin's existence from Yu Milan, obtained information about her, and wanted to make a move on her. However, he couldn't produce any identification, and Yinin didn't recognize him, so the teacher had no way of handing Yinin over to him. This person is extremely malicious. They actually used the phrase, "Yu Xingchen is dead," to deceive the child. As Zhang Ma recounted the events, Chu Shanhai's face turned as black as charcoal. "I will handle Tang Weibin. Don't mention his appearance in front of Xingchen again." His eyes were filled with a fierce light, as if he wanted to devour a demon. Aunt Zhang looked at Chu Shanhai with concern. "That man is a scoundrel, Mr. Chu. Don't let him take advantage of you." Chu Shanhai looked at Zhang Ma. "What's the situation with this family?" Zhang Ma was an old servant in the Yu family, and she had witnessed the marriage between Yu Milan and Tang Weika. Both the Tang and Yu families were small households, and both families ran small businesses back then, so they could be considered a good match. Tang Weika and Yu Milan were once happy, and the family of three lived in relative harmony. But later, arguments gradually began to arise. Zhang Ma was a maid, and she was still young at the time. She didn't dare to ask about her master's affairs. She only knew from their quarrels that Tang Weika's idle younger brother often asked him for money, and he always gave it to him. Yu Milan didn't think much of it at first, but after it happened a lot, she started to complain. This was because every time her brother took money, he said he wanted to do business, but he always squandered it all. Then he would come to his older brother crying and complaining that his investment had failed. However, Tang Weika valued family ties very much. Every time, he would give his younger brother a few words of advice, then give him money to make a comeback. Once, Yu Milan couldn't bear it anymore and directly called Tang Weika a vampire and an ingrate. Tang Weibin gave his elder brother a mournful look, and Tang Weika raised his hand and slapped Yu Milan hard. Yu Milan was hit so hard that she turned around and fell to the ground, blood quickly flowing from the corner of her mouth. Besides Zhang Ma, Xiao Xingchen, who had just opened the door, was also present when she witnessed this scene.